Paradigm Shift by Jakub K. Rucinski. =I=. When I was a boy, Mom would calm me to sleep with music from the radio. I had the occasion of finding one on board the Katrina, a small mechanism in an oak espresso-colored box with a rotary dial. I was glad to see it disappear from the cafeteria on the third day of our journey into the lower straits. It had given me some unusual memories, owing to the fact I had not seen such a contraption since I was 8. Around that time, we stayed in a rented room right off the 53rd Street in the new commercial district. There was a tiny windowed kitchenette and a curved hallway into my and my brother's bedroom. I remember the nights I woke up in sweat and there was no sound. My only friends were the trembling thumps of mice in the cracks of the walls and the traffic outside our bedroom curtains. I laid mute and motionless, eyes staring into the ceiling or at the wall, studying my lack of control. Sometimes it was lacking the soothing adagios of Rossini and Scarlatti's Griselda that birthed my most resonant thoughts pertaining to the ways of the world. Every now and again the fireflies would come out at night. Their loud metallic hum roared against the walls of the hub, the dams refracting the commotion into a pulsing sensation that made my stomach turn against its will. I felt a bursting stress within my ears, like an errand of fireworks throwing me off balance. Those nights I could hardly sleep too, but it was well with reason. And when there was reason, there was comfort. I came to learn, as the moments of childhood elapsed and adolescence fled my grip, that meaning had weight in the conditions of life. To my horror, I began understanding at last there was no justification behind our conditions. And so comes this doting articulation of my memories, beginning at my youngest. I woke up one time as a child and felt the finger of Bedlam scratching my back. In a panic, I threw my bedsheets over the couch and off our bed, making loud clatter as I tossed belongings around in the dark. It was when I paused that I heard the footsteps coming from the kitchen and saw the bathroom light flicker, its yellowish glow erupting onto the corridor. She laid against the cold white of the wall's popcorn texture, her fragile arm falling toward the floor, her face buried in her hands. My mother's legs remained stretched across the floor as she attempted to balance her back and keep herself sitting, although both remained sprained near the edge of the wall. Wailing and howling in pain, she fidgeted her fingers and tried brushing the stream of tears off her face. Upon doing so, her eyes befell me, standing just several feet away. "Oliver?" Her hand reached out to grab me. "Oliver, sweetie, sit." I did as I was told, and let my legs fall below me, settling myself down on the ground next to her. The bright, pale bathroom light irradiated her posture and cast her shadow onto the wall along with mine, leaving us both within its severed grip. My attendance to there seemed only to make matters worse. Through the jagged muttering and ruptured whispers, she let the hand leave her face and slip around her hair, which she grabbed and pulled in a harsh motion. My mother. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski closed her eyes, took a corrupted breath, let out a quiet wail and a plea to God, before returning her eyes to me. "Honey, I'm so sorry." It was the night of the integration. We spent the previous day hungry, and the evening before it. Me and Simon did not mind, because the neighbors were kind enough to lend us some things to eat. Mother refused to, and now she was here, breathless and hungry, and there was nothing I could do to help except remain with her and stay aware of the misery. While a part of me pitied her, another wished for an explanation. It would not come easily. She was shaken to the core and seemed to shiver her limbs and tremble her hands, trying to find something to grab onto, where there was nothing on the dry ground. When half an hour's worth of tears finally fell down her neck onto the gray sweater and flannel skirt, she stretched out the legs before her and let her fingers warm her elbows. After a while, she looked toward me, wiped the hand on her sweater, and reached for my arm. She grabbed my hand tightly and would not let go for a solid minute before her open mouth finally muttered a word. "Oliver, it's okay. It will be okay." I should have been the one telling her that, I thought. But I understood why she wanted to help. Her dark green pupils appeared calmed, and a strain of wavy hair now fell across her eye, covering her wet face. The window of the kitchenette let in the stray rays of sunlight, sinking through the clouds hanging above the white stock. "Mom," I asked, "where's Simon?" She looked toward me, her gaze resting on me for an uncomfortable second, before rapidly turning her head to the wall and staring down. "Simon?" Her sight ventured from the corner where the wall met the floor at the extension of her limb to the door I came from, a wide view into mine and Simon's bedroom. I could not tell what was running across her mind. Within a couple seconds, my mother made the first attempt to lift herself up by pressing her hand onto the floor and kicking it with her right leg, although this simply made her fall flat once more. She strained her back, pushed her chest toward the other end of the bathroom doorway, and shoved both legs behind her before taking the first step. In a few treads, she was back on her feet, towering some 6 or 7 inches above my head, skimming the apartment. I could not believe she forgot. Having woken up in sweat, unable to find my older brother, I took to her as my only source of help, and even my own mother couldn't know everything. But the concern in her voice now became my precedence. "Simon," she echoed once more. It was reasonable to help look. I paced around the apartment, switching on the lights so that she could better see into the distance. "Honey, don't," she confessed. "We can't pay the bill." Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. She ran around the place once more. "Where is your brother?" As she spoke to me, her legs rushed across the hallway, tearing into every corner of our miniature room, swiveling back and forth through the separators, as her mind surely would have as well. My voice trembled for a moment. "I don't know, Mom. He's probably outside," I ungenially remarked. This quip was taken too without a question or a doubt, for it was the only rational pardon. I knew Simon well, and he wouldn't have left my mother weeping on the floor if he had the slightest idea of it. He must not have been around in the interiors. She ran into her bedroom, walled off from the kitchenette by a hanging blanket, and put on her pair of outdoor shoes in a hurry. Mom gestured toward me and spoke in a quivering voice. "Don't come after me. I'll go look for your brother." I knelt at the bedroom window, looking 3 stories down onto the plates of the titanium-leveled tiles, where fresh air could earnestly be met. She came running out the stairs of the complex, down several steps, and onto ground. I tracked my mother with tired eyes, anxiously looking where she could not, to find not a trace of Simon. Within a minute, I was more than relieved when his auburn coat came running with him past the 53rd Street in the morning light. My mother locked Simon in an embrace, and he spoke a lot, words I could not make the distinction of. Unintelligible phrases, untold gestures. Even after I unfolded the curtains and unbolted the window in a struggle, letting air unfurl into the drained, arid room, I could still hear barely anything. They had relaxed their conversation, and my mother finally let Simon go, gesturing for him to come in. Perhaps she was keen to reveal the relieving news, but I already knew. Moments after the door unbolted, and the dark ginger texture of my brother's clothes emerged within the cessation of sight, my mother followed suit behind him, saying not a word, but gesturing for me to come closer. The relief of the near calamity averted seemed to make her stiller. Simon's russet hair played in contrast against his light-bronzed skin, as did the scars on his shoulder from camp, showing an uncomfortable streak of red. A conversation lapsed, and soon we had all been sat at our table, inches away from the drying clothes and swinging blanket. The window on the left of the fridge gave an edged view to the dangling metropolis and the full viewpoint of a nearby wall, owing its construction to the complex next to ours. I could spend entire afternoons looking to the pallets of the outdoor floor and considering the ones below it and what they must have looked like, pondering about the places where I could not go. I felt oddly safe, but constrained in the confines of our home, particularly when Simon went away for training, and my mother to one of her jobs, when I was once again alone with the radio set, a stack of magazines, and whatever else I could find to amuse myself with around the space. As we sat down early to talk that morning, the night's rain and dew settling in on the frames of the windows, there was an aura of discomfort. My mother had once again gazed on her limbs, only not on the ground, having raised them again upon the table, now crossed in concern. Sunrise inched on us. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. "Will they ever get here?" Simon's coarse, boyish voice plunged through. My mother glanced in his direction. "Hopefully not." "I meant Uncle, Mom," he clarified. "Uncle Richard and Lane, will they be here?" She didn't seem to know the answer to that question, only distancing her stare and pointing it toward the kitchenette door at the sheer mention of their names. My mother had hoped that within several minutes of the phone call, she'd already hear bolting on the wedging door. No such luck. The minutes passed and each of us turned fatigued. There was no nerve anymore, and in fact, our joint hopelessness combed with the falling of sun rays upon the corners of the room gave us a sense of reassurance, like the final cling of a knight to the end of a brawl. I'd like to think that night changed Simon. But it did finally happen, and rapidly so. It was a small, unclenching sound at the other end of the quarters, followed by a rough kick. My mother went instantly to check. "Oh, Rich, thank God," she exclaimed, clinging into his arms. "I thought it was them." He towered what must have been nearly 2 feet above her, placing his lower arm around her shoulders as my mother greeted the chest hanging above her head, on it a crude, dirty jacket. Uncle Richard bent down slightly to avoid hitting his head on the apartment ceiling, his pale skin glowing in the sunlight. Lane Luther walked in behind him. My brother took to the front of me and guided me, with several steps, toward the corridor, where the 5 of us finally met in a circle. Mother would not let go for a minute. "Charlotte, it's okay," Uncle's voice flourished through. He told her what I could not have. Simon stepped aside and let Uncle pass through, my mom still standing to his side, as if seeking reassurance more than physical shelter. I could not tell whether he pitied her, or was simply having a harder time than any of us bearing through the events of that night, but nevertheless, he was keener to find me and my brother at the side of the kitchenette. "It's just the same," he stated. Mom simply nodded. "Well," her shaky voice persisted through, "I hope you recognize them, at least." Uncle Richard nodded his head graciously, as much as the space given by his kneeling posture allowed him. "Oliver, Simon, you guys all right?" We nodded back. We were all right. Simon looked toward him easily and set aside the table chair, placing himself at the corner of the room near the sink. Mother and Uncle sat side to side, and we observed along with Lane, who stopped just at the doorway of the kitchen, where Mother had lied motionless an hour before. There was some soul and liveliness in the dialogue, which I could faintly acknowledge. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. "How is the street?" she begged analytically. "I hate to tell you, Lot," he expounded. "We had a bit of a rough time getting here." Through the corner of my eye, I could see her placing her hand upon Uncle's arm. Mother glanced toward Lane, who stood motionless, hands in pockets. "Oh God, I hope you didn't—" "We're fine, Lot. You're fine," Uncle explained. "What about you?" "We just woke up early this morning. I heard the news on the radio," Simon clarified. I had just then realized that the radio, which usually sat in the corner of mine and Simon's bedroom, playing the purpose of the family room, was now settled on the counter next to me. Everyone looked towards it, and Uncle glanced to me as well, but upon acknowledging its existence, the mood of the room returned to normal. "You can't trust them, Lot," Uncle detailed. Mother buried her face in her arms again and stared down at her knees. It was a cold cry towards the depths. She soon raised her posture in a confront and murmured slowly, "I don't know who to trust then. There's nothing." "There's us," Lane replied, listening from several feet behind Uncle Richard's body. Uncle looked toward him distressingly and then back again. "Lot," he muttered. "Seriously, it's all right." "The street," she stated. "How is it? Are they collecting? Have they already stationed everywhere?" Lane shrugged and walked several steps forward. "They have since the morning. Swerving through the residential district, the airbase, the docks, even on the fences of the vista. And we still got here." "How?" she begged. "If you're in defense as long as I and Lane have been, you know the protocols. And as long as you know the protocols, you're safe." "But they don't," she pointed toward me and Simon obliquely. "They're still kids. They don't need this. They don't know what it's like. Does their future have to suffer because of this? Do I have to throw everything away? Just because—" Her voice sank. Uncle now reached with his other hand toward her elbow. "Rich, Mother bellowed. At the attainment of realization that us and 2 older men had no scope to speak of, she calmed herself down, letting her head drop behind her in pain, letting out a silent weep. Simon walked toward her and grabbed her arm with his other hand. "It will be fine, Mom," he tried to reassure her, spinning it back and forth. "I'm almost 14, and Oliver doesn't mind if he skips a year of school, do you, Oliver?" Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. I shook my head in answer. No, although I hadn't really considered the option or the extent of my say in it. Ostensibly, there really wasn't any, for most eyes in the room sat still, observing the scene unfold with Uncle and Mom and Simon. "There's options," Lane tried to rationalize with her. Uncle nodded away slowly, letting go of Mother's arm and catching her gaze. "He's right, Lot. We can lift the burden off of you. We can even tell Annette—" "You're not asking Annette for anything," Mother sharply groaned. But Lot, she's family. To this, she simply shook her head. I don't care who she is, her harsh voice pulled through. We're not turning to Annette. Silence brought the room together. Mine and Simon's eyes rested on Lane Luther, now just the length of a shoulder away from our uncle, looking over our tiny apartment. Maybe not that option, his thick voice expounded. But others. Think of the kids. Mother looked over at us, her dark brown hair flowing toward the floor in curls, her posture bent and back weak from lack of sleep. With the hush ushered in by the mention of our more prosperous aunt's name, and the memories that came with it, the distant whirring of the fireflies readying for war rang in. We knew it was coming, she admitted in a whisper. We just didn't believe it. Everyone followed her response in agreement, including Uncle, who looked like he could no longer bear any more replies. He turned towards Simon. Your training, Simon, he inquired. How has it been? He's the best in the class, Mother smiled lightly. I grew a little jealous from this distinguishment, even though I still wasn't old enough to attend sentry camp. Uncle came to his senses and took up a more critical yet determined tone. Will he be ready within a year's time? Mother shrugged. I don't like it, but that was always the plan. He's been working really, really hard. Is that true, Simon? Uncle inquired. Have you been working hard? I have, Simon admitted. Sergeant says I'll be able to afford for officers' school if I'm able to take charge of the newer kids. The adults looked around the room in puzzlement. Uncle finally took his hand away from Mother, stepped up from the chair and bent his head. Simon was allowed to sit. Simon, Mother begged, we just want you to do good, for now. Until it stops. Until it all stops. Until what stops? My brother questioned her anxiously. There was a look of puzzlement on his face, as if he didn't expect her voice to break in such a way. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. It was only then that we received some provable idea of what was happening. My uncle turned around to face me, and I was taken slightly aback. He put his hand on the radio, slashed the knob, and let a hum of static play in the back as he whispered to the both of us. Oliver, do you remember learning about the lower straits in school? Yes, I nodded along. In the years of my early childhood, before we moved to our room off the 53rd, we lived in a small cabin intricacy of lodgings, conjoined by doors and halls. I attended that school in an almost windowless building of concrete, the Tasman Hall, just a quick drive away. There I could remember being told, along with some dozen other kids, a number of things in a general class lit by a buzzing ceiling light alike to the one above our bathroom. The intricacies of the lower straits were one of them. Arkaine's children were frequently told of the necessity for every citizen to know at least a piece of their nation's record, and the situation down south affected us enough to be deemed worthy of a curriculum. Well, my uncle elaborated, things there are no longer the way Berger wanted them. So around Whitestock, there are going to be changes. Your mom wants to keep you, you both, safe. Out of all the words in his sentence, I only hunched back at the mention of Berger. I had heard the name several times through the radio or the school or my brother, and it was always in a critically prominent tone, as if the name itself bore some necessary implication or implied importance. I had nothing else to say, so I nodded along. Simon did not convey a reaction, but it was clear from his expression that he understood much more than me out of what Uncle said. I was content with finding out from him later. The radio static continued, but with our uncle bent over us, and the brief corroboration finished, we looked over to the other end of the kitchenette, where my mother had raised herself as well, and stood now a mere foot away from Lane, her hands crossed behind her back, lost in a dialogue we were meant to know not what of. We were soon to disperse. I moved several steps forward then to once more observe the world out of our framed window. The sun had finally settled beyond the barriers, casting a bizarrely large shadow over nearby edifice. A hostile wind flew by, plummeting the crests of the ocean ahead of our touch. Minute details altered with time, the sinking cool drops of water no longer infringing upon the view as I foresaw it, and then I'd make predictions in my mind as to what would move next. Mother dragged me and Simon away, and soon we were both back in our room. She ambled across the edges of the bedroom to shut the crimson curtains and left the doors separating our lodgings wide open. I could hear Uncle's footsteps beyond the peripheral not so far away. He soon appeared in our sight, motioning to Mom. Lot, take care, all right? Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. I will, her voice soared back. She paced the room toward him and reassuringly moved her arm around his back. Some dread swamped her face. And you too. The day of the integration in all its aspects was relatively trivial for us Andersons. We fared through that week richer than most families around us, in spite of the alienated situation given. Those who had it harsher even offered to help in face of their own struggles. We frequently dodged their pity, albeit they had not much to give materially anyway. It was difficult for Mother to maintain honor while physically weak, and over time, me and Simon had grown used to these kinds of scenes. Sometimes there would be yelling or arguing, but in all cases, this would abruptly stop and quickly, the reasons for such a fight forgotten amid the chaos of the outside world. We were evicted from our quarters in the new commercial district just 2 weeks later, and it took just under an hour to pack our bags and travel down the stairs, closing the doors of our room for the last time in our lives. Uncle Richard met us hurriedly in his car several blocks away, and we drove through the rain and the thunder. That way, there was little traffic on the motorway, and we could take shortcuts, he said. These consisted of pushing through alleys between domestic zones, towers trapping us in their sway as we passed. The older car flew through passageways and sectors, and sometimes we would travel upon a road so high that the clouds and mist would cover all below it, and we could only see the street until the vehicle rolled down to the very bottom, where it took turns towards bridges and connects, snubbing the glass overpass of the hub's center and whooshing into the outskirts. My new home, which aside from several mishaps, I had largely kept through most of my adolescence, was also situated near the docks. Despite being comparably far from the outlook in the middle of Whitestock, we were again situated too far from the Tasman Hall to continue my instruction. I had left school knowing only how to read, write, and perform arithmetic, leaving Simon to teach me algebra and find me picture books and encyclopedias from which I would study toward the end of that year. After it, much to his promise, he left for the final stages of his training and would become the first in the family to leave Whitestock in military uniform as a mechanized artillery officer. As a family, we never saw Lane again. When I talked with Uncle over the phone, he would mention his calamities and voyages from time to time, but no escapade described seemed particularly safe. Much for this reason, Mother had taken to the belief that he, knowing the dangers that faced him as a retired state agent, went into secrecy and hiding, although no mention of exile. I believed for a few years that he had died somewhere along the way, and soon the glow of protection my uncle's companion left us with would slowly disintegrate, as we were forced to make our own way, once more relying on neighbors and the sort of people willing to assist in place of our connections in the family. Simon leaving had left just me and Mother, tied to our belongings, and her duty as both the breadwinner and homemaker of our miniature clan left her either constantly in need of support or ailing, and entirely absent from the picture. My paradigm shift. By Jakub Rucinski, adolescence was particularly lonely, and at one point or another, I found that there had been nobody left to turn on the radio. Not a spirit of personhood to run her fingers through my hair as I was put to bed, reassuring me that despite its hiccups, life held some degree of poetry. It was only the overbearing silence and the hum of the fireflies that would drift me to sleep in that dark room, sometimes a flood of thoughts barraging my mind until I was merely too weary and aware that if I were to go on, I had to simply let it go. At age 18, I left for the 3rd Naval Military College, abbreviated to 3NMC. It was a mystifying year devoid of contact from anyone in my previous life, packed with the sort of study and exercise that drove me and others to desperation. It was the scores, charts, rosters, and tables, massive records kept by my authority, that pushed me to go on and continue, with each passing day giving hope that the next would become leisurelier. Only by believing everything was soon to end could I push through. Training for the Navy, absent of school or camp, and the privileges otherwise given to children not raised in martial law, had left me with the kind of hope familiar to all residents of the 8th level of hell. I wore no more plaid shirts or sweatpants to bed in due time, instead locked in the uniform alike to the one worn by my brother, only dark blue with hints of ginger in place of the beige and black. It clamped tightly against my chest, along with a label reading Seaman Anderson. In the first week of deployment, I stepped aboard the ANV Katrina, readying for the tour, pushing on a set of black shoes and departing for the engine room, where I had the enthusiastic job of turning knobs, pressing levers, and verifying readings. Days would stream by as the enormous vessel made its way toward the straits, pulling us along with it. We were from there on entombed in a bemusement of missions consisting of assisting a comparable destroyer in barraging enemy ships off the eastern Tamaulipas harbor and shifting around friendly soldiers between positions. I felt desolate then, even in spite of the 124 or so other men continuously aboard. And then I met Arthit. =2 =. Officer Dooley's threatening character appeared to us primarily in the form of a bald-headed man bearing a lanky yet lofty structure, a rough voice, and a baffling demeanor. It was he who remained in charge of our daily assignments, considering that Captain Evergreen was rarely, if ever, spotted on deck. The captain remained on the bridge and in his cabin nearly every hour of every day throughout our excursion. Whether the storm pulled our ship apart or the winds drove us by, in no regard to the proximity of the enemy or the threat such an approach could pose. Perhaps he had been in this position for an exceptionally long time, and knew better to resort to such means rather than not to. Most men on board were largely fond of Dooley, to the extent they could be, without concern as to his standing. He would come out of a small cabin towards the end of the ship every morning, and make a visit of the boat prior to sunrise. The engineers would be ready with the munitions and machinery, then the wake-up and the engine room would become staffed. Out the barracks came I and several. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Other men, priming for the day. A head count of the sailors in progress. Day, so-and-so, aboard the Arcanian naval vessel Katrina, he would read. Temperature 83 or something degrees Fahrenheit. Cloudy skies. Wind traveling in the direction of the northwest. And on with the display. And on with the show. That would begin too. All day as I worked tirelessly with the engines, I would notice the arrays of men passing by. Some in them replicated Dooley's lanky structure, and despite their youth, nearly rivaled the height of the officer. Others lacked this appearance completely, and reached all the way to my shoulders when standing on the forefront of their shoes and leaning in just the right amount. Some I could not compare in terms of physique or height, as they would appear rarely and at separate times. Many men had such analogous faces, I could hardly learn names, even after reading them printed down on the fabric resting against their chests. I made the habit around a month into deployment, as we were settling on the voyage across the coast of the Gulf, to habitually understand the names, at which point I encountered a problem. Sailors bore generic surnames like Smith, Waters, Jackson, or Johnson. My own being Anderson does not help to distinguish the case from others, but a peculiarity arose in the form of one compatriot, who, like me, was at this time a man of only 20 or so years, with little to his name, aside from tedious hours of handbook labor and a short term of experience in grammar school. We would perhaps have remained strangers if not for the circumstances, but I soon learned his name, Sailor Chaimongkon. It took more than a few good looks to remember, and I had to inquire as to the pronunciation one Thursday afternoon on deck. It's easy. Chai among, and the beginning of the rest is silent. Honorable Chai Mung Han. It was sorted. Quite unlucky, I commented, to have a name like yours. I think Anderson is simpler, but people don't ask you about it, do they? They didn't, but I took a moment to think back and see if I could recall a single exception. Unfortunately, limited by my memory, I could not, although I doubt it ever happened. No, I suppose not. He set his shoulders straight. You're not the charming kind. I have yet to know your name, Anderson. Is Anderson not enough? I replied, swerving an adjoining lever forward. The scrawny, dark-skinned boy hovered above me, observing the shift of the levers. Nay! He leaned his right arm forward to grab onto a key and pull it, at which point the apparatus before us made a whirring motion. We took several steps back and let the power mechanization carry out its work, as we descended the moving stairs toward the floor of the enormous engine room, where several motorized personnel were occupied developing a structure of titanium and copper. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Maybe it is, Arthit commented, moving with the stairs along my side, several steps back, and now around 2 feet my superior. His voice descended on me. It's got a ring to it, easier for the history textbooks. I doubt any of us are making it into history, I remarked thoughtlessly. This remark didn't sit well with him. And where do you suppose that from? Well, I continued my dogmatic argument. Look at us. My arm extended toward the bottom of the metal floor and stretched in an angle across the room, pointing to all within it. The whirring of the machines and the fine-tuned, glistening lights enveloped all my compatriots, to both the left and right a hum of automation. The deck of the ship moved beneath the sinking stairs, as we approached the bottom of our trek down onto the amblery, one of the extensive paved lanes laid around the naval vessel Katrina. You mean all the men? He pointed. Down there? I observed once more the engineers in the distance, as they carried around tubes and arranged chips on metallic sheets, before classifying them in such decorous and stately places, in endless trial to ascertain, and subsequently bring to life, a more perfect arrangement. They are the designers, the planners, they're the men with the aptitude, I explained. But that doesn't mean they'll get the credit for it. They need a spokesman. And I suppose, Arthit pointed toward me, you think of yourself as a spokesman? I was taken aback. No. So you admit you will not go into history either? I don't know that for sure, I attempted to reason on my point. Arthit motioned forward with his hand through the air, play pushing me towards the amblery as the rolling stairs reached their break. I followed through with his suggestion and stepped down onto the path, allowing a moment's breath to let him follow me. We now saw each other eye to eye. He spun me a meanly sincere demeanor. So you mean to say, he elaborated, you doubt any of us are making it into history. Your reason for this is that we are just short of the manual laborers on the land, and that we are simply offshore and combat ready to an extent. You point to technical authorities as an example. And yet you admit that you of all people, Seaman First Class Oliver Anderson, might someday become someone. I cling on to hope, I merely stated. That doesn't sound very hopeful, Arthit commented. He took several steps forward and pointed for me to come with, as we walked through an enclosed room towards a metallic doorway and out onto the deck of the ship. Paradigm Shift, by Jakub Rucinski. A cold wind swept past our shoulders, and I tried to come up with a response. Nevertheless, I simply couldn't in all my time. Arthit had placed his first insight upon me that day, and knowing that he could depend on me to play the role of a contrarian, such an opportunity would rehearse itself at least 3 or 4 times per week, until some blurry line had been crossed where we talked enough to one another and were seen together enough times that we mutually agreed, independent of each other and without verbal notice, to develop a form of camaraderie. This was strange to me, as Seaman Chaimonkan appeared not only more mechanically experienced than I, but also more literate, despite his lack of formal schooling. He cited books as a source. Having learned to read and write from books at an early age and having read them for years as a form of light entertainment, I refused to believe and acknowledge this notion. Arthit didn't care. Supremacy of both his wit and endurance to mine, although I could not speak long of his muscle or lack thereof, was also accompanied with a somewhat more social presence among the ship, as he never needed to use my habitually developed library of memorized names to find himself in the right crowd. When we were apart, I'd often see as many as 2 to 3 men walking nearby him, and in most cases, just behind. He was a leader, while I, merely a companion. It was at that point I assumed I was not destined for history. It was also the beginning of a turning point that would put a significant mark upon the rest of my deployment. Upon becoming somewhat of a soft acquaintance to Arthit, I promised myself to toughen up, and made the effort to rise from my bed before the call, to march out first of the dormitories head-on towards the deck, observed by Dooley from the bridge, and occasionally monitored by the uniformed guard that appeared on our vessel. Although somewhat intimidated by these circumstances at first, the presence of service in my family made the encounters much more bearable. I began to think of the wave-crashing system, this contraption in need of almost 200 to assist it in its way toward the coarse waters near the fractured Mexico, the famed ANV. Katrina, as simply a large family home, and it reduced my burden. Along with it, I bore the thought, or rather the fantasy, that I was only a few days away from a new chapter in my life. By convincing myself always that I simply needed a few more days, and a gleaming future could await me beyond the fences of the ship, I did not feel the urge to halt suddenly. And even as the weeks rushed past, and the likelihood of a savior spirit coming into life to resolve my chosen struggles seemed to diminish, I did not abandon this hope, which matter-of-factly grew stronger within me. Whether this hope helped me become more assured, I cannot tell you to this day. But the way in which I spoke and acted seemed to attract more attention. I would hear the name Anderson pronounced more frequently on the ship, upward to 12 or 24 times a day, rarely in the rare accentuation with which Arthit's speech would come. Soon after finding my first compatriot, I had familiarized myself with a large chunk of the crew, at which point I felt the need to settle down for a while and arrange my thoughts. After the 9 or 10-hour shifts inside the engine room, with occasional stops in the form of urgent work on the bridge, I would find myself resolved in the dormitories, particularly in a cabin of 12 men, myself included, with wooden walls and a paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski, stretched glass window. It was then that I would curl up and read anything from manuals to phone books, clinging onto the hope that the next day, As I pushed my muscles forward and bore the weight of magazine supplies on my arms, I could use the rigor to recall and teach myself these things, and that I would acquire new skills as I slept, able to think of only my physical extortion, the rare philosophical debate, and the contents of the written word as my salvation. But despite having done this for a month, my mind did not drift to any of these things at times of night. My brain wandered towards a woman. In the healthy case of a man with unchanging ambitions, situated with a family and his chosen profession, thinking of a woman at night, in either a contemplative or lustful way, may not be such a bad thing after all, especially if that man wanders towards the contemplations and conversations held with that figure, as he wraps his arms around her body, her weary head on the pillow next to his. But as any conscript, hopeless romantic or lively underdog can convince you with enough deliberation, thinking of a woman you simply cannot see eye to eye with is a doomed curse. And as self-conscious as you might be, you likely will not find yourself able to rid your mind of inconsequential fantasies. It's a great fault of the socially geared mind to expect too much of those that may not have anything to give. Knowing all this at an older age, and to an extent, around the time of my voyage as well, did not prohibit me from falling fault to that passionate thirst for affection. It often got the best of me, and pushed me back toward the end of the line as I marched sleepless behind my fellow working men, in the direction of the sun and a new day before it. After one such tiring night, I was able to work for roughly 3 or 4 hours before my body had given up, and found a displaced corner of the ship to kneel in. My kneel had taken the form of sleep, and by some miracle, I woke up several hours later, undisturbed in my watery slumber, although alarmed at the possibility of having been noticed. I picked myself up, brushed the dust off my uniform, and marched out onto the deck to observe the rising sun. With nearly every man feasting on meal packs and hydrating theirself in the joint room of the lowered quarters, and the staff running amok on the bridge, there was only I and the face of nature. No matter how much I rolled from one side to another that night, I simply could not sleep. There was something about the rolling waves below the ship that made them more distressing when one's body did not tense up. Standing up to exercise was not a possibility in the dark quarters, and so I was simply compelled to sit and pay attention to a constant beat of 2 to 3 snores, accompanied with the occasional ruckus of unconscious bodies, until my brain felt limp and overran with thoughts. And it was that night when I truly began to miss my life on land, and began recalling the months prior to my training when I was perhaps the serenest I'd ever been. When Simon's cruel fate in Guanajuato began to dissolve into a mere distant memory, and the burden of everyday life had obscured my greater worries, I longed for the people that made my reality meaningful, those who put energy and sense into the impassive, cold peril of functioning, laborious living. =3=. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Things take time, he admitted. I could do nothing but confess my agreement with this truth, and nod my head toward the direct expanse of the ocean. Arthit, leaning against the fence of the front deck, was naturally unable to witness my reaction. After almost 5 weeks of having been acquainted with him, however, judging by the onset of spring around that time, he had probably already guessed this was one of those statements, those I had difficulty posing an objection to. Still, I find myself wondering, I blurted out to stop the silence, if we'll ever go on shore again. I know it's stupid. I know we will, but I can't help myself. Oftentimes the second voyage is like that. I stared toward him. Isn't this your second? No, he acknowledged. Third or fourth depends on how you count. I was mildly in shock for a moment, and somewhat intimidated, as I had naturally grown to assume in time that many of the men alongside me had simply been conscripted. Throughout my time on board, even so much as silently listening to the distant conversations of others, I would come to learn that this was not so. Some had received professional extended camp training. I questioned then why they chose to join the Navy rather than the Guard, the latter of which held a much more prestigious and reputable position in the culture. How were the other ones? I asked out of curiosity. Also destroyers? He nodded. None too different from this one. In size and structure as well? Arthit motioned his chin in agreement, folding his arms against one another as he leaned against the fence. About the same crew, more or less the same mission. 2 platoons a week, sinking a few Tamaulipas boats, and then back to shore. Compared to the expeditions to the Cape, conscripts these days have their jobs easy. So you're not a conscript? I questioned. No, Arthit admitted. I volunteered, although the choice was not entirely my own. I nodded and pretended to know this, although I had no way of verifying this as true. Although I admittedly had little interest in the matter and its circumstances, I found it bizarre that at some point in time, Arthit might have been convinced by someone into a path he did not intend. His views and perspectives always seemed solid, and the Voyager was difficult to convince. Somewhere around that afternoon, we had reached an eastern harbor stationed near a beach, a small Mexican peninsula retaining the city of La Pesca, in the vicinity of Soto la Marina. Across the hurdle of the river and several flats, a camp of the guard had readied supplies for a procession of marching soldiers, usually organized in platoons, who departed transport boats and walked down the long, sultry road through farms and villages toward the hill where the rebels had been sat. Paradigm Shift, by Jakub Rucinski. Although large groups of soldiers often came on unarmed boats, the Katrina had been home for the past 5 days to several squads, numbering 4 and 1 man in total. They remained armed on the upper deck, and several sailors were instructed by Dooley to monitor the sides of the ship as it approached the dock. The tides rolled beneath us as the marina approached through the horizon, a beachfront rally of war machinery covering us. A ship embedded to our own diagonal left bore on its side the insignia of the Arcanian trifold, boasting atop it a cantaloupe-darkened tricolor in the harsh winds. "It's all the same," I pointed out. "The Gulf." "Yeah," he agreed. "It is, and it never changes." I looked toward him. "It will be a lot quieter without the guard running around the ship. At least for a couple days." Arthit only nodded, and didn't say another word until 10 minutes later, when he left the fence after hearing his name called toward a station. Dooley came onto the deck and reprimanded 3 men who spent a considerable amount of time sitting on the ground, and I took it as sign to leave also. Other than the approaching coast, my afternoon commenced as usual, which meant bearing hollering and the sounds of cluttering equipment, while I moved toward the second space for light machinery. The propulsion compartment around me hummed a constant whirring blare. After walking through a small corridor to inspect the thrusters, which remained segregated for being on command of the bridge, and not truly alterable from the room itself, I noticed 4 buzzing yellow lights atop the ceiling. I had then for the first time established that I had recognized them before from the 53rd, and not any office or drill compound I had visited within the previous several years, not even the school. It was mere coincidence. Me and another sailor began on the process of cooling some of the engines and made our way down the stairs to the bottom floor, although I had no objective of heading toward the deck until I surveyed the installed ventilation and corrected a mishap in the 3rd space on the surface below. I thought I heard the waves angrily crash against the bottom floor of the Katrina. Several engineers, previously preoccupied with orientating parts of the computer, left the room. In curiosity, I finished what remained of my work and followed them, once again bracing with my arm the hold of the door, pushing it onto the outside. The lively sun barked onto my face, casting a bright ray of light in my pupils, forcing them shut. I sneezed instinctively and turned away from the glow, walking the deck with my head down. It was getting late, and my muscles felt weary. My mind had also not gotten a break, as I felt a swiftly approaching ache snugly shut beneath my forehead. Sounds of hollering emerged from the front deck, and I paced myself slowly to see what the matter was. I soon found myself running against a spree of around 4 or 5 bodies, all generally but stubbornly heading in the opposite direction from mine, forming and smoothing out the question already entrenched deep inside my conscience. Paradigm Shift, by Jakub Rucinski. As I paced further down the amblery, the issue at hand seated for a rough minute or two inside my mind, several more men walked in the direction opposite of mine. I identified the uniformity in our dress as paradoxical, be it that I could not grab the attention of any of them. The names on the badges flashed past me, and distant words did not put any more sense into the situation. As soon as I saw a gathering of sailors standing affront Dooley, I knew this to be the query of the day. Soon his once distant shouting reached a kind of proximity. 17.1. That's the final measure, he cried loud enough for the men in the back to hear. None below or above, and they walk off easily. It's your job. It seemed somewhat nonsensical until I approached promptly enough to get my ear in on the matter. Searching through the heads of the sailors, I found one I deemed familiar in Tom Evergreen. Sailor Evergreen. He was a lanky boy of around 6'1" who attained a sense of belonging for nothing further than inadvertently owing the same surname as the ship's aged captain, despite an obvious lack of connection between the two. Tom had arrived from the harbors, while Captain spent most of his life in the Vista, in the center floor hanging above Whitestock. Unlike the captain, He habitually bore an abhorrent but thoroughly cloaked smell. Attempting to refrain from looking directly at Dooley, perhaps due to a personal distaste, Tom's eyes wandered around the crowd, which is how he spotted me, ambling towards him in the distance. I extended my hand slightly, enough to show the sailor that I recognized a fellow in him, and that my memory hadn't played unkindly yet, but also adequately to the extent where I could unsettle it, as a flinch were anybody to accuse me of interrupting. Thankfully, this did not happen, and I soon stood beside him, not saying a word. Dooley's chanting continued. "And we will show them what we have," he shouted, "one by one by one by one." Dooley looked around. "There will be no questions when the process begins, and anybody with a question can leave the deck without uniform and trek with our compatriots toward the hills. I'll be glad to see any of you get the guard treatment. It would show you what true discipline is like. But you boys don't know that." His truism came in the form of sincere platitude. Dooley had repeated this dull foible of a narrative each time the men were at apparent danger of disrespect or tediousness. We had drifted from the same mission. Our only interruption was a 40-minute emergency situation the month before, involving an enemy force in the form of an allied ship hijacked by the rebels, several flames aboard our own vessel, and a routing error that had supposedly been fixed after the exchanged fire downed the other crew. In light of routine and forgetting all about this, most men were once again convinced that we would transport guards, aboard a non-transport ship, for the rest of the tour. And when such desperation arrived in morale, especially as the Mexican harbors remained still and unchanging, and the news off the shore did not seem kind to us, the state of mind and general mood across the Katrina would be altered quickly. The men stood still, listening patiently to what remained of Dooley's words, compared and constrained within their roles. Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski. "All logistical matters convey an expiry date of now," he voiced in some phony contempt. Dooley watched the gathering of sailors before him with attentive eyes. Some of us looked to the upper deck, where in the peripheral sight, the oblique glimpse of some prepared men baffled us. It appeared that the guard had a job of its own. "Despite our recent shortcomings, it is evident that our fleet has attained a position where it is faced with a burden ahead of our ability," he spoke. "A sense of duty ought to arise within each of you. Are we successful in carrying the next cargoes of men and supplies, which will be distinctly critical for the progress of affairs here in Tamaulipas? If all goes well, I will consider it my accolade to update you men on the headway." The captain delivers his remarks toward the importance of this task. The men around us scattered at this round remark, and several sailors had begun walking away. Dooley also lowered his voice and started speaking to an officer nearby in a lower voice, assumingly about a related confidential subject. It appeared within a moment's notice that the speech, and with it the condemnation, had ceased. It was the longest and noisiest to date. "Distinctly critical," I thought I heard Tom mutter. "They ought to put a human translator next to him, so we can understand the things he says in Arcanian." I turned my head towards him in a nicety and nodded slowly. The comment put a grin on my face. "It's always critical, isn't it?" I pointed out. "Oh yes," Tom sustained, putting both his hands in his uniform pockets, as he had a habit of doing, and following in the footsteps of another man departing the center of the deck towards one of the left field, extended ambleries. "How unproven we are, and how foolish to ask questions. Why does every man aboard this ship speak like a goddamn poet?" I sneered. The glazed, impending sunset sent rays soaring off the corners of the ship, grappling against the metal. Blowing cool winds from the sea splashed against our uniforms, and in the distant mist, you could already notice the buildings beyond the harbor. "The company you keep," Tom wryly pointed out. He wasn't wrong in some ways. As me and Tom paced forward, I rested my right hand below my hairline, sealing my forehead safe from the whistling gust and the beams of light departing the lights on the ship's edges. My temple continued to resound in pain, and I shrugged both my thin brows. Men around spread past me and Tom, coming into their positions. Many left and came towards the magazine, where rucksacks and bags and packs and all different kinds of boxes laid upon the floor, to be taken to the soldiers once they exited in formation. We simply walked the left amblery. After a substantial while, we arrived at the ends of the ship. I was able to observe the upper deck and spot some men on it, outfitted habitually in guard uniform of beige and black, the latter in the form of stripes and shoulder pads brandishing improbably patriotic insignia. Dissipated by ogling the currents raised below us and the breath of the sea for hours on end, I joined Tom in hanging around by a door by the ship's side, minding. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski, Our Business. He uncovered several cigarettes from a pouch on the white caparison top and put one in between his lips before pointing another towards me in suggestion. "I don't smoke," I articulated to him. He lowered his arm. "Oh shit," he acquitted. "Good for you." Tom hid the cig again within the pouch and shoved two of his fingers in after it, pushing them into a crammed stoppage where they were no longer visible from the outside. The whole technique was so utterly repulsive, I subconsciously opted to place my legs together and keep the distance, lest I get a sniff of his burned uniform. Above our heads, we overheard the light footsteps, one moving after another. Tom looked in my direction and nodded marginally. He took a huff of his amusement, and we both looked towards the ground tediously, stunned by the metallic clangs of marching guard and the instinctive waft of sea tides. "They're lucky," his voice abruptly broke through the flat air. I lightly rolled my head across the stainless wall, turning my face toward him. My ear hit the brace and hardened by the chilly jolt of the frosted, glossy surface, seemingly melting in the sun. I deserted my displeasure with the pain affront my head for a brief instant, now only weary and awaiting clarification. With my eyes now looking toward Tom, I let out a slight probing noise. "Huh?" "Well, the guard," he amicably stated, shrugging just the side of his right shoulder. "All that respect." "I don't know," I stated to my belief. "It's not a deal I would take." Tom pressed his back further against the wall, with his legs outstretched, letting the slippery steel pull him down along with the waves. He groaned. "You never aspired to be a guardsman?" I pictured in my mind all the reasons why I didn't want to be in the guard. There was the fact that I'd need a minimum of 18 months training in my belated years, the usual tasks of young boys, the chores and physical studies reimbursed upon my already developed body. It sounded like pain. In addition, I didn't fail to notice the bizarre culture of camaraderie and allegiance that alienated the guard from the other branches, such as the artillery, more commonly known as the guns, the recon, or tankmen, the marines, the aerodynamic and aerial forces, and of course, the Navy. And then, above all the reasons, there was Simon and the example he had set for me. Leaning against the wall, I once again looked away from the compatriot. "Not really," I said. "And why not?" he continued, probing. I shrugged. I just didn't. The cool breeze beckoned us, and there was a still moment of silence before the clanging on the upper deck resumed. After hearing a few boyish yells, we both quietly concluded that we could depart our stances and resume our work on a now. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Empty ship in just a few short minutes. It must have been tough for the coordinated sailors, chosen by head count, and assigned with tasks to accommodate the guard. To us, Dooley's motivational fanfare was nothing but just that, a speech. A slap on the wrist followed by a pat on the back. Maybe the Navy had a peculiar dogma as well, although I had not noticed it thus far. "Katrina's a beauty, isn't she?" Tom remarked of the ship. I looked down onto the metal-plated floor, too much alike to the courtyard of my boyhood home and the enclosed baseball fields of the Tasman Hall. It looked as if the story of our trip had already been penned. "Yeah, she is," I replied, before resuming with a heavy sigh. I hoped it would be the end of the short conversation, and indeed it was. For the rest of our nonchalant concealment, we merely stood, or more appropriately, laid against the wall in place. Tom soon put out his cigarette, throwing it against the ground and trudging on it with his black boot. He continued leaning for a while but steadied his posture at once upon hearing a sound. He came to attention as the distant echo of clinging boots he supposed to be the marching of the last guardsman onto the dock's longboard and amblery continued in its mounting volume. The jingle grew louder, and soon attained the sound of a treading sailor. I looked out the corner of my eye to find a light brown face and a tarnished pile of dark hair in the distance. Below it, a white uniform. "Arthit," I motioned towards him. "What's the matter?" "Bottom floor ventilation," he explained. "The third space doesn't function properly." Gazing towards Tom, I found no assurance, and I was hopeless in my phoning to find it, as the tall lad had not even the slightest clue of engine work. I swiveled my head back at Arthit and resumed my gawk. "That's impossible," my crusty voice battered. "I fixed it just earlier." I knew that Arthit would not say a word until I followed him through, and I chose not to test his patience. With only a slight and unreciprocated nod towards Tom, I departed on my way to check on the engines, disappearing from the deck down the hatches of the enclosed doors, and treading the stairs with the silent companion toward the lowermost, darkest floor, where our toil would continue. One could repair all the ventilation spaces in the world, and the serenity of the outside would remain wafting at the engines, the machines and intellects, aptitudes incapable of feeling human pain or solitude, our lifetime's promise and daily work. Dusting, air, and momentum scrutinized with the mechanical grub all flew toward Katrina's heart, and not ours. We were Arkaine's sons those days, me and Arthit, kneeling over the wires for hours, and the others. But the ships and the planes of bombardiers were its treasured and cherished daughters. I soon retreated into my sleeping quarters, lapsing the deck once more with silence surrounding me. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. It must have been the late night or the early morning when I finally grasped, wrapped in a bedsheet and with my elbow placed around a blanket, that I wasn't going to sleep the night. Tears ran down my face in silent torment as I saw hers in contentment. Isabella Romano. I couldn't see eye to eye with her, not in a metaphorical sense, nor a physical one. She was always the first to coolly look away, were our gapes to meet through the waves of the air. The lustfulness on her part almost felt as if it contrasted with the whole of her personality. It's been almost a year. I was tied up in sweat in spite of the odds. The cool air of the outside had failed to grab me in its breeze, locked away by the walls and corridors of the cabins. Even in the set of late spring, when the frigid air of the night would turn elastic enough to ring through most openings, it failed to reach the beds. I heard only the groaning of other men and slight tossing of sheets around me. My bed rested on the corner of the dormitory, adjacent to the window. I had slept on the lowermost compress, with two men mangled above me on similar mattresses, raised by ladders. Around the room were also several tables and folded chairs, often stacked against the wall, accompanied with a trash can. They were kind enough to provide us with curtains. The environment seemed insouciantly Spartan and dreary. It was as if only at our most vulnerable could we see our destroyer for what it factually was, a slaying machine. When one couldn't sleep, he'd think of how, as the floor moved beneath him, it was of the ship turning on the tides, that by the hour the commute from the northern harbor of Richmond Bay toward Tamaulipas advanced the prowl toward Guanajuato. Our patrol was of the brutal kind. The big guns, not a dozen yards away and several steps above our soft pillows, on the edges of the upper ambleries, could blow the whole thing apart were they turned the wrong way. Precision and its assertion on us forced these thoughts away at night. Isabella had never been precise. From our days at Tasman, she gave off the impression of a leader lost in distress. It was as if the upset of life and lack of identity had impaired her perfection. She acted collectively, but only to the extent required, and would therefore make a superb sailor or other military personnel, were she not a woman. This distinction confined the poor girl to, I forgot where. Regardless, she was out of the areas surrounding Tasman, out for sure from the docks where we met once more, and likely out of Whitestock's outskirts. I cannot imagine a girl like her in the new commercial district doing anything but shopping, and she never craved for anything too residential. There was both a hope within me and an envy that she had found a place with a family like the Millers in the altitudes of the vista. Her gentle yet poignant and rough attitude was as much an aspect of the woman as her occasional vanity and marauding black locks upon the bare, tanned skin, and a set of deep, dark eyes that disguised a chronicle of pain. It was hard not to miss her through the turmoil. I tried to press these sorts of thoughts away, but again the return towards the comfort and pressure of chasing a woman strained me. It was somewhat of a curse, perhaps incurred by the loneliness aboard the ship. I had found camaraderie in people like Tom or Arthit, unrelated in duties and missions, fairly apart in personality. But the Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski pursuit had a unique feeling to compatriotship. It was a sense of both love and hate. In my younger days, I was entirely convinced it was that very notion that would come to tear our realm apart. Arkaine's exceptional appeal, and the remarkable aesthetic of which Berger had written and spoken, from the pits of pre-developed hubs set to become lofty slums, to the rough immediacy of the Greenbell Manor's doorsteps, contrasted the ideals of love and hate. It seemed an illustratory and unrelenting passion yet unknown in the human experience, a recent revolution in the psyche of the mind, whirring of the soul and novelty of language. It was unyielding in the presence of nothing, a blankness, and yet an instance. Still, a patriotic fervor of the private kind and a longing for home could not replace the most human intimacy. I sometimes begged for some affair of any kind whatsoever to seep into my life from the unknown. Maybe a passing mermaid or a ghost bearing a comforting shape was enough. but in the disquiet of insomnia and nightly stillness, haunted by thoughts, I knew it was only Isabella I wanted to see again. And yet, this was not to be. I heard the pounding of the water against the bottom floor. =4=. The Katrina was pulling into Ridgeman Bay, and with several shouts, Dooley had once again summoned everyone onto the lower deck. Arthur and I were preoccupied with slight expedient assessments in the engine room, where there was no one in sight at this time of the afternoon, and so we broke off our rhythm and marched in the direction of the shouting together. "It's funny," he commented as we were walking up the stairs, "what they tell us to do. It's so different from what we can do." Around a dozen men departed the lunchroom too, broken into 3 or 4 separate groups at most, and affixed to us listlessly at just the right time, pulling me and Arthur to front a large group adjoining the crowd. The standing officer continued his relentless bargaining in the direction of our company. "The High Command implores we carry 2 additional loads of men," Dooley asserted in a charismatic demeanor. "In my experience, this often means we'll be getting 3 in total. This means over 150 men on the ship in the next several weeks." There was a unanimous hidden frown on the faces of all sailors, but there was no way about patiently listening to the commandant's words. "With this many guardsmen aboard our ship, it is our priority to represent the best image of the Arcanian naval forces available. It is a task that will befall all, regardless of skill, voraciousness, or lethargy. Those who may not want to engage in this mission may consider themselves unworthy of their rank, and will be stripped of it upon our next arrival at this dockyard." The common expression of discontent prevailed. Aboard our ship there are many men capable of menial tasks, such as cleaning, but the safety of the Katrina is also of the utmost importance. Polished and functioning appliances, from the laundry to the captain's cabin, will need to be thoroughly cleansed for the good of the crowd. The guards will also now be accommodated there. Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski. Own lodgings, as the men expelled from the dormitories may have noticed throughout the renovations. In simple terms, everything needs to be squeaky clean, and pronto. It was unclear what reaction awoke secretly within the men, but it seemed that each obtained the idea that Dooley's demeanor was somewhat unusual. This had been verified when, rather than saying something along the lines of, "I entrust that my best men complete this task adequately," the officer simply walked off the podium, with another following him around, several documents in hand, and shaking off the settled dew from the iron barriers. The commandant looked mentally armed, as if a sharp thorn grazed his back. We stood still, and I attempted to look around the group of dispersing militiamen, but no familiar face appeared within my sight. I was unsure for a moment on what to do, but soon acquainted calls and hollers erupted across the ship. I thought I heard my name called. "Oliver Anderson," an adolescent voice requested. I headed down the ambulatory toward it, to find a man among a group of 5 shorter others rapidly moving his neck and turning his face, eyes in search. Once he met my gaze and set his eyes on my badge, he immediately handed me a note. It requested the maintenance of the captain's quarters, which I contemplated for a moment with slight confusion. Up until that point I had never gone beyond the upper deck. Its back stairs could be used to navigate into the ship's inward lodges, compartments, as well as the alleyway leading to the bridge. Groups of technicians frequently made errands along the assigned rooms of continuously swapping subordinates in stations such as radio communication and triangulation technology upkeep. It felt somewhat illicit to step, nevertheless easy, through that door onto the stairway and march the elevation of the Katrina one step at a time on the elegant carpets. After 2 floors, I had finally attained sight of the bridge ambulatory and took several steps forward onto the rug affront me. Rather than march through the metallic floor and the fence hovering in the bare air over a segment of the upper deck, I took a turn to my right, where a more domestic chamber disclosed itself to me. I soon grasped proficiency to recognize that there truly was reason behind sending me in particular to the astonishingly humble areas. I perceived the measures and devices implanted just several feet away from a 2-layered mattress bed plastered on the wall above a desk. I overlooked them carefully, pondering over what category of equipment I would be set to find. I joined my hands behind my back, as to prevent myself from instinctively touching anything. Silently I walked across the room, observing the different kinds of toggles and machines set quietly beside household items. They oftentimes appeared laid in a geometric sort of understanding, and the room itself gave off the obvious impression of only one inhabitant. Furthermore, an inhabitant with a paranoid kind of cleanliness, a desire for solitude and order. When I heard the next set of shoes marching up the stairs, I halted somewhere in the middle of the room and examined myself, before letting them settle into the quiet segment of the ship. I quickly realized there were 2 men in total, and in an attempt. Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski, to not be looked upon suspiciously when they entered. I quickly made my way to the second door, located adjacent to the closet, and out again onto the ambulary to search around for cleaning essentials. I heard some chatter on the other way. As I went the other way around with some towels and bleach in hand, I took note of their voices, a soft and a rather rough, accented one. The latter seemed to originate from further into the room, where I previously observed a toggled headphone set, as well as a sun compass. It was a small switch device with a transfer unit and a small imprint, covered with a strained white shield, a monitor below it. It wasn't like that until yesterday, the soft voice abruptly spoke. I slowed my steps and tried to busy myself as to not interrupt. Maybe it'll take a few days more, the rough accent spoke back. It came from the direction of a man with a torn collar and messy uniform, kneeling from nearby the set of headphones. The latter man must have caught sight of me while I faced the other way, as the tone of his voice rapidly changed. He coughed lightly, and I heard the turning of the knob along with some whispers. "There, it's a little piece, isn't it?" "Yeah," the gentler tone agreed with this in a confessional manner, as if the second sailor had already been aware of the object's peculiarly small size. "It really isn't that big." "So move it over there," the other requested, and without walking too far ahead, I witnessed an arm drop around a foot down in the distance, before leveling onto a shelf. I took the clue and approached through the other door. This gave me a somewhat new perspective on the captain's quarters, that one would not gain by just staying in the interior. The 2 men, both towering a small bit over my height, gazed in my direction. Their elevation was especially peculiar due to myself being fairly lanky, albeit not as much as my compatriot Tom Evergreen, who I had no clue regarding the whereabouts of that very morning. I was then casually reminded of it. "A couple men standing around doing nothing on the upper deck," the harsher voice stated. "Sick," the softer voice commented. "Wish I could be the same." I heard the tone change direction, and the sailor's feet followed it. As I raised my head from looking at their polished shoes, I found him staring towards me. "You," the soft-spoken man called. I saw his eyes drift toward my badge, Seaman Anderson still engraved on it. "Anderson?" I nodded slowly. "Oliver" was my response, and I caught his gaze, although every inclination in my mind gave me excuses to go back to staring towards the floor, which could not comment on my name. My fears were luckily baseless. The softer-spoken man had a light smile, and his tanned cheeks ruminated at the sight of another acquaintance. "We're just lifting objects," he said. "Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski." "The captain keeps his room rather neat," the other man stated in response, although clearly not to continue the conversation with me. "So not much work." I heard the throw of a small, concealed box, as he hid behind the man with the gentler voice. There was a periodical silence. "A lot of stuff, too," he added. "A lot of instruments." The man now affront me, who I had become so pleasantly acquainted with, murmured, but I could not hear. He then gave a comment. "Yeah, like the pulps and the dials and the... Is that a radio?" "No," I replied in response. I had found no radio while perusing the room earlier, and surely when my eyes rested to verify the object he pointed towards by the use of his wrist, it was only a direction-span knob. My eyes now caught sight of the tanned compatriot's badge, which read, Rodriguez. His gentle voice continued in a quiet, almost silent echo reverberating off the metallic stairs behind the cabin doors, open wide for the fresh air to drift in from the exposed corridors of the outside. "Oh, I thought it was," the echo sounded. He then walked several steps towards it, and I followed suit. I placed my right thumb upon the object, and he shrugged slowly. It appeared to me that I would soon hear a murmur or something of the sort, telling me how this was not to be done, but his shoulders soon approached it once more after drifting away, his mouth not saying a word. However, it remained open to a degree, his tongue on the edge of his lips, waiting to mutter an observation. He was admittedly casual for someone I perceived as introverted, and so my eyes ventured to his face now, without the previous sense of irritation or unfriendliness that compelled me to look in the direction of his knees instead. "Rodriguez?" I questioned, repeating his manner. His tongue moved the very second I had spoken, which led me to believe that in an odd way, my timing had coincided with the beginning of a statement. However, the fellow sailor gladly forfeited his previous mannerism, now facing toward me and nodding. "Alejandro? Yeah," he admitted, "but friends just call me Ale." "Hey, cabin moron," the harsher voice spoke coincidentally. Ale turned swiftly, reciting a grumble. You can't stop yourself, man, he stated. I guess I'm unstoppable, the other man replied. My eyes instinctively ventured to his badge. In accompaniment in lieu of Anderson and Rodriguez, there also appeared to be a simple Smith. Cabin moron, he retorted, and then more properly, ale. The harsher-spoken man pointed at a small instrument. Grab the other side. That's tiny, Ale retorted, but he found himself in no position to argue. Just lift it, the other man proceeded. He looked swiftly towards me. What was his name? Jim, came the soft voice, but it was quickly interrupted. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Seriously? The other responded with subtle excitement, and the taller man lapsed his hand around his chest, pointing it toward the heart and opening his mouth, as his other grabbed the instrument. No, Ale pleaded. Jim, he said, facing the burly sailor, you don't have the same name. His name is Oliver, but I just said it. So that's why. The burly man groaned, simultaneously pointing at the approaching man to finally get a hold of the device. And there I was, thinking I found a body double. I can always count on your incoherent speech. I watched them contend. Ale ignored the second part and came in with a short, witty reply. Nobody's gonna shoot you, Jim recalled. Al groaned. And you think they would you? That's not proper Arcanian. Blame my heritage, you asshole, the quiet voice cursed him. I felt almost pleased to interrupt them there. So wait, I finally cut in. They both looked in my direction. Your name, I continued, is Jim Smith? I was sort of amazed, staring in the eyes of the burlier man and failing to get a quick response, then at his collarbone and his shoes. As my eyes met the bottom of his feet, I quickly jumped them up again at the sound of his word. Jimothy, he groaned. The other man nodded. Jimothy? I asked. That's your actual name? I tried my best not to convey disrespect, voicing my disbelief in a somewhat pleasant tone, but with a remark like that it was difficult not to take offense. He nodded. It's a stupid name, no doubt about it. That's why I like it shortened. My disbelief bent even further when I saw how well he had handled it. Al seemed to voice no real concern about him either, working by Jim hand in hand to set the device onto a panel at the side of the room. There was some delight in the boisterous conversation, and to find it in the most curious place of all, the bedroom of Captain Evergreen, was a sight to behold. They paced around the room once more, exchanging murmurs, as I merely stared through the window toward the open sea, occasionally eyeing the tools around. My musing was broken by the conversation the two men had started. And he left it just standing there, Jim elaborated on someone by the name of Michael, whom I did not know. He quickly turned around. Hey, Ale, he called. Yeah? He, on the other side of a long rug they had dragged to clean, spoke up. Isn't that the navigation set? He stated, pointing at a device on the left side of the room. I looked towards it, and found the comment appropriate to the situation, merely catching Jim's glimpse and nodding. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. He now turned towards me. Oliver, he said, although with ambiguous uncertainty, which I did not take offense to, considering we had now been acquaintances of 10 minutes. Isn't that supposed to be in the command cabin itself, or in the engine room? I knew for a fact the navigator was not in the engine room. The radio communicator, who often used it to announce signals and commence fire drills, somehow a feature of the apparatus, would have to place it on his desk, indeed in the command cabin. I forwarded this information in a few words to Jim. Would you mind taking it then? Fate would have it. I was soon walking into bizarre territory, over the upper deck. I carefully knocked on the steel door, just in case, before making my way in. The room atop the bridge, which I now recognized as definitely in the shape of a command cabin, was grander and more stereotypically complex than expected. The only thing it truly missed was a large wooden sailing wheel in sight of the glass walls that covered the window gaps, bursting natural sunlight into the technical enclosure. Although it felt somewhat illegal to do so, I paced around, observing the computers toward the back of the room and the stretched desk afront. There remained the digital imprints useful to a commander, despite there being no one in sight. Maps and numbers prevailed as the shining wave of indicators on the set, every one of which was conveyed in an arrangement of small white lights atop a large screen down the length of my arm, so small I could rest my entire hand upon it. As such, They all merged into one, and several feet later the display would portray another set of numerals. I dared not touch it, or the machines nearby it, and walked carefreely by the set of 4 black chairs that stood affront them. A particularly leathery chair wore a tint of brown, and I figured this to be the captain's, and so I instinctively took the most distance from it. This, however, made my task a challenging race to find the location where the navigator would proceed with his efforts. At first I figured it to be nearby one of the chairs, but in a primary glance I found nothing. This led me to searching all around the room, my eyes spying on the patterned ceiling, flat wooden floors and unusually metallic bolted walls, at the computers near the entrance and the doors down the tight amblery in between the various elements that adorned the walls, most of which bore the style of compasses or additional blank displays, nevertheless ones that appeared recently used. Finally I made my way back, and as I was just about to take, in my mind, the turbulent decision to proceed out the back into one of the adjoining rooms where officers would usually work, at last I found a chair whose direction concealed the sight of several devices. At their sight, I breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it must have been the usual leftmost seat of the navigator. In my black military-issued shoes, I paced in its direction, observing the various equipment nearby, when my blue eyes at last caught sight of an unexpected item, which I now blame responsible for invoking the memories of those weeks. I had first noticed the rotary dial, before the message obtained from sight had reached through the corners of my mind, and the stunning realization came in 3 short, rapid pulses. My heart even skipped a beat. It was the same espresso-colored Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski box I had noticed in the cafeteria, nearly a month before now. I looked around discreetly, before taking a serene step, and reaching with my hand toward it. My fingers rested on the dial, and I ran my thumb through the wood, which felt pleasant, nevertheless threatening. There was some impulsion to turn the dial, set the device and see it in action, but I knew this not to be the right course. Just as I set down the navigation set, overpowering the cute contraption's shadow, I promised to kill whatever remained of my harmful nostalgic affection for it. Part of me could not bear how much it reminded me of Mother and Simon. Abandoning it came with ease once I got to it, turning my face around, marching my feet towards the door, and exiting the room, closing it shut. I chose to forego my mindless idea to observe it from a distance, for I knew it would do no good personally. In a few short moments, I once again smelled the cold breeze of the sea, felt it rushing across my uniform, and paced back to the captain's cabin. Done, I admitted. I can't remember, but I think Ollie gave me a thumbs up then. Work resumed. I had woken up aching slightly several days later. It was my leg in particular, sore and numb, as if it had been hit by a bullet hammer without myself noticing while I had been in the process of falling asleep the night before. Admittedly, I did this rather late, for Arthit and another man by the name of Marcus had kept me up in the engine room. The latter had a somewhat struggling background, which made him more clueless in the matters that came naturally to us. Needless to say, I was pressured into committing myself into the role of a trainer, for a man far more muscular and mild-mannered than me, atop everything. I toyed with my fingers, which seemed to move all right, and proceeded this movement on my whole arm as I scrambled the bedsheets off my chest. As my head fell heavily on the 2 pillows below it, changing rotation, I had found the entire room to be long asleep. Only on disturbed nights had I experienced this unique perspective. Had Isabella escaped my mind? As soon as the name came back, I knew I had started my morning the way I usually did. Several seconds of thoughtless bliss, followed by the name of a girl I truly am convinced I had hardly known. Perhaps this would stop were I to wake up somewhere more interesting, or in danger. But at the time, sailing on the Katrina, it was my belief all throughout that this nasty habit would continue into the far future. As soon as my thought process drifted in the direction of the vicious mental scars attained in my schoolboy days, I knew I could not go back to sleep. But in lieu of the pain and my own sloth, I felt reluctant to get up as well. As such, I remained still for the next several moments, before finally deciding to get off my legs, curl a quick stretch, and sit on the bedside, observing the room. There was nothing, only the sleeping men several yards away, and noises of quiet sea, interrupted by a groan. Not the service I had imagined. I pondered whether the guard had it any different while faring on land, or even in the Mexican plains. How many of our errand men had truly witnessed first-hand conflict, and in parallel to the rolling, sailing machines of metal, did the struggle feel more personal? I knew I'd likely never know, yet nevertheless these questions consumed my conscience. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. The quietness disturbed me, so I stood up once more and decided to silently tread towards the door. Almost immediately I fostered a sense of regret, knowing that the noise I had incited was likely to wake at least several men up. But as the door creaked heavily, open around halfway through, I only heard a distant groan, and the room appeared wide asleep. As such, I chose to walk through it and avoid coming back, entrusting that the fellow sailors would, in their exhaustion, not find me missing too quick. Almost at once the cold wind of yesterweek absorbed me once more. It was the mornings that seemed the brightest and freshest, a new draft-consuming soul. =V=. Several weeks later, the last load of guardsmen departed for the harbor. The reinforcements that first arrived on board the Katrina had already climbed the stairs and complexes of the port, left the fortified scenery behind, and walked into the wall-less land of Tamaulipas. I suppose they grazed and burned the plains and the forests, shooting armed men and ambushing one partisan camp after another, turning the northeastern fragment of what recently became a slightly more centralized Mexican state into nothing but dust and sand. As I observed their gray uniforms and black shoes leave the upper deck in a straight line, the crew assisting in the sudden absence of around a dozen more men than usual, I felt a sigh of relief knowing this segment of our duties had come to an end. On board my previous ship, the Elizabeth, no such command was issued, despite the horrors of the integration and its scar on the lower straits. And the lower straits, too, seemed ever more distant by the day. Each morning after the departure of the guard, I felt freer to partake in what soon became a ritual. I would wake up early, as I did in my days of trial, of exhaust and pain ushered in by oneself in search of discipline. But rather than walk in a straight line ahead the other men, I felt somewhat veteran already, although my commissioned and thoroughly required service had not yet ended. Instead, I was only the first to leave the cabin, parade for several minutes in the cool air of the Gulf, before circling back into the dormitory, where I would enter the showers, exchange some words, and change for the day shortly after the wake-up calls. Several other men came to sight, whether it be Arthit, Tom, Ali. I eventually became acquainted with Michael, who turned out to be short, burly, and with a face of dark facial hair, after seeing Ailey around the ship with him, 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 Ailey around the ship. Jimothy, or Jim, as everyone had grown to call him, was always particularly busy. I scoffed a little whenever I found him such, knowing that he had no burden in taking up so many assignments upon himself. His seriousness never faded. The last combat our ship encountered, and one I could truly recollect in the latter years, was of significant importance in this time, although rather unexpected at first. It was largely a narrative of rapid escalation. The Katrina once again moved into hostile naval territory and encountered two small Mexican destroyers. One of our crewmen quickly determined the red and green flag signified a rebel ship, associated with the troop of Guanajuato. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Although the force that had ruled this city and began ruling it roughly a year into the integration owned no naval outlets, it had been known to commission ships to fight off Arcanian convoys. The threat to transport had been at least partially why many beds that would otherwise have housed additional sailors to assist in operating vessels were dedicated to sneaking in ground troops. Because ships like the Katrina often did not bear the appearance of a man-packed citadel, and indeed we were not, for we had just returned the remaining soldiers to the port several days prior, and were now a few dozen short ships belonging to renegades would often try to avoid conflict. And yet the sailor who found himself on the lookout that day rapidly shouted throughout the deck that the destroyers did not seem to move. As soon as this yelling aroused a havoc on the ship, and several more men had run down to check, a small panic arose. Even I, down on the lowest of decks, performing routine maintenance, had soon gotten word of it. I had been there precisely because I had been alerted of their state that morning after the showers. As my feet rushed up the escalator, and before my boots could step on the deck, Dooley had ran out of his office. The commissioned officer's hand ran across his hat, and he held onto it in the breeze, his white uniform strapped tightly. Dooley noticed the ship from afar, and several more men came with. The sailor who had originally spotted the ship was now cornered from his right by a man named Liam, and Jim stood not too far from him, seemingly having come with. There seemed to be an exchange between the three, but almost none of us could hear, and various separate chatters broke across the floor. There were so many of us there that day, it almost seemed like the Katrina was a loaf of sweet bread sanctioned by 1,000 ants. As I later understood the situation, the red and green varied from the green and black combination that Dooley had been used to. Apparently, the last few ships the Katrina had stumbled across bore the green and black on a vertical pallet and assisted with a three-pointed star. The large black trifold on her side and the cantaloupe flag told the rebels from miles away that our ship had been here to fight the commencement. And yet, they did not seem to move. The officer shouted for Keith, a lanky man, to run up to the command cabin. He had apparently recently taken up the job of radio communicator. He was clueless and unfocused even then, with the form of a man who would have taken an hour to find an item. But by the end of the minute, in the urgency of the matter, he too reached for the stairs and befell upon the metallic steps, opening the door above the upper deck with a thud and entering the bridge. Our flag continued flying. Dooley hung onto his handheld radio, exchanging chatter with Keith and Captain Evergreen. He made eyes with Jim, who had apparently been told to disperse the crowd, and many of my compatriots from the engine room had been told to disassemble temporarily and retreat there. I did not follow this command, instead walking only several steps away, adjoining another group, and carefully observing. Soon enough, one of the marked ships in the distance began moving. In the corner of my eye, I noticed Arthit in a fast tread towards me. He appeared to stare all around, before finally finding me with the corner of his eyes and sprinting decisively in my direction. Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski. What now? He prompted in tension. We had not spoken before then since the morning. Not sure, I answered. They're looking them on. I think they don't know whether to engage. Arthit looked on into the distance. He spotted each of the red and green marked ships, and did so with a sense of both bewilderment and familiarity. There's two of them, but they're small. I already knew all this, but chose to not make any remark, instead looking him on as he appeared to set his eyes on the contraptions. The one approaching us from the east, whose details I could not see through the rays of the sun beaming across the cloudless sky, did so at a spiraling exponential speed. The other rotated slowly, but also became larger with time. I don't see why they would take the risk, Arthit added. I muted his voice as I took several steps forward, and at that moment, saw Dooley ask several other men to rush with him into the command cabin as well. It seemed a matter of urgency, and I tried to listen to the passing voices, but could not make out anything aside from an immediate sense of danger. My blood twirled at the thought that the damage possibly incurred by either of these ships could have been enough to down us, even with the Katrina heavily armed and seemingly ready for battle. I was also puzzled at the amount of men, especially after the last such situation, that had actually followed orders and retreated into their jobs deep inside the ship, despite the impending danger. I could not help but wonder what they thought. As I did not see myself retreating, and could not observe the situation from too close, I caught sight of another group of men on the lower deck, and approached them, in plain, although distanced view of the approaching ships, which merged in their outbreak. It seemed clear their bout was well adjoined, and that they had not only been set on the annihilation of our mission, but had been friendly with one another. It must have become clear to Dooley, watching this from the command cabin, perhaps by Captain Evergreen's side, that we were in danger. Whether or not these ships had both been commissioned by Guanajuato, or altered their insignia, they appeared to know that they could no longer let us pass as neutrals, and that if they were not to assault first and in a sense of accord, we could have just as well decided to stamp them out individually like cockroaches in the dirt. Whether we would have mattered little, because the rebels had attained a sense of fear and were prepared to use it as fuel for their offensive. Soon enough, our guns began turning too, and I heard another clang, and a metallic whir drift across the ship that only could have suggested noise in the communicative form would also break. As I predicted, shouts followed several seconds after, and the dispersed men came back to their positions on another officer's orders. The Katrina turned on its side, as if to show the incoming vessels that their proximity was suicidal, and it was prepared to strike. Although the incoming ships, ready to fire turrets, had slowed their speed and halted their advance for a brief minute, they did not seem deterred from the path of war. My heartbeat increased at the growing rage around me, which left me feeling like a cell in the body of a tiger cub hunting his first. Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski. Prey. Even though I did not look into the face of death, it was something damningly close. Suddenly another whir broke, and I listened as several men were told to approach the upper deck and load the naval shells. Noise of readied weaponry carried our defensive. In my attempt to depart from the noise, I walked the deck all the way to the fence, in dangerous proximity to the sea, covering the sight of the morning's rising sun so that I could look eastward at the paralleling homing force. I saw the men outfitted in rebel attire, worn and tried, looking at our faces with equal ferocity. Their demeanor looked not so far apart from ours. It was clear even to our blurred, angered eyes that they were human men alike to us. But with their loaded shells and the steel decks lined up below them as well as us, they looked equally poised to wipe us to shreds, caring not for the tears to be shed by the families of my compatriots. Feeling cornered, no sense of remorse remained within me, and indeed I was sure that if I were the standing officer deemed responsible, or in the role of the captain, I would have fired the entire arsenal immediately, and even called for backup. It did not take long for my initial shock to pass, as I understood the situation around me had unraveled into all-out combat. One of the destroyers had fired a shell in the direction of the Katrina, which missed by only several yards. Another one followed, and the ship turned below us from a warning position to rushing straight ahead. The men around me readied to positions apt to fire our rounds once we approached the rebel vessels with apt distance. Yells, commands, and chatter over microphones accompanied the orchestra of composite weaponry. In the confusion, I forgot myself. The following 10 minutes were a spiral of mayhem as I ran through bodies of sailors, checked on the engine room fearing of damage to equipment, and treaded my boots on the inflowing water, now covering the entire lower deck of the ship as it tilted from side to side, attempting to move within optimal range while dodging the turrets, which unfortunately struck both minor and vital components in intervals of some 90 seconds. This prompted many to run up quickly, in fear of their lives, just to check on the apparatus. It was our belief that the enemy was stupefied at our advance, and even frightened of us. None of the men aboard the ship could have corrected the error, for we were all too busy running around like rats in a bag. But at one point or another, one of the men whose eyes I had met from nearly a mile away, through the mist and the fog of the late morning, had told his like-minded kind aboard the vessels that whenever a turret hit a part of our ship, several men would follow. In the crowding of the Katrina, and apparent lack of orders at the distractions of the usual officers, the standing officers were left dazzled, and this pattern would repeat. As it did, the enemy took notice. Tom Evergreen ran with another fellow past me in the direction of a large anti-aircraft gun on the upper deck of the ship. I had said nothing, as I proceeded into the engine room to investigate. Some 3 minutes later, as I ran up, I heard only the agonizing screams of man, and yells from several others. There was the boy and several others surrounding him, Tom included and hanging just above, attempting to cling to his arm. The enemy turret had been fired, and... Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski pulled down half his face along with it, as he bled on the floor of the ship to his death. I left the scene as promptly as possible, feeling inclined to throw up, as the body of a man named Herman Jackson Batswinger was dragged down several stairs in the bright light of the sun. Seconds escalated into minutes, then into hours. The tension flowed in a pattern unrecognizable, until there was general conviction in the echelons of the sailormen that a resolution was near. I had time to walk around some 30 minutes later and analyze the situation. To check up, so to say, though I had no real reason to. We won. All but one survived. There was ample celebration that evening among many in the crew. It broke the moment Dooley had first run down from the stairs and met the eyes of fellow men with a tear of relief, and continued into the late evening. The crew of the Katrina had been told, within the last 3 minutes of exchanged fire, to unleash the entire arsenal of the left deck, facing south, toward the nearest destroyer. The shells downed the lower half of the cruiser, awaking panic in its men. The fire which began on board that ship burned the entire wood floor, spiraling through the quarters and enclosed rooms, even the kitchen perhaps, had the Mexican rebels found themselves possessing one. Within moments the ship had revealed itself as a casket of steel alloy and benched metallic wall, the bones of a corpse, flipping halfway down. Even in the bright light beaming down on us, before the clouds had once again covered the sky around noon, the sight of the burning vessel appeared terrifying in pure terms. The other vessel, hit by turrets, retreated. As soon as the Katrina went into chase, with the men blasting shell after shell in demand of further revenge for Jack's own life, as well as the injuries sustained by a good amount of the cleaning squad, who too had joined in the effort, the speed of the combat had risen. It grew so rapid that we had practically hovered above the sea, chasing the other crew like a rogue airplane. If it were not for their quick engines, our ship would have surely rammed into theirs. But our turrets blasting half of their burning quarters and lowering the fabricated flag off their mast was deemed enough to satisfy the situation. The lack of further ammunition and the rumor of retreat orders from an admiral on the coast did not help. With the trifold in black on our ship's gray-painted side, and the cantaloupe and black flag waving higher than ever, we performed a strategic retreat in glory and grief. Dooley had promised that evening to usher revenge on the rebels, one faithful day, and used the opportunity to convince many sailormen to stay past their conscription, after they had been rewarded with the laborious status of adulthood. Some 20-year-olds obeyed. Most simply grabbed stocked alcohol, in these small glass bottles stamped by the guard with hefty brown-backed labels, and retreated into the dormitories. Jack's body was thrown overboard. The next morning's wake-up was our most difficult yet, but I did have time to observe the sea from behind the fence, to take in the wind of the day. =6 Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. We found ourselves in need of more men for unrelated reasons. Our crew had already been massive, even for a ship as unreasonably sized as the Katrina, but with new men now being charged with cleanup and switch-arounds in laundry. Some of the more prestigious positions upon the ship were now in no hands at all. This included radio communicator. For one reason or another, Keith often found himself unable to perform these duties, and a command was issued for replacement. After duly observed our ranks in the morning head count, a man by the name of Donald was chosen. This was a disappointment to the crew, for we knew Donald to be rather uncoordinated. After the officer had left, there was vibrant shouting. Particularly vocal was my recent acquaintance in Michael, who despite his low stature and burly proportions, was especially great at shouting and causing havoc. Many of us were afraid the standing officer would return, but no such luck. I didn't know when it happened, but my thoughts drifted away from Isabella in the last few weeks of the voyage. Perhaps I had gotten too accustomed, too comfortable to become distracted. But it felt in large part like a nail in my head. I had waited years for the relief of it being dragged out, of my skin once again disguising the back of my skull, of hair growing back in its place. Instead, the horrid apparition had snuck into my brain and been shut in a fold, growing snug like a parasite, becoming part of me. I feared that one day it would appear more visible than ever, and try to break back out, but tried not to think of it. Instead, I thought of other matters, and again of Whitestock. Had I grown homesick? You could say that. But maybe there was a part of me that missed the open air. It was the part that had modified my days and made me more nostalgic, while drifting my thoughts away from the pain incurred by sea-induced loneliness. Although the steel floors of the ship were not much different than those of home, just as layered and artificial as the places where I had attained age, there was a sense of calmness in not having water constantly move below you. I sought with open gratitude to once again touch upon those floors, and pondered constantly when that day would come, knowing both the horror and surprise that would strike if my life did not reach that point. I knew Jack wasn't lucky enough. But for some reason I could not fathom that reality. For even in my days of service I knew full well there was a life ahead of me. I could go on and blame the events of the integration for my life's course. But the truth was, I was never born to comply, or fit into any particular order. From my youngest days, there was an urge within me to do whatever I could to rebel, whatever was necessary. I took the compliance of the military as a Spartan effort, and did not even evaluate the idea of further conscription. To follow commands from men like Dooley from the rest of my life, charismatic and orderly men, yet nevertheless a sector of men who had complied all their life only to choose a man like Donald for a job, and to run to give orders at the sight of combat, was not an ideal place. I took pleasure only in truly surprising my superiors. And when I was devoid of pleasure, I made my own. One way or the other, I found a way to give myself some peace of mind, and to take a piece of what I had and make it truly my own. By the time my voyage drew to a close, I was entirely comfortable with the idea of being on the ship for several more days, all the time. It didn't mean I did not miss a sense of individuality, for I fully believed going home would provide that. A part of me was still misled by my memories. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. =7 There was a serene melody, a sort of poem in the conscious spirit of the waves moving below the steel behemoth of our ship. I held a sincere impression that each tossing motion of the ocean waters was yet another punch dealt to the mechanism in an intricate attempt to determine how long the Katrina could last in the face of natural adversity. Minutes rushed against one another in a test of time, and if one shut their eyes in just the right amount, they could perhaps notice as the sun moved again the gray sky, spiraling from the east toward another edge entirely, one twitch at a time. We swiftly acknowledged the fact we were approaching the coast as the apprehension in our ranks built. Echelons of sailors casually formed groups and dismissed themselves from duties in the absence of supervising officers. Oftentimes, they would find themselves looking overboard, as many of us did if time permitted, awaiting the first sign of our return. It came in the form of an airplane, a jet flying close overhead us, as if rapidly flinging itself above the ship and all that surrounds it. Suddenly we felt as if the exile of our artificial cage had been lifted. Like an arrow or a spear, the mechanism hurled at an enormous speed, as if it were a projectile moving across the barren, flat surface of the sky. The clouds that had accumulated above us dispersed earlier just enough for us to see its pointy needle structured at the nose, with the shielded glass of the cockpit glimmering just above, tiny from a distance. A couple men had gathered on the upper and lower deck to observe this aircraft. It had been the first we identified as not only Arcanian in origin, but emerging from the direction of Whitestock. The plane flew only with a slight turn in its curve and seemed to approach from the direction the Katrina faced in the east. We drew closer toward the bay by the minute, as the virgin waters carried us to the destination. More men began joining this humble group, and remarkably myself in the accompaniment of Arthit, who still hung by my side to the end of that day, soon turned into myself in the accompaniment of half a dozen men, all of whom I had become familiar with. Men like Tom Evergreen, towering above us, joined our side. With him came Michael, then Keith, while Jim and Ailey drew closely behind. Within a few minutes we all calmly hung on the fences, observing the moving seas below us, waiting with anticipation to see the edges of our home within the hour. "I thought we'd end up like Jack, honestly," Al commented. "I didn't think we'd make it." He turned his head from the leftmost barricade towards the rest of the group to his right, but received only a light chuckle. Tom certainly wasn't smiling, but he did not place a comment, acknowledging that to break such a tolerant moment would be all-out improper. "None of us did," Jim broke the curse, hanging on an interruption. The men to his sides looked towards him, and I joined them. "Even if it's mandated, soldiers don't go to war every day thinking they're going to make it. And although we're not exactly soldiers, I think—" He paused for a moment. "I think that we prevailed, just because we were under the impression that tomorrow, Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski, and later Tomorrow Come, would be better. You know? That we wouldn't have to endure this shit." To this I nodded my head in full settlement, for I knew almost perfectly what the lad had referred to. I had faced my own struggle in this search for purpose, and to admit, even halfway, that my practice had been crossed enough times to share experience with others, was a rather relieving feeling at the time. The airplane drew out of our joint sight by now, a speckled dot on the horizon affront us. Michael yelled at a few of the men, and then Keith led the way, previously stuck in another conversation, to the other side of the fence. Each step, we drew closer toward the cabin quarters and the planted stairs, and farther from the west, where the lower straits would greet those redeployed. Convicted I'd never have to see those harbors in person again, I breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and followed these men in their chatter. As we dispersed along the fence again, most kept their positions, with Jim shoved somewhere in the middle, and Ailey all the way to the left. There was Michael in between them, and on Jim's right the rest of us, Arthit, Keith, me and Tom remained in that order. I was shoved neatly between Keith's right shoulder and Tom's arm, although even in the group, resting my arms on the fence gave me just enough comfort. "The hour approaches," Tom smirked, lightly tapping on the peripherals of the fence. Some of the guys nodded courteously. "It's crazy that we have to do all this just to get stamped," Michael commented. "It used to be, what, one tour, 1 year, give or take." Nah. It happened that some of the men on the ship, in their middle 20s, had taken a pause between their deployments for personal reasons, and as such had not yet attained official documentation. To them, this voyage represented the official passage into adulthood, the attainment of freedom. It was a strictly legal procedure, but to men like Michael, facing such an obstacle was certainly a thorn on the neck. I tried to empathize. "Yeah," Tom replied to him, "long ago, before the integration." There was that word again. "I don't get it," Michael added. I just don't get it. A few burned buildings and suddenly the entire peninsula below us in crisis, martial law for 20 months, empty shelves." "You think they escalated it?" Keith asked. The conversation was ruptured by an unexpected yell. "Don't even suggest that. Those bastards got us first. We just did what we had to. I don't like having to do this for documents as much as anyone else, but we're protecting ourselves." Jim spoke to the onlooking men. "Keith, you should know better than anyone how those sons of bitches can take life." "That was unnecessary," Ale replied. perhaps using the body of Michael as a shield to guard himself from more abrupt criticism. You really should not mention that. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Agreed. Tom finally touched the topic. We all saw what happened to Jack. We all regret it. He sighed heavily. But that doesn't mean we can't be worried for our lives back home. We stared into the distance. How do you think those lives will be like? I asked the men. Likely the same thing as here, only in the real world, Keith answered. As long as we've been here on this deck, the schools have worked, the shops vended items, the factories made steel and metal, and laundries printed clothes. Those elevated nests haven't changed, and those walls are as thick as they've been, and probably will be. It's always the same. We're just a bit above the margin. He makes poetry, Arthit chuckled. But I knew Keith to be right then, at least in this regard. As long as I have remembered Whitestock, it was an unchanging, barricaded metropolis. Our lives and their meaning would not have altered if we had stayed on board for longer or shorter. As I pondered this thought, I turned around to several shouts behind me. Unexpectedly, I witnessed several men throwing their hands toward the distance and pointing out things on the elevated cabin. 2 ran up the stairs, and the minute I turned around again, they ran down, hastily looking for the officer. I knew something to be wrong, and Arthit, now accompanying me in this observation, knew this too. Guys, he caught the other's attention. What's going on? I don't know, Tom added. I think they're looking for something. Suddenly we witnessed a hint of beige and white in the distance, the clothes of a walking man. Dooley sped the floor, rapidly turning his head and searching through the groups of sailors. As I tried my luck to determine what had happened, in the significance of a mere static onlooker, my heart was taken aback as Dooley made direct eye contact with me and began walking in my direction. In view of this, both Tom and Arthit began to squint, and the other men soon joined them, hearing his boots stamp against the ground from a distance. I froze and knew not what to do. "Anderson!" he shouted. I looked to see if his eyes had rested on my badge, and sure enough, they did. We had never spoken previously, and the officer looked threatening and in need of my assistance. I was shocked. "You have to come with me." To refuse the order was not an option, so I did not even look back at the group as I marched with Officer Dooley down the ambulary, up onto the upper deck, taking each of the steps on the stairs. I continued hearing his boots ring sharply against the metal, and the officer almost ran toward the direction of what I assumed was the command cabin, and so I picked up my pace too. It did not take long for me to resume my tread within those perimeters, entering the rooms I last remembered from mere cleaning duty. As soon as the doors of the command cabin opened, I witnessed several men running by the computers, many of whom I recognized from sight. There had to be around 9 men in the room in total, not counting Officer Dooley and Captain Evergreen. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Although I continued looking toward Dooley, waiting for him to explain, the officer did not turn around and only sprinted toward the captain, who rested his eyes on a screen that seemed to indicate the diameter of one of the decks, the condition of an engine, and the rotation of the ship in relative comparison to the geographic location of our terminus. The target bay at Whitestock was outlined on another, with the details for our port. That screen hung just above the radio communicator's station, several chairs away from the captain. The espresso-colored box I had encountered nearly a month before still laid there, but even more urgently, there was the unmanned navigator's set. There seemed to be no one in sight to manage it. Before one of the men in the room approached me to explain the task, I had realized it. My only question was as to why they had chosen me. As a tall fellow with green eyes I had never spoken to before, elaborated that rumor had admitted I had some special knowledge of the apparatus required for communication with the shore. I attempted to give off the impression that I was listening. Truly, I was only looking to pass the time so I could ask him a question. When one of his sentences drew to a close, I took the opportunity and motioned to the man in front of me. Wouldn't Keith be better for this job? Or Donald, seeing that it's his duty? The man before me patiently explained that Donald had been discharged after accidentally halting one of the processes in the equipment that morning, which led to an all-out accident the likes of which I was witnessing, and that Keith no longer held the authorization to command this post. It soon became apparent to me that they had dragged in several men here before me, and if I did not take the opportunity, another man would. Then there would be no telling what would happen. I nodded at everything the fellow said, staring onto a badge on his chest that only said Smith. As soon as he was done, I made eye contact, nodded slightly, and indicated that I would at least give it a try. Dooley soon found me again, and the two men walked me over to the radio communicator station and sat me down in the rolling chair. I began to examine the equipment, the sweat and shouting intervening with my thoughts cycling in the moment. Several men hung their bodies above me, overlooking as I moved my arms and enacted settings, rushing me to figure out what would have been a week's worth of practice without assistance. Finally, one lowered their head to help, and another soon followed. These were the three of us, reduced to marinemen staring at an appliance we knew nothing of. Perhaps if the command had chosen someone far more competent at the job months before, the incident would not have occurred. But the minutes drew by quickly, and I had realized myself, for the first time, at the helm of something I was not prepared for in the slightest. Furthermore, I was one of many in a trial. If there was an opportunity, I had to reach for it now. But the presence of the radio just before me and the shouting around the room did not make my job any easier. I had naturally been worse at locating and retrieving items than most, unable to picture their place without assistance. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. It was why I had been put in the depths with the machines, rather than set in the laundry or on cleaning duty. One could not lose a 3-ton iron box below ship. Being in the command cabin, above nearly all the men, put me into a rare situation. For a moment I felt myself the captain, only younger, leading the return journey of the Katrina, and then the moment of terror came. As I used my hands to toy with the knobs, I found that if I were to fail, the men after me would likely do so as well. They could not possibly run this degree of complex equipment through hundreds without error, for if so many men after training could not bear it, it was unlikely others would. I felt a rush of danger crawl through me, and even with the help on its way, the moment seemed placidly terrifying. "Terminus ahead, 43 degrees, a voice rung out in the distance. Simultaneously, I felt the push of a hand above my shoulder, attempting to grab a small lever on the side of the set. "Just push that," a fellow's voice ran. The green-eyed exponent looked on in his direction for a moment, before resuming his walk to the end of the room. As soon as I managed to do so, he returned to his post at the back of the command cabin, where the computers had been. I heard the door open and close, and the distant sound of printing paper. Light drops of rain began to shatter against the glass affront us, cluing in that the sky might be about to cloud, and off the top of my brow my eye noticed men disappear off the lower deck. I did not have the time to examine their faces or even shirts, as another man to my left played with parts of the device in his hand. I noticed a blinker to my right thumb, near the covered detail of the espresso-colored radio standing near me, begin flickering. When I pushed the aforementioned lever again, it began doing so less rapidly, slowing down. "Terminus ahead, 46 degrees, a voice rang out again. It had become apparent to my only then that the captain had little to no clue how the wind direction and climate conditions affected his calculations. We had been shifting around in circles, hoping that like a faulty arrow, we would eventually arrive towards the port, which could have been anywhere. From the continuing shouting of the men around me, who began swiftly running in and out of the command cabin, minding their own separate tasks, I understood that our main objective was to return on a path directly to Whitestocks Bay, situated on a mesmerizing river delta, captivatingly spilling into the flat barrier of the ocean. If we had arrived on any other location, our ship would need wait near the walls for an armed rescue, or could perhaps not locate the hub or any of the nests at all, cutting us from communication. My hands had still been placed on the device, but shaking now, furthermore understanding the urgency of the situation. For the first time in a while, I actually began to sweat, faced with a challenge inexplicable. "Ahead, 47 degrees, it continued. "Here, grab this piece." Another hand handed a small key to me. I struggled for a place to put it, and eventually found a small hole in which it fit. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. To my right, Officer Dooley conversed with Captain Evergreen. I overlooked the screen in the distance, ignoring the insistence of the engineers hanging above me, trying to evaluate the mathematics behind it. Other screens around the room also displayed similar measures. Finally, I had been handed a headset, complete with a microphone, separate from the one on the set. I separated the previously utilized earmuffs, broken and invalid, from the apparatus. They were linked by a small chain and a copper wire, which upon removal separated a small area of the box. I began investigating it too with my bare finger. I thought I heard them shout 49 or something of the sort in the background, but I was far too invested. With the sense of urgency, I finally decided to put the earmuffs upon my head and began lightly tapping the microphone. "What will you say?" I heard a voice above me ask. Before I could figure an answer, marching footsteps came to the response. Dooley finally came over to me and began inspecting the apparatus. With a quick look, he stared away, now in the direction of the man. "Don't aggravate it." I continued pressing my finger onto it, finally hearing the officer's words above me. "Anderson, repeat the words after me." He had taught me the phrase. Without waiting, I attempted to speak to the dead microphone. The men behind me, shut off from seeing a good part of the device, had no way of knowing how impractical this task was, although I figured they would find hope, even in me speaking into the radio set, using it for its intended purpose. "Signal," I repeated the officer's words one by one. "This is Katrina, reporting to Whitestock. Do you hear us?" There came no response from any of the nests. I tried again, as if it were real. "Signal. This is Katrina, reporting to Whitestock." A fair bit of silence. Someone screamed 58. "Do you hear us?" No response came, and the men around me began getting frustrated. Nevertheless, I found myself making progress, and even in the urgency of the moment found myself somewhat at peace. My finger had now made its way entirely around the turn of the box, and toward a small insertion where it began twitching and scrubbing against a piece of metal. I turned the lever once more, and another time after it. I found the intervals in between my turns to alter the speed at which the light began blinking. But with seemingly no pattern in these blinks, and a lack of reaction across the rest of the set, I figured it to be the matter of a malfunction. I could do nothing but break the silence with small alterations in between every attempt, hoping to avoid a polar reaction from either side of the device. The entire process was somewhat less difficult than I thought it to be. As they began shouting for 60, a large part of the set had found itself humming. I began to notice my microphone slowly lower into the insertion, and the wire appeared to spin, although my eyes did not focus too much on it. It was as if the entire mechanism had tightened, in preparation for the embedded computer inside it to begin broadcasting the message. But then, nothing came. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. I witnessed Captain Evergreen began moving around my shoulder, although it was unlikely he even looked towards me, hearing the commands of other men around him, arm on his back. The bald-headed man was dressed fancily enough for a general, in a navy blue uniform, and with a greatly oversized hat. His boots stamped against the ground, and I pretended in my mind it was the noise of my fingers trembling around the mechanism. There was a hope within me that someone would hand me a screwdriver, knife, toothpick, any object of the sort. But nothing came. I heard a distant shout for 70, and my panic resurged. But it was as if the device began to shiver. My voice now reverbed throughout the room, which became quiet. "Signal," I nervously stated once more, confident in making a change. "This is Katrina, reporting to Whitestock." I heard a small hum emerge from the box, as if the sound of static. To this, one of the men pleasantly nodded, and I thought I heard a silenced cheer in the back of the room, where 2 to 3 manned the computers. Upon my words, and a "do you hear us?" however, there was no response. I continued trying, and it must have taken a minute. I heard the cry of 74. "This is Katrina," I said, but the voice in my earmuffs and affront the desk did not let me finish. The hum resumed, and to it, the green-eyed interpreter rushed towards me, his long legs stamping below, and reached for the box before me. His fingers' clicks on the radio frightened me for a moment, but taken aback, I continued with rehearsing the words taught to me by the officer. "Reporting to Whitestock," I struggled. "Can you—" I paused. "Do you hear us?" The men looked on in my direction, and I felt them judging me. In any moment, I felt, they could have dismissed me entirely. I hoped that my work was not in vain. There was a highly pitched noise emerging from the radio at first, but as another hand reached for it, nearly kicking over my seat with the mass of another engineer behind me, the hints of a noise continued. We heard a voice on the other end, and for a second, I thought I smiled. The next several minutes were a blur, and there was no celebration of the kind I had expected. The feeling of fear and frustration did not disappear at once, but slowly vanished over a minute as the situation leveled itself. And by no means was I thanked or even escorted out of the cabin, as little men even knew me to be there, besides my comrades who were formerly on the bridge. As the rain continued tapping on the glass shield hanging above us, the man shouting the numbers began decreasing in count, which had rapidly fallen to somewhere around 45. I looked around. Within a few seconds it was down to 41, and then seemed to slow entirely. The sound of the printing paper had too fallen into mere background noise, now covered by the audible sound of tapping keys and the computerized bleeps of machines around me. When I finally found myself no longer needed, I fetched the door and walked the path of the metal elevation once more. The captain's quarters had their door open as well, but there was no one inside, and I aimed to stray away from them. Instead, I descended down the stairs with the rain slowing around me, hearing the chant of Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski, Ordinary Men Below. We were on course for home, and the futile march had ended at last. Several minutes later, I had passed the spot where Jack's willpowers had spilled along with his eyes and veins across the silver floor, and shuddered a bit, like a small animal stumbling upon a human corpse in the wild. Something told me not to step over it, to avoid it with my body, and it was highly instinctive. I did so, stumbling a foot to the left. With the lapse of soldiers toward Mexico and our ship no longer serving the purposes of a makeshift convoy, the dormitories seemed much less packed, and as I waited inside for the rain to draw to a close, I heard the scrubbing of shoes, turning of pages, the clicking noises of gadgets and means and keys, as well as their clinging, rapidly agitating sound. I sat on the edge of my bed, restless, my body subsiding upon it. I had chosen willingly that afternoon to forget much of what happened in the past, and the feeling of escalating apprehensions within my limbs, the small sheltering glimpse of my heart, narrowly shivering memories and nervous jiggle of my fingernails left me restive and awaiting our downfall toward the coast. Several days before turning 20, I felt myself retired. =8. I heard them shouting for the fireflies in the evening. I really had not seen a firefly since my days off the 53rd, but even the new commercial district was a no-fly zone. I figured seeing a firefly off the ship would be noteworthy, and quickly lifted myself out of bed. I was there reading a pamphlet with my roommate to the right of me and pillow in front. Devoid of temporary respect to either, I turned in the direction of the door, and loosely dressed, began peering out along with a group of other men. Some had gathered by the window, but even towards the end of our voyage, I would not have missed the opportunity to look outside by moving my body through the perimeter of the door. I grabbed the side of it and reached out into the air. Cloud and mist obscuring the sky made the observance of a sunrise impossible, but I did not count on it. So close to the pollution of the metropolitan area and the heavily disruptive coastal climate we had been used to at home, it was truly unlikely for us to get much joy out of the pure skies. The heavens were often gray, and today was no different. But indeed, as I felt the breeze run around me, so too did my sight introduce a new view. It actually was, in full form, a firefly. The gigantic metal beam confessing the panorama of its lantern-lit shaft appeared before us, hanging in the likes of an air balloon above the skies. Heavily armed, the rigid airship appeared to swim on the clouds, unobscured by them to any degree, shining and glowing from afar. Absent from supervision, the men slowly gathered around, and like little boys we pointed and watched it, our tasks of the day finished, and never more allowed to look on. It was a rare glimpse of beauty in Arkaine, however tumultuous and powerful, much like staring into the face of an angel. Its humming persisted as the Katrina narrowed into these shallow waters preceding the White Stock. The sea below switched from a dark, nearly lightless shade into a peach-tinted blue, and then to a cyan, obscured by the thinning night. From such a distance, the firefly sounded almost like a small air vent. It croaked in a pulse of Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski around 20 seconds, after which the hum would be interrupted by a modest growl, before resuming, and doing this in a cycle. I heard the cries of men around me. "It is," one said, "different than I imagined." But it truly is. The object seemed to not increase in proximity or distance to the ship, and only seemed to hover, lonely in the sky. It appeared to us quickly that it was here to stay, and the chatter soon dissolved. Some men vanished into the mist and reappropriated themselves across ship. But nevertheless, I recollect staying in that precise spot and staring up onto the developed mechanism, seeing before me a several hundred-ton machine of metal float above the air, as if it were lighter than it. The rigid dirigible appeared to defy whatever laws of the cosmos I had established in my mind. So long I had stared into the mechanism that I had missed an awakening. It came in the form of shouting, waves of yells emerging from nearby. When I looked down, I saw men raising their fists, pointing, throwing one another onto the fence in anticipation, and they gathered like ants again on the front of the ship. Within less than a minute, the empty and unoccupied deck became filled to the brink with bodies, each of them hollering in celebration. I witnessed Arthit's back in the crowd, his skin peeling against the white uniform. The evening had drifted into night, and I was guided to him only by the lights on board the ship and the lanterns of the Firefly reflecting the metal floor. By their guide, I caught up to him, and with a hit on the shoulder and a smack to my right and left leg, pushed myself through the array of bodies. At first I had failed to see anything in the distance, but as I attempted to follow the arms and fingers thrown overboard by the men, I began peering to my right. Through the gray cover of the steam, I saw in the distance a miniature wall. With each swing of the engines below us, and the slow hum of the Katrina, the sea grew tighter, and the wastelands buried below the Whitestock hub grew farther. Arthit looked down onto the water, where at a linear point in close approach to the ship, the ocean level looked to drop in half. The liquid below us now appeared gray and misty, and with a jerk became a pasture for the ship to slowly slide on as it decreased in speed. Shouts behind the men rearranged them to various positions on the ship to prepare for the docking, and the sight began to set in. I watched the port from afar, obscured like a grain of sand on a large silver plate. The terminus where ships traveled upward and down a slide and made a turn into a hole was covered from all sides by a massive wall, throughout which an assortment of 4 or 5 colossal nists emerged, shaped like windowless control towers with large circular podiums above each one. Arthit soon noticed me and grabbed me by the shoulder. He had spoken some, but in awe of the moment, his words escaped my mind. "You said we'd never be here too," I finally heard him say. "That we'd never get here." And we did. Some of us did, others did not. For the former, this was an encounter of a lifetime, for they knew that likewise to me, they would remember it through the decades. Their journey toward adulthood, which they had anticipated the end of, in literal terms, since their birth, had finally been completed. Many of the men failed to understand their expedition, for they had still been like boys waving their arms around in the paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski swimming pool, hoping to learn to stay afloat. In this struggle, they had forgotten that the edge was just within reach, and had now taken the first step toward the open, fresh air. They reluctantly fetched their positions. Many men on cleaning and laundry duty, as well as those who served the dormitories and lunchroom, had nothing else to do. They had completed their jobs before, and were free to reduce themselves to staring at Whitestock, perhaps their last time on the outside of the gigantic metropolis, taking in the anticipation of receiving their documents and returning to a legal civilian life. However, me and Arthit would almost certainly not get such an opportunity. I had even packed all but my pamphlet and several manuscripts for review earlier, to ensure that I could simply fetch my items once dismissed and march up the stairs of the port. Unfortunately, this was not to be, as after a harrowing 20 to 35 minutes in the lower engine room with my compatriot, we were finally called, and this was to an interruption. Duly marched onto the upper deck and made an announcement. Through the bodies of the men, I noticed that we had already been near the coast. The Katrina almost pressed onto what was formerly merely a grain of sand in the distance. The sight of a wall reaching into the far distance terrified me, for I could not move anywhere without seeing the barrier, and as a result of forgetting what it had looked like, my mind posed it as alarming. Many sailors around me appeared to share the sentiment but listened closely to the standing officer's words regardless. It had been his perhaps calmest and most technical speech yet, and dismissed with a thud, the confusion following it discouraging me from retreating into the engine room once more. I searched for Arthit, and upon finding him on the upper deck, shared my knowledge of their status. He had told me that another man would take care of it, and that I was free to retreat into my dormitory. And I must have waited there for a close 2 hours. Dozens came in and out, searching through their items. They began taking out clothes and brushes and other essential items, some returning to bed. I saw Michael from afar, pressing his head onto the pillow of the bed in ignorance of the loud-hearted chatter around him, his heart beating through the chest. Like him, many men had merely returned to sleep, perhaps tired of labor, no longer in awe of the barrier, and calmed by the closure of finally arriving. Multiple had been convinced that they would simply be woken once the preparations had been complete, perhaps by the shout of fellow men around them, or an officer who could no longer truly reprimand them. I did not seek to return to the fence, for I had little interest in the noises of boots stamping upon the metal floor, and the sound of men running from place to place, attempting to figure out just how the ship would close in. I was only glad that despite the incoherent situations of the many months spent on board, we had in effect arrived back at the hub, and that I would find myself among the men soon returning to bedrooms that did not float. Thus I was glad when I felt the ground move below me and heard the shouts of the men waking up around me, for I knew that the Katrina had been lifted by a glossy metal lorry shell and was being in effect pushed up the slide. The water soon swiveled it from side to side, and it descended down a slide, to underneath the ground, taking a turn. I had seen from a side-eye the green-eyed gentleman of Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski before, who had opened the door to our dormitory quietly and held it with his right arm, telling us of an order to remain inside. Around half a minute after his leaving, the first men had taken their belongings and left their dormitories. 5 minutes later came the shout for all of us to leave, and one by one we stood in a line, bags, cases, and plastics, grips around our fingers, books and cassettes, wallets and photos beneath our forearms and elbows, shoved neatly in preparation to leave. The slow march descended down the lower deck, and the air, along with the rest of the world, turned around us. It must have been close to midnight. Nay. A barrier of bulky alloy drew a cautious brink of the fertile river, passing it in small digs. It scrupulously shielded the megapolis of Whitestock from both the horizon ahead and the slow currents of the Gulf building up in stacked waves. The concrete was secured by layered, reinforced steel. Billions of encrusted tiny bolts fortified the wide cover from any bullet, any bombshell, any projectile at all. It had followed even the ground, diagonally charging towards the cliff where it established yet another circular enclosure, an oval-shaped fence set to guard the metropolis from any unpermitted outside engagement, with seemingly only 2 strategies of entry, through the air or the ports ahead of the Katrina. Series of immense, tight gates controlled the movement of ships, particularly as they carried themselves down the canals of the outer hub. Even from a short distance, one could hear the clamor of the engines mulling and cogs turning as they controlled the titanic mechanism inside the walls. The admitted vessels were initially filtered through an artificial canal spiraling through an entryway, and finally cleared through a station. Many would then continue into a brief, standardized review, as was the procedure, before administering a quick turn into the docks. Atop one canal entry, the cantaloupe and black flag of the Empire State, crafted from light polyester, likewise to the one on board the Katrina, was brandished upon a lingering iron baton, flowing in the turbulent wind. From a distance, one may have even received the impression that our ship did not float near the edges, for the haste at which it moved in relative comparison to the slow rise of the calm water could only give way to the theory that countless gears had meticulously rinsed the sand layers below it, as if it were a pounding tank. Sailors moved on the deck of the vessel, now adjacent to the port, many of them short in height and burly in figure. Some sat on the front deck, looking towards the horizon and lined against each other's back to exit, as others unloaded crates and ran in and out of the lodge and heating rooms. I had held out behind the back of 3 separate men, unable to see their faces, with my sight set on insignificant details of the background and the unclear face of an officer which I could see from afar. My only source of illumination was a small lamp on the side of the ship. Tiny lights lit up the deck below us to guide us toward the exit, a mechanism we had not seen in action since the emergency that took Jack's life, and prior to that, the initial departure. The entire method gave me intense memories of the past several months. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. This was the first time that I truly considered that with the end of my tour, I'd be in the same city as my former interest in Miss Romano, who I had not seen in person in some 20 months, and yet could not stop the thought of. Admittedly, Whitestock was Arkaine's oldest and most populated hub. It was stacked to the brink on multiple levels, stretching through the entire metropolitan area of the Gulf and its many riverways, and circular in pattern. If state sources were to be believed, at the time, it must have been home to anywhere from 40 to 50 million persons. In those numbers, it was close to impossible to meet Romano again. This revelation calmed me, and I was able to catch my breath and return to the present moment, the cold wind once again rushing against my chest as I felt the pressure of the night, the tension ensuing within me a sense of liberty. Liberty was not considered one of the more pristine traits. To seek emancipation and autonomy above all else was found irresponsible. From their youngest days, inhabitants of this metropolis had been registered into crowds. The adults walking these floors were once infants exalted with the idea that their collective good mattered above all else. and yet unpermitted to take its lead despite continuous trial and error, the most disciplined of teachers. At the Tasman Hall, children learned that to take priority in their projects over their peers was a grave error, and yet were never quite able to communicate with their instructors. One could criticize this form of education, but if the stated goal was to prepare the young children for ordinary daily life, it fulfilled its duty to the furthest extent of the phrase. The practices depicted at the Tasman Hall, and other educational facilities around Whitestock, closely exhibited those of everyday life. I was reminded of this fact when, upon following the other men and taking my first step upon land, or more accurately, the mobile plate of metal, whose artificial arm dragged the crowd of sailormen towards the set of stairs in the near distance, I had for the first time realized myself as not only part of a mechanism like the Katrina, and more as a fellow of society. I drew eyes with the men working across the docks. One in the distance appeared to be dressed in plain and sharp dark clothing, filtering a small contraption for transplanting cargo. When our eyes met from afar, I at once realized that in the proximity of the next several days, I would be exposed to hundreds, no, thousands, of individuals who had not gone on the journey with us. I found it difficult enough to recognize even half my crew, and to think of being exposed to such large crowds again made me fearful. I at once decided that from that moment onward, I would attempt to solidify myself in whatever quarters I received and stay put for a while. Whether this would make the transition smoother or more upsetting, I knew not. The first few individuals I had met had all been uniformed, assisting in the process of filtering us through the controls. We were quickly informed that the standard procedure had ended, and they would soon begin screening us in a large, open room, according to the protocols of numeration. Soon we would be in line to receive our proper legal documents, which would make living in Whitestock leisurier and far more permissible. Permissible, that is, in the eyes of the authorities. Thick was the line of distinction between those working in the military and those that functioned as part of the Initiative for National Defense. The latter had been somewhat ousted and secluded from the rest of the nation, especially following the integration and all other side. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski, Effects of the Unification, while the former became an all-reaching arm of government and faith that fed into our sense of militarism. This militarism was perhaps what made men feel special for completing service, knowing quite well that they had only done the bare minimum of what was required of them, and had no choice in this regard. If one refused to commit to a mandatory deployment in the aerial or astral forces protecting the heavens from crashing down upon Arkaine, taking their route towards guardsmanship and completing training to storm the Mexican beaches, or finalizing their 2 tours aboard a ship as the majority of us had, they would surely be imprisoned or worse. No one wanted to die on that hill yet. And insofar we had only been marched in a disorganized line. 2 of the uniformed men within sight, claiming to be non-commissioned officers, had told us to get in 4 separate lines. I found myself several steps ahead of Arthid as they arranged us in alphabetical order by surname. This was done in anticipation of a more standard review and commenced as soon as we walked into an oval-shaped room, alike to a gladiator arena, although smaller, far emptier, and with white coating. The free air blew above us, and the sun was nowhere to be found, but the light shined upon the crowd of sailors nearby me from the floor. As our feet clamored in a cluster to form an adjacent coalition of bodies, one of the officers whose name we did not know carefully inspected us, and told several of us off for not committing to our jobs. We had faced a rough talking to immediately following our parting with Dooley, which truly made us miss the old man. As soon as the officer arrived at the first alphabetical line with me and several other compatriots behind, I had come to the realization that our life on board truly had ended, but we waited in sweat and tremor to receive orders once more. Stepping a foot on land did nothing to pardon us from the endless lack of autonomy and the widespread use of automation. It really did feel like home. =X=. We must have stood in those lines in the middle of the makeshift arena for a good 10 minutes before the other officer must have felt some mercy for us. I figure this because he had almost pleadingly yet somewhat firmly asked us to freely disperse and commence in our march down a spirited hallway previously closed shut behind one of the metal doors that adorned the sides of this massive coliseum. Of course, the sailors followed suit, but the shift of the crowd had turned, and I became one of the last to march in this arrangement. As a result of this, before me marched another several dozen men, all heading away from the now emptied chamber and further into the grand construction of the complex at the docks. We had been unable to see its true proportions, as all but the gateway had been covered by the barrier, but had now been carefully reminded of the sight we faced during our deployments. Around a quarter of the men who had walked with us had only completed their first, and were set for another. The rest, including myself, knew very well after having once been in their shoes that they would soon separate from us. We were not mistaken. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Our only source of puzzlement was whether protocol had changed, for they were dismissed rather late. Instead of being split into a separate traditional group and marched down the hallway before us as to make it to another checkpoint, they came with us, mixed as if fruit slices in a salad, the youngest of the men attempting to take their humble break and stay home before the next half of their journey could be completed. They felt strangely excited about arriving back at Whitestock, considering they were soon to leave once more. Then again, so was I some year before this. This confusion was cleared up soon after we left the hallway, but while we were there, many among our ranks could not help but look towards the pictures and lists that adorned the walls. Someone had outfitted the large stretch of metal floor and padded walls with souvenirs alike to that of decorations, maps, insignia, charts unreadable to those passing in a marching line. Something like this seemed rare in Arkaine, in a government building, of all places. I figured they were going for aesthetic. The line soon paused, some men halted, and others began to separate in order to sneak by their compatriots and arrive at the front, curious to see what the matter was after only a few minutes. Some 3 or 4 men had casually patted my shoulder and pushed me against the wall, without saying a word, attempting to get to the other side of the corridor. I paused by a map depicting much of North America, reaching from Hudson Bay to the lower Mexican Straits, containing the territories of Cuba and Jamaica, depicting the core continental possessions of the realm, and could not help but critique the lack of artistic flavor, without saying anything aloud, of course. Despite these investigators, the usual march soon ensued, and we were entered into a far lighter room with walls of cream and light brown, decked with familiar wood, and the symbol of a naval wheel hanging above 4 booths, each set behind a glass, where men with visors sat still in their seats, ready to inspect documents. Upon arrival, those who had completed their second deployment had been told to line up against either of the first 3 booths, while those who had not were told to come to the 4th, which quickly became packed. We found ourselves in new spots for the 3rd time, and a group of armed guards approached us, staring down the names on our uniforms, and handing us a small slip of paper that read our name, service number, and date of birth. As soon as the first men began handing these slips below the glass shield, it became clear this process would take a while. I must have waited almost an hour in the back of the line behind the first booth, shoved tightly between 2 other sailors. The one in front of me shuffled around endlessly, as if there was some greater force acting upon him, curling his stomach with each minute of waiting. I understood the impatience, but it was nevertheless exhausting to listen to endless groaning as I attempted to combat my own insecurity in a striking situation. Although my impatience had faded as I approached the front of the booth, it took so much within me to avoid looking beyond the glass and into the faces of the men bearing the visors. In contrast to the uniformed officers, I could not see their face or any other impression of human life. There was no doubt within me that this was done with purpose, as to avoid any biases associated with the border guards. Still, I found it peculiar that they insisted on thoroughly inspecting the identity of men who had already gone through such a process. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Perhaps it was in the mind of the Arcanian authorities that an unwanted person belonging to a rival nation or organization may find himself on one of the ships, and that this thorough filtering would assist in finding such a pretender. Whatever department of the Council of National Defense thought this appropriate clearly missed the factor that the military would enthusiastically pose an assault on anyone they thought out of the ordinary, even in their own ranks. My compatriots, who had done little wrong, had clearly been victim to this for a considerable amount of time, and it seemed more as part of a uniform national character than simply military tradition. Their attires were tightly strapped regalia made of thick fabric and layered with another vest of foam. Individual aspects of the costume pieced together on a white extensive sheet seemingly touching down on the skin of the men. These aspects were bound together by small conceals that looked alike in style to a pair of fishnet stockings, stretched across a bulletproof vest. The inner triangle of the trifold symbol, bound in each direction of 120 degrees, separate by a unique arrow, was imprinted in heavy black upon one segment of the white sheet, particularly the right chest. It was likely that the insignia was imprinted upon this fold of skin rather than the heart, for the latter would create the illusion of excellent target practice. Nonetheless, the inspectors were kept safe, not only by the impenetrable shield of reinforced glass 3 inches thick and the wall of porcelain that surrounded them like the diverging paths in a pool house, but by the many guards apparent on the sides of the room, standing still by the flower vases, and the dozen more beyond the checkpoint, carefreely patrolling the sides of the room which slowly befell on one another, shrinking the open space into a direct front for a wall opening several staircases, elevators, and adjoining passageways. I was not intimidated by them, having been used to the sight of armed patrol by now, but the remaining men at the very end of the room, near the fourth booth, kept eyeing them rather suspiciously. The guards, their faces revealed, stared back, and the men quickly found themselves looking in all kinds of directions, as to conceal their already revealed curiosity. They were the quietest in the group, waiting still, not saying a word. I could not blame them, for despite the chatter around me, I had said no word either. Not out of intimidation, but rather exhaustion. It was nearly 2 a.m, as the clock on the wall indicated, far too late for me to voice my concerns. Understandably, I was incredibly relieved when my turn came, and I was able to hand my slip to the disguised official below a small crack in the glass shield. He had taken it in his glove and hid behind a compartment with a screen, several shelves and a stack of clipped papers, using his left hand to type and the other gripping his desk tightly. Although I could not possibly see the reflection in the men's eyes, or the sights of what was below his set of items, it was natural of me to assume that he had hidden some sort of weapon within reach, just in case I was found to be an imitator. I felt a cold rush of shock realizing that if a mistake were to be found, I'd find myself in immediate arrest, or perhaps bodily danger, but quickly calmed myself knowing that every other man had made it to the other side just fine so far, and that I was not much different. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. This realization came to a gradual halt as I eyed the man, seeing him look not once or twice at my documents, but an additional 3 times. In a grand total of 5 concerned looks, he observed the small imprints on my identification card, which was in his reservation, before handing it back to me. "Date of birth?" he pleaded. "October 4th, I revealed. 2071. This had been my real date of birth, as far as I had been concerned. Peculiarly, my mother always insisted I was born in late September and celebrated my first few birthdays then. But on government documents, as far back as the Tasman Hall, I was indicated born on that morning. This had been the truth, and certainly what the inspector wanted to hear, for his suspicion quickly waned. "You've been aboard the Eagle prior to the Katrina, is that correct?" "Yes," I freely stated. "It was my first tour. We supplied the anti-rebel groups in a similar harbor." The visored man looked upward at me through the shield. "Please only answer my questions," he stated. I shivered a small bit hearing these words, but was quickly able to strengthen my posture and continue standing still. I awaited the next question, but none came. My first moment of freedom came in the nonchalant passage of the identification card below the glass shield, and in my attempt to grasp it. Behind it came an additional 2 papers required for further inspection, and the inspector's hand, clinging onto the slip I had abandoned and hiding it in another stack of documents. He raised his glove before I could finish gathering these items, as well as my own belongings, and pleaded for the next sailor to come through. As I walked to the end of the room, surrounded from all sides by armored patrolmen, I could not help but stare back behind me where an issue seemed to have taken place. One of the men who had only finished their first tour had sorted himself unknowingly, perhaps through the force of exhaustion, into the second booth. Rather than allowing him to come through, an armored guard had pulled him almost by force away from the line, and towards the back, where the sailor had to run up once again, this time to the back of the 4th booth, with all eyes of the crowd on him. There was some mild, incoherent shouting before one of the patrolmen had fired his pistol at the ceiling, making a loud sound which I had been unfamiliar with since the last combat. Silence took the room, and the man who had fired the shot pleaded to the inspectors, seemingly unburdened, to continue their processes. The previous conversations in the room had stopped, and it grew dead silent as I found myself towards its end, being told that I had to come down the stairs behind several other men heading in the direction for further control. It was another one of the illuminated stairways for which government buildings in the realm had been famous. The aesthetic of such a trope of Western architecture had been burdened with unique paintings, lights, steps, and patterns of wood. Ambleries and armways somewhat reminiscent of Victorian times, with a light almost ancient touch, something oddly sensual, yet threatening. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Each of the 10 steps led toward a small floor, ornamented with vases and paintings of historical scenes, such as the artillerymen of York and the bringing of the Dakota. Then another set of steps declined upon another, and the cycle continued until me and fellow servicemen had stepped down 5 floors, nearly 50 steps. I saw only 2 men ahead of me, or, more appropriately, the white uniforms still strapped down upon their backs, as I found myself walking tiredly down this endless hall. As I did, I wondered what the other doors had concealed behind them. Separate exits for the serving officers, patrolmen and inspectors, I convinced myself. The entire structure of the building seemed crumbly and conformist, each of the giant structures appearing quite delicate on the outside, putting me in a psychological confusion expecting shocking sights and non-Euclidean patterns. I aimed to get down those stairs, increasing my speed, and to the end of the incoming cylinder-shaped room. It seemed as if the pattern had gone full circle, for I found myself in another coliseum with several lines of men, only this one more ornamented and furnished. The white walls that reminded me of the architecture seemingly present in sanatoriums, retirement homes, and mental hospitals were replaced with a comfortable gray granite coating. As the men stood in lines, various patrolmen seemed to surround them. I attempted to determine their arrangement, uninstructed as I came behind the last arrivals and prior to the incoming ones, into the nearly filled room. Finding no pattern, I aimed for convenience, and comfortably placed myself at the back of one of the first lines in sight. My eyes befell instantly upon the fact that one of the uniformed officials in the room appeared to have the face of a woman. Her eyes were tightly focused, body covered in comfortable yet professional clothing, and there was no sight of her hair. But the appearance of her chin and nose did little to disguise the fact that she had been female. Knowing that since the days of the integration women had been prohibited from taking any serious position in the army, I instantly assumed of her to take the position of one of the coordinators. This had been a role reserved for those women, common in training grounds and government centers, managing hundreds if not thousands of soldiers and arranging them into undeviating positions. Authorities had created this position with the somewhat discriminatory belief that women had not been capable of direct combat, and that they were better used in intellectual efforts, recovery, and organizational pursuits. As difficult as this state of affairs proved itself to the hundreds of thousands of females serving in the armed forces as reconnaissance and infantry, they had received ample pay and redemption. This too, however, decreased by the year, and the astral forces appeared to be hit greatly by this loss, as many of the most talented young girls who had comprised nearly 60% of their pilots had been either switched to these observatory positions or kicked out of the armed forces entirely on the basis of only their gender. From afar I attempted to observe and determine whether the uniformed woman in question had once been a pilot or in active service. Sometimes I could tell through the slight glancing look in the eyes of such coordinators, or the mannerisms in which they spoke, that they had once been in active service. If one had been some 15 years older than me, which the majority had been, I could safely assume that she had once taken another military position and had switched. But alas, I could not tell from merely a look in her eyes the story behind them. I attempted to judge her age, paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski, seeing whether she was old or young, determining it would help, but was further unable to do so. Beyond the uniforms, there had been no way of telling what our true appearances were. The coordinator stepped to front several patrolmen and spoke in a stiff voice, softer by the nature of her sex, but nevertheless firm and steady, that we were to take several steps forward and drop our belongings on the ground. She assured us they would be given back to us once we had found a place to sleep. Seeing the other men forced into this order by the standing guards, I chose to do so voluntarily, and quickly dropped my bag with clothes onto the still metallic floor, dropping my books, pamphlets, devices, and memorabilia inside of it. Then I reasserted myself into the back of the line, and stared widely at the rest of the room. Most of the men soon came around and found themselves devoid of any items, pockets empty. There were some who had kept their belts or small cans of food or water brought in advance, but aside from those minuscule possessions, they had with them only the white uniforms and shoes. In their newly freed pouches, they folded the paper-fold documents, putting them away for the moment. Patrolmen soon came around and began rearranging the men in smaller groups across the large room, so as to space out the crowd from the items. The coordinator then called in several more guards, who began picking apart the various items and looking through them before our eyes. Many who had not been pardoned of all their items at the front had been guided towards an arrangement of glass desks at the front of the room, where they were told to empty their belongings and take off various items of clothing, and an official before them would look through each one carefully before rushing them back to the group. As soon as all men found themselves in a group of around 4 or 5, the picked-apart items began being cleared from the floor and inserted into several boxes by the order in which they were dropped. The large crowd of uniformed officials did not fail to make the distinction between what belonged to whom, and the remaining crowd of nearly 30 smaller groups was guided by the coordinator into the hallway at the end of the Colosseum. It was after walking through it that guards had told us to strip down our uniforms to the bare clothes underneath. We began taking off our garbs by forcing off the patches with our surnames and forcing them into our hands and pockets along with the other documents. Dozens of men simultaneously grabbed themselves by the sleeve and began pulling up their white uniforms, revealing below them their sweaty skin. In the cases of the lighter-skinned men, their appearance became pale behind the clothes, likely due to a lack of sun. It was a solemn sight of nearly 200 boys, whose entire identity had been hidden behind this earnest, caparisoned, and formal appearance, being deprived of the stature they imagined to be at least somewhat permanent. Within a minute, we stopped being soldiers, and were casually reminded that no matter the nature of our conscription, we had been merely populations doing the duty laid upon us by the state and our families. Bare and nearly naked, these small groups, mine included, were passed down a set of clothes, a soft white shirt, brown long pants, and a set of black shoes, not too different from the ones we had worn on board. As soon as I had put them on and turned around to observe the other men, Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski, I grew strangely alienated and unable to recognize them. I had not been used to seeing them in civilian clothes, calm and unconditioned. This room of men, who had formerly been soldiers, had now been undressed of possessions and forced into new identity. The cards and papers that had formerly been in their uniform pockets now resided in the brown pants. Lights in the front of the room had gone out. In a slow march through the darkness, we commenced upward another set of stairs, into the fresh and open air. The march had been slow and tiring, each of us raising our knee above our compatriots and clinging to yet another step, pushing ourselves from the depths of the barrier toward the third floor of the Whitestock hub, upon which the metropolis had been casually situated, above the slums and below the vista and all that encircled it. As soon as the stairs had terminated, we departed through a closed metallic door and into an enclosure that bore the semblance of nothing more than a subway station, the night sky shining through the glass panes at the ceiling and the endless expanse of the city opening up before us. Men had taken some papers out of their pockets, mentally noting down the addresses of their residences, some of their eyes resting upon the new commercial district, while others ran down the station and looked out windows into the 4th and 5th residential segments. I perceived the night through the sight of the moon, glimmering from nearly 250,000 miles away, the bright yellow lights of the lunar colonies touching down upon its surface. $11. I looked down toward at my paper, crumbling it between two of my fingers. It was printed in semi-transparent black font, with the fresh ink still dripping from the letters. 39 Cherry Avenue. 4th residential segment, room 302. Never in my life had I been told to go forth this far to the east. I had been used to residing in the south, where the docks had been, and where the soil had met the water under the contraptions of man. I felt more comfort, especially seeing I had been used to living in lower quarters, several floors below in the more impoverished areas. The sight of mechanisms and contrivances from all distant sides had strangely provided me with a degree contentment, perhaps because I had been used to it. Being on board such large destroyers for the past 18 months or so did not assist in breaking this pattern. Turning 23 later in the year, I would find myself in my own residence, albeit secluded and unfamiliar. Being shoved into a less than desirable partition was usually the case aside from that brief stint prior to the integration, when my mother finally found herself able to afford more. I had known no family I could stay with after coming back. In fact, the last true family I had was in one of Uncle Richard's employees, a younger man named Thomas, who I had stayed with following my mother's passing from illness and Simon's deployment. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. This had meant that I stayed within his appropriately observance and direction until I had reached the age where I had been able to receive a proper conscription. Thomas cared little whether I was physically fit or intellectually challenged, and knew me as only the quiet 16-year-old who had spent his time confined into his lodgings, reading books and manuscripts and browsing through papers. This was the impression he would keep of me until I had finally left these quarters in the north at the age of 20, when I applied for welfare and was able to find a brief opportunity as a butcher for a major distribution center. Still to this day, the smell of blood I could not handle. It made me retch. As Thomas used to leave to perform strange assortments of errands around Whitestock, I had become in charge of the place, and soon learned my ways around the lodging with tasks like cooking and cleaning. When he found himself more able to stay within, I took every opportunity, especially in my later teenage years, to find some money from a colleague or duty, occasionally even going as far as attempting to plead with him to give me some and leave for the rest of Whitestock to explore freely. This habit had started with me departing from my bedroom in the night and attempting to fetch a snack from a vendor, and continued into me finding myself at stations and airports dozens of miles from the city's center, cut off by the vista, along with endless streets and alleyways. The revelation of the opulent neighborhood was more apparent from various locations, and I would often sit by myself and ponder as to the kinds of people the vista contained. I would go on nights such as the one described, when I had finally been able to receive some impression of home, when there had been a change in my life, and see the astral forces flying overhead, jets and rockets shooting upward into the sky, charging at unknown speeds toward our satellites rotating overhead the American continents and the Pacific. I say our, although it was not until significantly later that I learned of their existence or began to understand how they had been put there. As a serviceman, despite technically labeled as in active combat, and reading significantly more pamphlets than my contemporaries, I found myself nowhere close to understanding economics, the relationships between states and astropolitics. Such matters were of no importance of me due to their complexity. It was as if asking a schoolyard boy for his opinions on the oil crisis. He would be able to tell you summarily that oil is important and that there was a crisis regarding it, fairly enough. But I had grown to appreciate these larger topics, for they gave me perspective on the smaller aspects of life. Take, for example, the archway at the station where we had arrived. As I lifted my head up from the paper in my hand, I observed the large rings above us as part of the contemporary architectural revival present in Whitestock since the days of Jackson Smith and Ionis Wayne. Such revolutionaries had contributed to the more engineered aspects of art, the mathematics and formulations behind it, somewhat more logical revelations that would assist in the creation of great works. Statues of past leaders, particularly those honored by the likes of Berger, now became modeled after their findings, with large podiums and buildings built below them in an effort to centralize the perspective with which the average onlooker had been presented. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. The white rings lifting the glass that would otherwise seem very typical now revealed themselves as a pattern telling of the age in which they were built, the purpose with which they had been molded, and more. I had been able, to some degree, to search my mind for some of their history, merely by the sight. I could not help but feel in the character of an enlightened older man, overlooking the works of a new generation, although all surrounding me had been built years before. I paced around, passing the benches, pillars, and poster boards situated all around me. I passed below the large screen that indicated the means of public transport, the booth in the distance next to which 4 or 5 patrolmen remained, switching between inspecting the newcomers and rapidly emerging in and out of this building, and their assigned spaces too. Through the horde of weary bodies, I paced myself, looking at the faces of the former sailors, but finding almost non-familiar. It was peculiar to me how average everyone had become merely by changing out of uniform. It was further peculiar how I lost sight of friends, such as Arthit, Ailey, Jim, and Michael as soon as I had left this space. I figured myself to be alone again. This did not bother me so much. Perhaps I had been too tired to consider the implications of losing compatriots, not in combat, but in parting. Perhaps it was because I did not quite know what the military had in plans for us. I considered maybe they would come to the idea to re-engage us in the future, in an attempt to recruit us into more permanent positions, put the high earners and overachievers to school, and the lesser ones to serve them. This would be typical of the Arcanian authorities, but some part of me knew that this was not to be. So maybe it was the subtle, subconscious, and previously unrecognized and underappreciated part of me that had gotten tired of these men and was seeking secretly to leave them be, perhaps for a little while, but enough to recharge. Such a part won over in the end. I paid no more attention to the passing faces and focused myself merely toward getting to the outside. As I looked upward toward the moon, its bright side glimmering still in small tints of buttery and beige, the valleys and mountains rich in helium being mined as I admired them, I had been reminded of how stunning everything had looked when perceived not behind a glass. Perhaps it was then that I first felt truly sorry for my family's old compatriot Lane, who had worn glasses all his life. I wondered how many new ones he had equipped since the last time I had seen him, and whether he was still alive. But this thought soon escaped my mind as well. In the renewed sight of such a marvelous astral body, and realizing our developing inhabitation of it, I had been breathtaken. It was the sound of a passing bus that brought me back to the present moment. The lavishly outfitted lorry had been absent of people, but nevertheless, fanciful in its appearance. Light from beyond the windows illuminated the street as it drove past, casting an overtoned shade of white across the otherwise abandoned street. Across its corners, the sailors left dressed in light clothes like ants from an anthill, having picked out the right sizes of shirts and pants and retired with nothing in their pockets but proof of identity, spiraling out to distant verges of the city. Although I pressured myself not to, I looked toward the dispersing crowd one last time, but alas, no sign of anyone I had grown used to. Because the buses, which I deemed familiar, had already left, their bright lights hiding behind buildings and disappearing down the stretch of road, I had figured myself. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski late. Because my wrist was absent of a watch, and the darker street bore no clock of its own, I looked back toward the station. Pacing myself around several yards, I raised my head towards the hanging device, reading out numbers, digit by digit, above the entrance. It indicated that the time had been approaching 3 in the morning, roughly 6 hours before the morning call. More specifically, it was 2:45, which meant that most of the vehicles had already left their stops, continuing the endless migration of the midnight passengers who had fallen asleep on the hub transport, and the busymakers who found themselves making up for lost time during the night. Although residences had been issued to all who had been recognized as citizens after their completion of service, whether it be in the military for conscripted men, or in the workforce or government service jobs for women, the migrants and disabled transportation had been hard to come across. A benefit of getting around in Arkaine was the flexibility, for it was free, indeed free, to board a bus and get off at any stop one desired. As for finding a route, a more permanent place to sleep, rather than a provisional one, or a bite to eat, the state had no interest in assisting civilians. Extensive welfare had been, in the words of various spokesmen who had come to reveal themselves to the people throughout many years, a security risk. Whenever a performative representative of the ruling government, which for years had publicized itself through a dominant party in the form of the Civil Salvation League, would come to speak before them, they would speak only of the things that the state could not do, rather than the benefits they were capable of providing to the public. This was supposedly in the effort of disguising the privileges that would slowly be bestowed upon the public again as the crisis situation continued to heal, but in effect had made everyone distrustful of the realm's lower officials, and therefore public transportation. Despite there being no alternative to using the bus, subway, or airport, as private transport had been outlawed in a breeze of environmental and safekeeping regulatory measures, the majority of the people I had known despised the process. I too had not been a fan of it. My partial motive for not favoring this routine was its lack of flexibility. The buses had been so nefariously punctual, it had fled into the realm of the absurd. If one were to cling to its wheels after having been only several seconds late, the vehicle would not stop, its procedure computerized and path along the empty roads carefully calculated. Another aspect of this was the usual crowding in hub transportation, with men and women and children and elders all shoved into tiny passageways, crammed into seats and hanging onto iron poles situated above their heads, sometimes leaning or stretching to make themselves comfortable. But alas, I soon found myself walking the dark street, under the lights which illuminated my way, to the other corner, in an attempt to catch a stop. Only after orientating myself across Whitestock, I once more found myself capable of observing its framework, particularly from above the fence to the left of the road, by which I had slowly made my way. I let 2 men run by me before the passing of 10 minutes, and after that found no one within sight. Lonely and searching for company, I searched for persons around me. But in the quietness of the night, perhaps enforced by the very arms and voices of the soldiers and patrol officers, occasionally wandering the streets in patrol, there had been. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Nothing but the occasional lit window from a student's or elderly person's bedroom. But to the side of the framework, in the opposite direction, were wonders untold, in the form of 3 stretching floors maligned in a curious position, a kidney-shaped peninsula of metal emerging from a stuffed wall, tailed by a metallic plane floor plan several levels down, itself hanging above a larger cliff on which several large buildings stood. Between me and the distant buildings, adorned by works of architecture like archways, fountains, stadiums, and adjoining roads, was a large and open space, alike to a drop in the terrain of a wild land like Mexico, except thoroughly developed and appealingly pleasing to the eye, albeit threatening in its message. I had been so distracted by this sight that I had missed the stop pacing across the ambulary. I looked around my shoulder and had found a bus approaching from a distance, quickly realizing I had been about to miss it, and attempting to pull myself together and run toward it at once. My feet swiveled under me as I shook my arms, running in the dark toward the distant light, and stopping just short of the road. In a frenzy, I had reached the outskirts of the stop, marked by a sign and an accompanying bench protected from the rain by a transparent roof raised from the ground by sharp metal poles, and stood by for several seconds waiting for the bus to open its doors. The thing made a rapid squeezing sound with its wheels before coming to a complete halt. It was instant. I clutched my leg forward, kicking it toward the bus door and clinging to the brink of it. I had shuffled myself into the vehicle in an instant, steadying my shoes on the flat ground. An electric whir sounded in the distance, followed by a muted buzzing, like that of a loud honeybee. Mere seconds later, the door had shut behind me, sealing off the unobstructed view of the stop. I walked around in circles before pressing my arm to the manufactured door, lit above by a colorless beam of diode light retreating from a grating brace. The light soon went out, and the base of the bus began to move beneath me. From proximity, pressing my face against the wintry surface of the glass, I was able to observe the night settle in on Whitestock, and along with it, a man hopelessly retreating his arms behind his back and ceasing to run toward the vehicle. His hair was auburn, and he wore the same slanted pants and rugged shirt as I, another sailor who had lost his way. I thought perhaps that he and I could have, in an alternate world, participated in some conversation, striking up dialogue about our plans once we found ourselves on the same side of the city. This was, then, not meant to be. And for that matter, I could not help but feel culpably glad it was so, for I did not feel in the mood for chatter. As the vehicle moved away, I watched the man through the glass, although it was clear he could not see me through the dark. With a slight move of my neck, I had assured myself that the bus, heading in the direction of the east, carried no passengers at this time. I had been alone for the first time since the night I had left, and the sudden reality of the moment had begun to kick in. But none of it had felt real. I was cold, distant, parted away from a world that I once perceived myself as familiar with. Other former conscripts had now been heading home on crowded streets, some with families who had come to greet them beyond the station. Maybe several had already arrived at their assigned residences, and Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski found persons to spend the night in the comfort of. But as usual, I was left standing alone, so I figured I might as well sit down. Promptly I did so, on one of the polished benches across the side of the vehicle, a white one in contrast to a red bench in the opposite direction, and pointing my head now at the shadowed floor, considered my life following that moment, and the possibility that the grid of the return had already been behind me, forcing me to make new plans. Immediately, and to no surprise to anyone who has considered my inner dialogue this far, Isabella Romano was my first concern. Although the girl had not been present in my life for nearly 2 years, and had certainly not come face to face with me since my deployment, there remained some likelihood that contacting anyone from my old life could bring her about. I determined long before then that Isabella would not go out of her way to search for me, and eventually, find me. Indeed, if she had desired to, she could have done so by now, even as I placed myself thousands of miles distant on a ship that was of no interest to her in of itself. But despite her lack of curiosity in committing to a search, I knew her well enough to determine that my absence had left some curiosity in her mind. I was determined to let that sense stay, and appeal to it by any means necessary, and therefore decided to not bring anyone about from before my deployment who I could not trust completely. This course of action had limited my list to 3 persons. Sawyer Luke was my old associate from the distribution center, and the former butcher before I had come around. Our initial rivalry had devolved over time into mild acquaintance, and soon after, a form of mutual understanding and patience with one another unusual in all its aspects. This unlikeliness had also made sure that Sawyer knew little of others in my life, having exchanged no words with most of the persons I had considered myself friendly with in the north of the hub. I considered reaching out to him, not immediately, but with the passing of some time. There was Arthit, whom I could contact by emerging myself in the proper bureau and listing myself as the acquaintance of a veteran. Being a conscript, and now a sovereign citizen myself, I would eventually obtain the privilege of knowing either his home phone number or new address, either of which could lead me to the companion from whom I had been separated, and likely, others I had known from on board the ship. It was common for a young man to maintain occasional bonds with fellow conscripts long after one's duty had come to an end, whether gradual, stalwart, or abrupt, and with the look of things, I knew this to be my best bet. Contacting shipmates from a year ago, some of whom I had reminisced of in the chaos of return, was also a possibility, I thought, as many men from the Eagle had also either already arrived home or would be doing so in 2 to 3 weeks. They would find me alike to a brass brother. But perhaps most relevant of the three was clandestine Salem, who I had known as a result of my participation in basic training and the adjoining need to find myself in need of breakfast each morning. In this search, I would retire to a small diner at the Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski side of town, in which she had worked on behalf of her parents. My understanding of clandestine was that of a quiet and personal character with an ambitious charm escaping common belief, and nevertheless, she remained my only break available, having promised to stay and wait for me. There was ample curiosity within me to see whether she had done so. The wheels clamored below me, my thinned body shaking underneath my tired lips, a set of weary-muscled arms falling by force of gravity toward the ground, seeking to rest. I lifted myself up through some merge of belief in moral good and convenient patience. My ears had been outshined by the racket of robotic reverberation emerging from the spaced lanes of the enclosure, into which I had been firmly sealed. The neural communique emerging from an enclosed speaker blasted the words of an Antipodean-sounding woman across the spectre. She spoke of names and addresses: Mayberry Avenue, Finley Street, Mickamel Overpass, Lepsey Avenue, Pilgrim Road, pronouncing them with such declaratory convenience it almost seemed antithetical to the tone of the voice, itself bland and somewhat passive. As the wheels of the vehicle grunted beneath me, I inclined myself further in my desolate seat, seeking the possibility that I could depart at the 6th attachment, where I would fetch a subway train directly toward the 4th residential segment, to arrive around morning time, prior to the call. To do this, I noted in a quickly arranged mind map that I would have to depart at Hellett Way, a path through the northeast, at which the bus would soon arrive after passing Lepsey. Because Lepsey Avenue had historically been an entrance to one of the slums, a long and extended road carrying along it small strips of land. There were typically plots and allotments grounded in dirt spilled atop concrete surfaces, on them some fair and basic inhabitation, often unruly. Between these plots, large modular living spaces unveiled themselves in a sullen uniformity, carrying against the backdrop of tightly strapped architectural malfunctions. Behind each moderately sized and blankly colored home stretching the landscape, carving out a path into the inner metropolis, were large blocks of adhesive fortification, some 10 or 15 stories high, patterned only in gray, dark red, or granite. These were the prison-like apartment complexes called blocks, each adorned with small balconies one could not walk on, and 2 windows, one covered in a crate. Each of them tightly bordered the other, and some spaces had been eliminated, marked as too small to fit a block, creating gaps in the glare of the distance. In these spots, structural anomalies often permitted faults in the earth. Large holes in the ground allowed rainwater to fall in and make terrain like large mud puddles or even lakes, around which neighborhood children would often play. If one were to follow this unremarkable pattern far enough, they would come across blocks and modular houses which had not yet been constructed. A suburban dream ushered in the minds of citizens, never to be realized, as every consumer resource and good had been spent toward the manufacturing of bullets to be shoved into the bodies of insurgents in what was formerly Latin America. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Despite its appearance, the cloister had been built after the integration. I remember well playing with the neighborhood kids in a clot of land where the lower slums, submerged below a metal tile, had not been additionally obstructed from the sun's light by stacked houses and outlying developments of the far more prestigious kind. Construction seemed to have abruptly stopped 5 years ago, so if one were to depart a stop near Lepsey and walk several miles on barefoot, they would eventually arrive at a dark corner where the cubes of solid laid flat on the ground, surrounded by uncut cement and imperfect glass, shattered under pressure. If they were not of the precisioned mind and chose to keep going despite of the danger, they would find themselves in a populated area, itself an anomaly of the ground, engulfed under a metallic hole, from which one could see the tilting buildings in the distance, and the pillars lifting them upward. In the distant spots where light reached, vendors carved pathways in the cement and indicated their territory with a sort of assembly paste that appeared cream-colored and wet. Street lamps lit up the peripheral. Small apartment complexes, often blown in half by a bombshell, the origins of which were not known, or covered in colored lettering on the contrary, surveyed this part of the northern inhabitation. It was not too unlike the other favelas situated around one of my infant homes, roughly 20 minutes distant. We had passed by Lepsey and its uncaring appearance, the construction devoid of charm. Directly following it had been an extended highway, nearly 5 feet long, as well as a plaza adorned by a sculpture of the guiding hand of Alexandre Berger. Below it the caption "Through God, may his mercy be bestowed upon us." I recognized this immediately to be Central Avenue, centered by a gymnastics and military tradition park by which the road ran. On one of the finer podiums in the proximity of site, loud drums would often bang, sounding across the several adjacent miles of Whitestock, flattened and faintly populated to allow these procedures to take place. The small commercial line of stores and public bridges was finished by a crossroads, beyond which a water station and a fossil fuel searing plant. The latter bore a road to a meat grinder and a tightly fitted prison, not unlike the one in Orleans, France, after which it had been modeled, the Ovulent. The name had not bothered to be changed in the shipping of construction plans across the continent. Lack of some had made the construction difficult, and furnished it with a large embedded tower, which many suppose was not supposed to be in the original building, but this fact had not been officially confirmed over the years in the clear state of no communication across the Atlantic. This tower soared to the west of the 6th attachment, and upon noticing the twinkling, lantern-like light of the security cellar atop it, I knew myself to be close to the subway station, in the populous housing section nearby. The wheels shifted below me, grinding the bus down not to a complete halt, but significantly slowing it in place. With a sharp turn, the vehicle twisted to its side and came to a stop. After a quick whir, it continued on going, chugging along for around 2 minutes. "Helletway northeast," the voice signaled. I strapped myself, pressing my arms against my waist, and panicking shortly before realizing I had come with no belongings. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Looking around to ensure of this once more, I looked across the space, which had been lit up by the diode lights. I considered what would have happened if I stayed, but dared not to find out. Pacing myself one step at a time, I returned to my position at the verge of the lorry and hopped out at once onto the flat sidewalk, near a stop. 2 women, both wearing patterned blouses, and one, blonde with a scarf, squeezed past me toward the bus. Soon after I found both of the short compatriots who I assumed to be students aboard the vehicle, and one already sat down along its edge. The lights had turned off. The door behind me shut with a sweeping, tight motion in between blinks, and as I turned to my left, it departed for the rest of the metropolis. I had been left along a street corner, not so far from a vendor, and reassuringly, closer yet to the subway. I continued on walking even as the weight in my thighs deprived me of my will to do so, the burden of my legs chewing over the rest of my mass. Near me I had found a small hole in the ground, ushered in it a puddle, a peculiar sight for the northeast, and rather reminiscent of the lands before Lepsy. Surely the internal structure of the hub had been interconnected. I ought not to have looked to a mind map of any sort to notice this, as I could merely look around me. I could look upward at the lands hanging above me, raised by pillars and supported by barricades adjoining to the barrier, distant in the horizon, interconnected by large walls. I could look downward, beyond the ledge, now to my right, at the lights of the metropolis and the football stadium which I had passed, its shining beam emerging in the distance, assessing the roads nearby it. There was a serene tranquility in looking into the distance in the small strap of early morning sky, preceding the day, while I still saw the life of yesterday around me. In some search for serenity, and a curiosity for inspection, I turned my sight away from the puddle as I passed by it, and looked down from the large fence onto the studio buildings and terraces of the lower floors. Despite their bleakness, they had shown a gateway onto the rest of the developments, the parallel of which had appeared menacing, and as such, they resorted themselves to owing a sort of tranquility. I was deeply comforted by this composure, pausing for moments near the benches and trashes spaced away from one another, on the large sidewalk spilling into the square, and even paused for a moment to look down in this way. She had gone her own way, I spoke to myself, although for no particular reason whatsoever. I had realized in quiet later that this had been my first true sentence spoken above sea level, and retired in the calm of dawn, liable and vulnerable as I had been thus far. ===. Yes, I wanted to call clandestine at once. I looked forward at every present moment to the occasion of hearing her soft voice again. At least, this was the truth of which I was convinced at an earlier time. Some 15 minutes of mostly walking had passed since the tenuous contemplation of that morning, and my hand rested around the handle of a large, ginger-colored phone in a booth, one of many adjoining the main stairs of the 6th attachment subway line. My unease had been prompted within me, as the possibilities appeared endless. I descended slowly into a feeling of apprehension. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. I heard humming from across the line. If only I had a receiver, this would be far easier. I could attach its earpiece and simply ring her from my list of contacts. In the procedures of deployment, however, I had left it at my old residence. Along with my other belongings, the device remained situated in a flat near the distribution center, in a faraway corner of the city the subway could not possibly reach. Considering the public phone booths remained situated in various parts of the metropolis, a relic of older times, I felt no rush to obtain a new one or recover the one I had previously owned. If it still worked, it would remain a fruitless pursuit. The majority of my old belongings, especially the ones I had received from my mother's home, were relatively inexpensive. I tapped on several of the numbered buttons before me, identifying the girl's number. I had made a very conscious and present effort to forget it not long ago, doing so through reshuffling the numbers in my mind. Did 17 or 19 go first? I asked myself. In the end, however, it was 19. I could not forget this truth, just as I could not forget my own name. Placing my hand on the keys, I had realized myself capable of buzzing in Isabella's number, or for that matter, Simon's. In the end, through the realization that both would likely achieve much the same result, in that I would hear from no one, I continued trying to mangle the apparatus and let it circle back to Miss Salem. Weariness eluded me. I had been tired, unquestionably, and had felt even following my short rest in the Katrina that a considerable quantity of time had went. There was the impression within me that I was to become a new person and kill the old self the next time I was to lie down. This felt relieving rather than terrifying. But rather than cling to this old hope, I continued pressing the handle to my ear and pushing in the key at the bottom of the machine. She's going to answer, I whispered to myself. Clandestine never failed to answer, even if she had nothing at all to say. Go in, I told the key in a placid struggle as I shuffled it for a fourth or fifth time. It had finally followed this command and proceeded inside of the coin frame. Lacking spare change, I rested my finger on the passes button on the lower facet of the board. It made a beeping noise, but the line continued to hum. I spoke into the handle and the microphone on its bottom. Hello, I spoke, hearing my voice reverberated to me. I perceived it as the low-pitched Cajun dialect, typical of a young man with my accentuation, perhaps a bit unfamiliar to those living outside of the more impoverished districts. My insomnia accumulated within it. I looked around, no subway trains passing by, and only the shadows of some distant men and women, short in height, on the other side of the station. I had found no one dressed in the same way since the first encounter, none adorned in the same pair of khakis and blank, now sweaty shirt. My loneliness pressed the voice toward her, in the hope that the call had gone through. Clandestine, I requested. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Almost instantly I had heard something move on the other side of the line, as if a small mouse plodding through the bushes, it almost sounded like. Then a thud quickly passed by, sounding into my ear within seconds, and a soft, inaudible voice, almost a whine. Several seconds of silence passed. Yes? An almost girly voice answered. It's Oliver, I clarified, scuffling around the booth as I slouched my arm on the machine. Oliver Anderson, the one from… Oliver, she agreed. Yes, I concurred. West Side Cafe in spring of last year. She laughed over the line. I didn't know, Clandestine clarified, over the small chuckle. You had come back. That's a relief. I thought I wasn't going to see you again. I grew confused. Why so? You don't particularly strike me as the type, she proceeded, to survive basic conscription. I thought if they had any sense, they'd throw you off the edge of the ship so you didn't pester them any longer. At that moment I could not help but chuckle. My sight diverged from the phone and toward the rest of the subway station, still dimly lit and devoid of any aura other than pure solitude. A considerable amount of time had passed before I continued the conversation, considering my options as to what to say. You sound oddly awake for this time of night, I admitted. I no longer work at the diner, sadly, she refined her words. I take classes now. Just abject courses in the humanities, they say. Collective doctrine, social fashioning, crafting, prose. This revelation had fascinated me, and I recalled those times when the waitress would patiently sit by my table and listen to me talk of the little understanding I had in politics and current affairs, as we thought out the intricacies of life in the absence of other customers in the morning time. I persuaded myself to come in the evening as well, simply to continue such conversations, and it was at these times of early night that she was reluctant to hurry home. Clandestine clarified herself as not a morning person repeatedly, and was willing to stay in longer with me, the untrained militiaman and unannounced citizen-to-be, with no experience other than that of cutting the beaks and limbs of farm-bred birds and consoling relatives. Her own did not interrupt her, despite frequently tending to the place. The lack of a patient figure above us helped me connect with the young, slim woman in a way I had not known familiar. Hearing the voice over the line brought some of that vigor over and back into my life. I listened patiently to her explain the contents of her classes. "That's stunning," I elaborated. "Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski." "Not in truth," she admitted. "It's just procedure. We do whatever we can do to go to good schools, get decent jobs, earn some money, relay funds for our ambitions." She had truly fascinated me in her eloquent manner of speaking and ability to elaborate on a multitude of topics. I did not expect such a rebirth from someone I considered my contemporary, even in the years prior, and to feel a sensible conversation brewing again was relieving, although appalling for the present moment. I reflected on my own judgment, and found a need to be brief and persistent, but could not foster it for a moment. "You sound far livelier than when we last spoke," I admitted. "And when was that?" she asked. "Too long," I acknowledged. The silence set in. Clandestine lowered her articulation. "When can I see you again, Oliver?" For a moment, I had been stuck actively looking behind me, searching to see from the side of the staircase if any subway trains had arrived, to find none. "I think soon," I told her. "I want to have you soon." "I'd like that too," she confessed. I was overjoyed. "I thought you'd almost certainly have someone else to spend your nights with by now," I spoke freely. "If you feel inclined, though." "And who said I was going to spend my night with you?" She groaned back. "I'm fine with my copies of Weybridge's works, covered up and reading Arthur's Journeys. Maybe I'll study up on Jackson Smith." "And Ionis Wayne?" I reverberated. I had remembered who I learned of the great architects from. "Precisely," she laughed hesitantly. Her voice was all but crisp. Clandestine spoke in a manner that was choppy, crudely emphasized, monotone and low-pitched. Through the cover of the phone, it sounded far from how unrefined it was in real life. But in a way, her manner of speaking was that of a singer or actress, or another ardent woman pursuing a life in the arts, the raw and unpolished vocals that could fit and adapt into situations of performance. I longed to hear it further. "We'll talk soon," she clarified. "Okay?" "Fine," I replied. "Reach out to me, Oliver. I'll be in after noon tomorrow. If you get too jaded being by yourself." She paused. "Make your way home and clean what is left of your face up." "I'm not that tarnished," I admitted. "I know," she indicated smoothly. "You never were." The line cut. Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski. =13=. It had been another 15 minutes, and I had been occupied fully with the wait at the station. Persons swarmed around me, jamming themselves in this direction and the other. I was thoroughly annoyed by the alteration of pace. My change of surroundings, cut away from the first pauses of daylight, had left me unable to see the sunrise which I could have casually observed. If I had known the trains to be this unpunctual, as compared to the fiercely timed buses, I would not have spent the majority of my time waiting in a still position by the tracks. I would not have waited by as the first of the fortunate made their way to their allocated 10 hours of desk labor, passing by the somewhat idle me. I felt the stares of uniformed and properly dressed men around me, which would be hard to forget, even with my mind missing the most minuscule of details in its fraught and fragmented state. I looked to the other side of the rails, only to see more of them gather beyond the gap. There was something about the rising and the setting of the sun that made sense to me. They were occurrences to be observed at least one each day. In fact, they had been what separated days from one another, hobbling them from the night, the eternal vigil of the universe. As the moon and its earthly colonies cowered on the other half of the globe, now setting the sun for the Indian subcontinent and the Siberians, as well as the various peoples in their wetlands and marches, we had witnessed the rising of a new day. But with this sunrise, an occurrence so common it seemed almost a trope, arrived a beginning, in the universe's eternal way of continuing the means from the decline of the ends. I wished only I was there to witness it, rather than trapped in the phony night of a manufactured enclosure, beneath several stacked floors and above severed plinths. It had reassured me greatly when, in the presence of my thoughts, I heard an interruption in the form of an arriving subway train. It had been tinted almost entirely in silver, with small lines of red and yellow coming down its side, owing a modern look. The lights inside of it had not went out at any particular moment, as the large vehicle shifted toward us and slowed down to a screeching halt. The beating of the tracks, previously present, had abruptly stopped, letting men inside the large cabin. Although it had not been populated, the train carried within it around a dozen people, far more than my previous mode of transport, all wishing to move east from the 6th attachment to the 4th residential segment, across several lines. I stepped aboard the train and sat down, several other persons, compatriots in outfit and creed, still moving around me. As I raised my head from the floor, I found across from myself sitting an older woman in a black cloth. I had quickly determined her to be a nun. In a cruel irony, several seats to my left sat a rowdy, intoxicated man, although suited, embellished with a scar on his forehead. Just as I considered leaving my seat, the subway train began moving, setting off through the tunnel. The blaring sound emerging from the front, accompanied by the same artificial Antipodean accent of earlier, covered for the loud hum of the engine in the back of Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski, the steel locomotive. The high-speed tube moved rapidly through enclosed layers of brick, occasionally evening-cutting smooth edges and pulling several of the other carts behind, slowly navigating the ground below the hurrying metropolis, the busiest on Arcanian soil. Although my mind was only present with pictures and scenes of clandestine, my ears had heard the same old names of streets and alleyways pronounced once again. I had been certain my exhausted subconscious had been busy carving another mental picture that would assist me in the navigation of Whitestock as it once did Uncle Richard. But I knew this to be some sort of cope. The journey had ended far quicker than I expected it to. After pulling into 3 stops, the subway train had proclaimed Namel Street, next to Pearson Avenue. Pearson Avenue held behind it an entrance into a commercial center, and several street to its side was Cherry Avenue, onto which I had been assigned. It was my way in, and so I readied to depart. I steadied my black shoes below me, stamping against the metal underneath, as my eyes met with the older woman to the front of me, who had spent most of her time stuck looking toward the bottom of the floor. She had not been convinced to break sight with me, and so I had been inclined to do it first. Oddly, I had found this far more bothersome than the man to my left, muttering words. Several others, particularly young men with suitcases, also readied by the door, grabbing onto steel poles. Toward the slowing of the engine, and the cart along with it, I abruptly joined them in this, snatching one of the poles with my left, and then my right hand. A man with glasses looked toward me, nodded politely, and muttered something about getting off soon. Another motioned toward the door. In the slowing of the train, we all abruptly walked into one another, heading in the same direction, our refined shoes randomly stepping against the ground as if in unison into the 4th residential segment. I had walked up the large pile of stairs, ignoring the traffic around me and the shining of the diode lights above the concrete, its reflection from the refracted glass, and toward the solid ground. The glimmer of early daylight blinded me as I approached Pearson Avenue, and readying myself to a final cling, walked straight forward. I took the curled paper from my pocket once again and checked it just to be sure. 39 Cherry Avenue, it read still. My feet pushed, one against the other, stepping by the side of the commercial center, vaguely and faintly glistened by the incoming sun rays. The street had come to an abrupt cut, followed by the beginning of another alleyway, down whose adjoining amblery I walked in a quiet pace. 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 I looked toward my left now, observing the buildings as I passed them, and seeing them to be rather short. They were arrangements of concrete blocks, salvaged with rough and light and tinted paint, casting off the rays of the sun. Almost every building had been dressed in gray, aside from the combination of yellow and dark brown, and had some sort of creamy, soft paste covering it. Most of the arrangement, perceived through other sets of crumbling edifice such as worn. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Streetlights and misarranged holes in trash cans had been composed of buildings only 4 floors in height, with a small door located by a garden leading into an entrance, main kitchen and mailroom, followed by a staircase. I had recognized the pattern from the home of a friend I had found myself in several years prior, at 17, and came to the instant realization my allotted residence would be fit in an allocated building, the grid of which had been in a cage-like staircase, 2 sets of steps thrust against one another in a habit of rapid urban enterprise, needing to be treaded each day to reach one's level, and a closed-off hallway through a dark auburn door locked behind another key. Having rapidly realized the construction of a building, I searched for my own, observing the numbers painted on their sides. I quickly found them. 47, 45, 43, 41, they read. I walked to front the next one, a green-tinted building, adorned with the number 39, looked at the paper once more, and strolled through the yard. I pressed a signal on the side of the door, which to my surprise had resulted in its immediate unlock, and I had been led into a large lobby, the foyer of which had been casually and comfortably designed, its ceiling reaching just several feet above my head. I broke into an immediate smell of humid air and cigarette smoke. With this realization, I had walked several floors upward, until I had reached the one described on my note, below the address. Despite the heavy numeration, the first number of the room had described the floor, I had come to realize, and the latter, whether the room was on the east wing of the building, as observed from the backyard. If someone could call the grass plot of land in the back of the building by that word, and still think of oneself as a valuable person, which I could not. In this patterned numbering, I was set for the rightmost room on the third floor. Having finally reached it, I rested my shoes on the doormat and brushed them briefly, before taking them off, revealing the tight black socks I had been handed in the equipment recovery room prior below them. I reached under the doormat instinctively and found a small key, which I inserted promptly into the entering. This had, however, revealed itself as even more of an issue than the aged phone booth, as I wrestled endlessly attempting to insert it in just the right direction, hoping for it to go through. I had grown anxious, even considering walking to the other rooms and checking if the key had fit there, convinced they had given me the wrong one, until with a final push, pull, and a thrust, the door had slightly hinged, giving way into a room smelling of dried carpet and cinnamon, my new home. Walking into the living room, I immediately noticed a large, skinned spider on the upper wall, roughly a foot away from its leftmost corner. I had grown immediately repulsed and took my sight off of it, considering myself far too depleted and moral to go in for an abrupt kill, which would no doubt have required a large shoe or a newspaper, neither of which I was willing to sacrifice, and only one of which I had possessed. I convinced myself that if I did not look toward the arachnid, the wanderer would simply disappear behind some wall or the other, leak through the large living room window on which I now set my convictions, and not bother me again. As hopeless as this conviction was, it was what I ushered for, observing the rest of the room. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. I set my sight on the large red carpet in the middle of the quarters, the shelf and television screen next to it, as well as a couch. The living room led directly into the kitchen, hidden behind a small bar. Both of the rooms happened to be minuscule, and the kitchen bearing no window, only lit by a small yellow diode which was on as I entered, despite the sun rays clearly coming through one of the curtains. I had also found a dresser, a small table with chairs for 2 people, and a painting. Ever so generically, The Bringing of the Dakota, a depiction of a founding father clinging onto a large ship as an artillery battle by the side of French soldiers occurred in the background. One could never foster enough memories of the Napoleonic Wars in the Arkaine. Devoid of energy, I sat down on the couch, cream-colored and folding below me. In this position I was able to observe the rest of the room from a distance, and my sight almost immediately wandered toward the spider. What struck me with more curiosity, though, was the small trilateral attachment in the corner of the room, where the intersecting walls met the ceiling. I did not notice it at first, as the device appeared blank on a field of equally light wallpaper. As I focused in on it, however, I was able to inspect it more thoroughly, and inferred it to be a sensor hidden behind a small strip of paper. I thought little of this at the time, surprisingly, and only felt pity that such a thing should land in plain sight. As I sat for a moment more, I believe I wondered how many more I could find throughout the apartment, but never set myself forward for this task. Instead, I retreated through the hallway, which I had been new to, toward the other end of the apartment. Near the entrance were a few more feet of hallway, with a small enclosed bathroom at the very end. From the hallway reaching from the kitchen to this lavatory, equipped with a bath shower, a single sink, and a blankly textured toilet, ran 2 rooms, one, a bedroom, and the other, an office space, conditioned like a bedroom. I grew relieved, grabbing the handle of the former, at the very end of the hallway adjoining the bath, and cast the glass window door aside, peering into the rest of the room and discovering it to contain a king-size bed, on which I promptly sat. Before several minutes had come to an end, I passed out in the beige room around what must have been 6 in the morning, as told by an electronic clock on my bedside. =14th =. The peculiar thing about sleeping in are the times and adjoining situations in which you find yourself when you wake up. Much to my understanding, my former prediction had been correct, for I had truly woken up feeling like I had murdered my old self in an intricate act and become a new person. The weariness in my arms, although still present, was insignificant, and my legs moved around the bed freely as I collected myself. At once I reached for my belongings, realizing I had none, and was henceforth introduced to the issues of the day. A part of me did not want to leave the safe haven of this almost therapeutic bedroom, but the warm temperature of the home caused by my ignorance of air conditioning and the late hour of the day pressured me to commit otherwise. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. I searched for the electronic clock with my right arm, to find it standing still, although positioned differently than when I last remembered, clearly as a result of my unconscious shuffling. It told me it had been 7 in the evening, and the view through the window out onto the side of the building, letting in sight of the street, had confirmed that I had slept for nearly 13 uninterrupted hours after arriving home on board the Katrina. The day closing in felt comparatively new to me. My sight split across the room, its comforting confines surrounding the bed from which I rose, and I looked at once toward the popcorn-patterned ceiling hanging above me. My eyes followed each of the concrete bulges like a droplet of water attempting to miss every obstacle in its path, until eventually I found myself looking at the ceiling's edge. On its rightmost side emerged another sensor, white as well, sticking out into that segment of the apartment, which I failed to notice before. Through the open door, peering into the rest of the hallway, darkened by the lack of outside light, I caught sight of a third. My legs wandered toward it, and ended up on the wood floor, just a few steps away from the locked door. I gripped its handle tightly to confirm it shut, and was relieved when I found the residence protected. 39 Cherry Avenue. I repeated the address in my mind, attempting to memorize it. I knew immediately what I was to do. I ventured into the living room, approached the dresser, and grabbed the first of the 3 steel bars clinging to the wood, opening the shelf. Inside of the first, there was nothing, so I moved downward to the second, and later the third. In the last, there were some plain clothes. White shirts patterned like bedsheets, colored and dark ones with a small, numbered imprint on the back, flannel sweaters and a blank white jacket, several pairs of jeans and another of khakis. I simply took some of these out, messing with their order, and leaving the rest in a pile within the closet, retreating to the bathroom. There I put on a somewhat comfortable gray shirt I found to be my size, although it had itched on my back, and a pair of jeans. While within the bathroom, I searched for a 4th sensor. I could not find one on the ceiling. I dumped my sweaty and worn clothes on the edge of the bath. This was in aiming to carry it later to the laundry of the apartment complex, which I assumed to be in the basement below the lobby. I flickered off the lights in most of the rooms and gripped the handle on the door. But before I had left, I checked to see whether the pest within my living room had disappeared. To my delight or demise, it had. I hoped to not encounter it again. Abruptly I departed into the hallway, although I once again failed to shut the door fully. It had appeared to me, at least to some degree, that my apartment had remained renovated as of recently, and had previously not been taken care of. The door was a factor in this, convincing me that the entire residence had been technically unmaintained. I envied the person in the apartment in front of mine, who I had not yet gotten to know. But the inner shelter and convenience of my newly introduced living space was still far better than that of the cold staircase which I now walked down. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. As I retreated down the stairs and moved by each level to the front lobby, I thought immediately of my next steps. I had not gotten acquainted with the area, but from my knowledge of Arcanian urban design, I could not be far from another phone booth. My walk started in no rush. I had the time to observe the street lamps light up and the sun decay beyond the horizon, its setting glimmer lighting up the corners of the vista in plain sight, as well as the hanging rail lines several miles distant. The peak of a radio tower in proximity was highlighted in the beam of a stadium light, where several young men had been practicing a football game. As I walked down the street, I could even see the distant commercial center, and shoppers carrying out apparatuses, appliances, and various other essentials. Men carried equipment and clothes on their arms, their families dragging these items behind in small reusable carts toward their homes and transport. Most of them had done so since the days of martial law, which, although officially still in place, had ended as a historical period some 20 years before. It remained present within locations accessible to the public, streets and buildings that remained ever so still and quiet. This appeared rather mortifying in a metropolis of inhabitants in dozens of millions, many of which had undoubtedly suffered as a result of the civil instability ushered in by the existence of the rebel forces and the never-ending logistical struggle against them. Eventually, I had bypassed a street corner by an abandoned, less furnished building. I had come to the realization that each fragment of a structure here was of superior quality to that in the urban slums, and even the most worn of walls were affluent in contrast to those I remembered from the worse areas. Properties, although small and shoved together in tight spaces, appeared maintained and conserved through the struggles of their allocated owners. Collectivization had reassigned ownership of various businesses, from steel mills to small shops, to those with the experience to maintain them. While such persons often had less than moral intentions, the integrity provided with the means being aligned to those who had the power and influence to operate them meant that shortcomings in financial crises could easily be dwelled with time. Imperfect fragments of buildings, such as broken windows, were as a result promptly hidden behind curtains and new frames. The graffiti scribbles had been painted over, admittedly in translucent wash, yet nevertheless returning the outside walls and foundations to their former state. The square nearby the street corner bore within it a variety of vendors, small shops made in the style of booths, sometimes with only a single compatriot behind a ladder, and a desk selling and distributing his goods, at other times an entire arrangement in anywhere from 3 to 6 aisles of goods and a cash register. Some of the vendors whom I had encountered on the street sold specific items such as jewelry, cleaning products, and even homegrown plants. Fruits and vegetables had commonly come from such stores, which in fortunate circumstances were even covered with windows and had permanent seats for conversations with customers and personal meetings. They were the closest equivalent to the European restaurant, a more fanciful variation of a diner uncommon on the outskirts, and Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski supposedly only present in the Vista, where the residences of skilled laborers and researchers were afforded space and solitude, closer to the government centers of the hubs. I had come across one of these stands and motioned to the vendor toward the end of the street. I aimed to find out from him how far I would need to go to reach a phone booth, and he paced toward me to ask for elaboration. Once I had explained the situation to him, the job holder looked at me somewhat condescendingly, as if I had begun the conversation on bad and pleading terms. I reasoned this to be a result of his own earpiece, which might as well have functioned as a phone, and thought the man judged me to be playing him for a fool. I quickly revealed my bare ears and simple clothes, stretching out my arms to show I meant no offense, and once again asked him for directions. This seemed to have calmed the vendor down. Before returning to his own work surface, the man showed me in the direction of a stand to the left of a crossroad, at the end of the street, behind which a phone booth stood. A pile of smoke appeared from the front of it, a result of a burning furnace steaming skinned chicken. I thanked the seller and gone ahead on my way, eager to use the easily triggerable mechanic. The sun had by now lowered itself toward the skyline, nearly sinking on the verge of sight, leaving the construction around me densely lit only by the glowing bulbs of the white-tinted streetlights, and the infrastructure of the commercial tract bare and with very little radiance, the remainders of which were stuck perceived in a homely glare from their peak reaches. Within the time it took to take several yards of steps, I walked within the booth, enclosed by its walls from the outside world. Almost instantly, I inserted into the mechanism a coin and began messing with the key already inside of it, stuck in a routine mode of entry. With several bumps and scratches against the polished cover, and a minute-long slapping of the keys, I managed to make the light above its dashboard flicker, and heard a muted descending tone from the phone speaker. Gently I pointed the microphone of the device toward my mouth, and let the speaker fall slightly below my ear. "Hello?" I asked. "Yes?" The voice came back from across the line, as if already awaiting a response, not having heard my introduction. "Hello?" I repeated. I heard a slight growl. "You said that already, Oliver." "Clandestine, is that you?" Who else could it be? She knew very well I could have been connected to another person, or perhaps an agent. Nevertheless, the girl's cynicism didn't seem to die down. I took it as fact. "No clue," I simply answered, followed by a moment's waiting. "Did you miss me?" "Barely," she admitted in a chuckle. "It's only been a while. I knew you'd call back as soon as you got the chance to." Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. "And how would you happen to know I'm calling you at my soonest?" "Well, are you implying you waited all this time?" she asked. You know, I have no way to reach you. Unlike yourself, I don't happen to carry around phone numbers. I leaned against the side of the machine, laying my back against the cool glass of the booth. I thought your memory was just enough. Perhaps it is, her voice reverberated. But life is a continuing intake of information. It's a marathon, not a race. Maybe I'll never quite beat you to it. You barely have the chance to control yourself, I admitted through the phone. So why do you bring such subjects up? Which ones? She asked. Ones like these, I added, knowing that you'll never know the answer. Because they're worthy of contemplation, I heard her say through the line. Her voice seemed increasingly creased and off-pitched, yet clandestine's enthusiasm did not fade. You're a student, former waitress. I'm a trained butcher, one who has only been considered a citizen of the nation in which I have lived out my life thus far since a night ago. It's not for us to decide. Let's not pretend you know the answer. I heard a pause. That's philosophical, she admitted. Unnecessarily so, I commented back. When are you coming? The pause had intensified, stretching into a long and extended lapse in conversation that had lasted more than a moment. She seemed caught off guard by this question, but I did not beg to ask it again, knowing fully well she had heard it and would not attempt to hang up or change the subject. Coming, she simply asked. Yes, to see me, I elaborated on a whim. You always pick up the phone. I do? I chuckled to myself. You have so far. Perhaps I didn't mean to this time, she replied. I'm very busy after all. I looked through the shielded glass of the booth, beyond the mechanism, and out onto the far corners of the street. The night seemed to have settled in, and the floors of Whitestock grew quieter. This thing has only so many minutes in it, I lied. In fact, there are men standing behind me right now, eager to use the phone. Back from service too, I assume, she remarked. The papers said of over 20,000 coming home. I took the realization upon myself. As compared to the 22,000 that left. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. 21.5, actually, she sighed. I guess the Katrina was especially lucky. I was taken aback. You looked me up? It wasn't my idea, she replied. Archives are really easy to access. My sister browses through them for her work. It's pretty much public record. Crazy how much they trust us with in the case of emergency, I passingly mentioned. I wouldn't say that, she revealed. They only trust us with the positive numbers. I tried to see the records of the men who perished on the journey, but it only shows numbers. I heard her voice crack on the other end of the line. And that's what we are, numbers. You sound overly contemplative, I added, resurging on the topic, which is all the more reason you should let me see you. It's a bit of a distance, she admitted. Then you come here, I said. You can reach your classes by bus. I know they can't be that far away. If anything, I'll give you the help necessary. Okay, she finally consented. I'll do so tomorrow, around noon. Your address? 39 Cherry Avenue, 4th RS, I revealed. Far? Nope, she proclaimed. I can make it just in time if that's not an issue. I hope you don't have anyone over there right now. I got housing all to myself, I revealed. It wasn't a surprise. Most of us did. I guess the conditions had improved. I figure so too, she simply stated. A pause occurred, and I strained the telephone line as I picked my back up from the side of the booth. I must go, she suddenly said. Some work calls me. I'll see you then, I said. Hopefully. There was a break, but I caught a light-hearted snicker from across the vibrations of the device. Yes, she said. Hopefully. =15th. She came the next morning, and in her knowledge of industrial spaces and unmatched reverence toward scientific advancement, instantly noticed the sensors placed around the apartment, counting 5 in total, 2 of which I had not noticed previously. To our mutual gladness, a sensor had not been placed in the bathroom, which itself had been soundproof as a means of avoiding the sound of splashing water from infiltrating the rest of the apartment. I had used the shower bath in the early morning, and once again took it to use around an hour after clandestine's arrival, when she was busy unpacking her items in the front of the living room. I quickly found her to not only be an unusual slob, but also quite bothersome in the manner she retained her items. She did not discard food and pretend tidied the rooms so that they had. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski looked clean, in a unique procession I could not understand the point of in the slightest. But aside from these simple habits, the girl made not only a likely but also pleasant roommate, as her aptitude for conversation and organization outside of the home had made her knowledge useful. She had instantly taken to departing the doors of the residence after finding the items she had just unpacked to fetch foodstuffs from a vendor, as well as some clothes, some of which she wished on me. I argued that I should come with for this reason, but Clandestine insisted that this should be something she should do herself, for whatever reason, and I stayed behind to observe the apartment and safekeep. These were peaceful times. There was no point in watching for danger by the moment. It was a dull city complex, situated quite blandly in the middle of nowhere, one of the more deserted neighborhoods of the developments between the high-functioning urban portions and the stretch of the slums. The outline of this expansion was as described before, and not much of the furnishing had changed, aside from the closet, which we had jointly moved, although I had put most of the weight into the lifting, into the opposite corner of the room. The rest of it appeared relatively empty as a result of this change, opening several yards of empty floor. But this empty floor bore no special attachment to it, no sense of nostalgia or longing for renewed belonging, no connection on merit, no use for the essentials left lying around. Clandestine in all her interests struggled throughout the day to give some homely sense of character to the place, but this too was absent in the end. There was nothing personable in the construction, its walls unamiable and fixtures nondescript, its location and purpose set aside. I could not contemplate living here permanently, but in less than a day, my visitor made herself fully comfortable, as if this place was entirely her own. The day came to an end earlier than I had realized, and when the foodstuffs were set down, Clandestine made her declaration, and soon I came to realize that she would indeed stay here far longer than initially expected. It had come to my attention that she had been looking for a place to stay, and was rather eager to break away from student housing, the limits of which were drastically lower than the standards applied to freshly dismissed military personnel. In the contrarian tellings of my fellow men, and those older than myself, these apartments went neglected, provided as a long-term alternative only to those who could not settle a more permanent home. Sadly, I counted myself among the ranks of this group, and therefore expected to stay here far longer than most of my peers. It did not bother me as a result of this that Clandestine wanted to accommodate this need. Rather, I felt somewhat honored, and thus began my newly renewed fondness of her, with it coming the end to my contemplations regarding Miss Romano, who had by this time grown so present in my mind it had become somewhat of a weary burden. I attempted for months on every occasion to expel this cycle of thought, and with the change of environment, this had become easier. As days passed by with Clandestine at my company, I had grown somewhat adjusted to life in Whitestock, and the comfort that it had provided. I sorely missed aspects of my old life, but with the assistance of everyday commodity and the plentiful amount of time I had newly found on my hands, the first week of my return had been almost festive. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. The course of typical days would begin with me rising in the late morning, in contrast to the early morning wake-up and head count aboard the Katrina, and pacing myself just several steps toward the shower bath. While in it, I made use of a small speaker which Clandestine had bought for the purpose of easy listening while in the bathroom, which she herself utilized quite a bit. Her first instinct was to purchase a radio, but upon telling me of this plan, she had almost immediately circled back to the second suggestion and aimed to cover up her forgetfulness entirely. It had appeared charming to me that she had memorized my distaste for this object at all from conversations several years past, let alone that Clandestine aimed to appease me when she forgot herself. My attachment grew. The speaker would often tell of the events of the previous day. During the mornings, it would record government proclamations, advertise various products in a somewhat monotone voice, and spread information regarding sponsored events. These would come in the form of state-issued sports games between the different football leagues of Whitestock that would actively compete against one another, gymnastic exercises, or musical events with a patriotic undertone. Also often spoken about were local meetings of the Civil Salvation League, with party representatives listed in groups of dozens, taking up valuable broadcasting time. Although neither Clandestine nor I bore any interest or knowledge of local politics at this time, we had grown attracted to the idea of attending a more artistic event. We were jointly repelled by team sport activities, having rarely attended ones that required active engagement, and somewhat reluctant to observe a game out of the fear of knowing less than the frequent attendees of the matches. But something along the lines of joining a group listening to music or watching a performance would prove a bonding experience, we had figured. Throughout the week, I listened for applicable events, attempting to memorize them. But whenever I had come across a suggestion, it had never quite fit my roommate's expectations, or had rapidly revealed itself of an entirely different sort than described fondly on the radio. As I continued opening my day-to-day routine with this easy listening, I learned to watch out for certain words or phrases that would prove a calculating method towards misguiding individuals toward coming to these otherwise unspectacular happenings, and furthermore, speaking well of them after the fact, in the belief that they had truly experienced something worthy of speaking about. Clandestine was most interested in attending an opera. It had truly come as a burden to me to reveal to her that operas, of the sort that she had imagined, were limited to the vista, the closed-off segment of the city to whose happenings we could not yet attend. She had frequently recited it as her childhood dream, and one night toward bedtime, something within my psyche had encouraged me to place my hand on hers and swear to the girl that I would one day take to the opera. This had been the first night we shared a bed, wrapped up in each other's warm bodies. Soon after leaving the shower bath and putting on clothes, I would begin reviewing my tasks of the day, which were yet to be established. Most of these included looking through papers to find possible work openings, sorting through my archived papers and items salvaged through various connections, meeting with the individuals I had chosen to remain in contact with, and listing their phone numbers in my notebook. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. On the fourth day, I immersed myself in the bureau to contact Arthit, but had only been given a pink paper slip and the reassurance that my name and address had been entered into the database, and that he would be able to reach me shortly, which was not reassuring in the slightest. On the first Sunday of my stay, I successfully contacted Sawyer Luke by recovering his address and visiting the former co-worker for a short chat, which had come to a rapid end when his soon-to-be wife had dispersed the room in preparations for a dinner she had been hosting for her own acquaintances. When I was not attempting to stumble upon anyone and recover some grip of my old life, I sat inside entertaining myself with books and magazines I had not touched in years, reflecting on the person they had led me to be, and the one which I no longer was. I had recovered the persona of an old character, the departed version of Oliver Anderson. With the passing of days grew within me the need to assume this identity once more. =16. Brilliant morning air snapped over me as I hung my arms above the floors, my leaning chin supported by my stance. My head stared down onto the grand metropolis, its convergence unfolding before me in a spectacular show of merit, a calm and spirited pathway down the tattered bounds below me. Leaning against the cold metal, my elbows felt a rush of contiguousness with the plated fence, in contrast to the unfamiliarity I felt with the rest of this view. I did not stay contemplating this for long, eager to continue on the path I had made that day. I had not been alone for the first time in quite a while. I was in the company of Sawyer Luke, seeing him for the second time since our initial meeting. In consequence of his wife's dinner, he found himself working more hours to make up for lost time, and had finally been able to accompany me on several errands with the same intention. His eager green eyes glared onto the industrial valleys along with mine. In his company, I witnessed the fabricated routes swung upon by dozens of buses spinning across lanes, heard the clamor of distant airships, and witnessed the convenience of speeding bullet trains commuting across Whitestock, which Sawyer was eager to point out to me. "Do you remember," he said, motioning towards one of the coaches, "when we had to get by together on one, just like that one?" I nodded. "I do," my voice loomed, casually admitting to the truth. "I figure you don't use it anymore." "No," he said, and paused. "I use a different train now," Sawyer cackled. "Well, can you find that one to me and point it out?" I laughed. "Perhaps," he motioned with his arm. Sawyer remained plodding over the herd of trains in the background, baying on and plundering the rails with a decisive steel hum. He finally looked toward the multicolored group of trains in the distance, seeking one of a particular size, width, structure, and proportion. I eyed his face as he smirked, being seemingly unable to find it. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. "Nope," he said, finally facing me. "I think at this time of day, they're rather rare." "Common for a Saturday," I explained. "Not many work trains around these hours." "Unless you work in the docks," he admitted. "Speaking of which, Oliver, wouldn't that be the perfect job for you?" I shrugged. "What for?" "The job? Money, of course. But the reasons are of outstanding curiosity." With this remark, I grew to question his reasons. Sawyer was excited to elaborate. "You had the choice between heading toward any of the branches for conscription, and in the contemplation, unlike the rest of us, chose an uncommon one in the Navy. You found mercy in the toil. It wasn't mercy in toil, I explained. Not that kind. And it wasn't a choice. It was just delegated upon me. Delegated? I looked toward him. It was the only job I could accept. If you remember, I had never received proper guard training. It did not end well for my brother, although he was somewhat of an overachiever. Nevertheless, I never wanted to follow in that example. And I never did. My sight drifted away. The Navy are the only ones who don't place restraints on us. It's roughly 2 trips, lasts around a dozen months on average, mine on board the Eagle and the Katrina, Sawyer finished for me, having heard most of the voyage tales I have thus far described in piercing detail through my extensive monologues. Yes, I nodded. That old ship, a part of me said, although I immediately regretted describing it audibly as such, for it was rather a thing of beauty in its engineering. Still, Sawyer said, you'd be of help. His arm pointed to the distance. We were looking from the north, the fences of the vista and its upward climb just several hundred yards behind our backs, the tall iron-plated walls of lumber covered by grass hedges and planted trees. Around us were leveled buildings, which greatly obscured the view of the horizon, but beyond them, and in the spaces where they appeared absent, he helped me notice a brief outline of the ocean. It's so far from here that I have to put my finger into the air to see it each morning. Sawyer elaborated. I have no job left in me except that of a butcher. You took it only as part of your duty, just as I did mine as an infantryman. I listened to him intensely. The companion smiled. You see, not only do you know ships, but you've spent so much time on board one. I just know you took each moment to view its facets. Toying with the engines and fixing the mechanisms must have left at least some skill in you. He began shaking his hand into the distance, pointing avidly. You're all the way over. Paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski there, just a couple minutes away, whereas making your way here, where the rest of the well-paid jobs are, takes effort. You can't move now. I found some home with clandestine, I explained to him, having introduced the girl earlier as the same one he had met years prior in the diner. If I can bring her over the sectors, to this district, she'll assist. From a soldierly Marshall apartment with nothing but ice packs and bland furniture, she made a home I haven't had with my real family. Maybe saving my money might be the better option. Maybe this part of the city calls me again. No one's asking you to commit forever, Sawyer elaborated further on his suggestion. You can fix ships one day and quit another. They won't value you, I must sadly admit. But the pay is good. If you aim to save up money and find a job here, working odd tasks as a vendor or apprentice won't do you much good in that regard. It will take you off track of your plan. I nodded along to his explanation, as it made some degree of sense to me. And clandestine, he said. The girl, whatever she means to you, is sticking around because it's the best option for her. She's invested in you already. The life you dream of has already been planned by her, and not only that, but you've been integrated into it. For so long you've wanted someone to tread the path with, and you finally have that. Don't throw away her work and convenience. Show her you can adjust quickly. When Sawyer was not within the sanitary rooms of the distribution center, cloaked in plastic coats and cutting poultry ardently as we used to in the company of our fellow laborers, and in our own, he was similarly poetic to Arthit. I had not received the latter's response as of then, but something in my old companion's words seemed reminiscent of them. Whether it was at sea or land, I could believe that the business of men and their sagely words would prevent me from driving myself insane. Thank you for that, I simply acknowledged. I'll consider the docks, as uneager as I may be to see or hear the ocean again. I don't blame you, Sawyer told me, removing his shoulders from the fence and stepping away from the steep view. It's much quieter up here, he chuckled at the light irony. I followed in his path, casting one more glance down on the stretch of populated paved rectangles and the emptied roads that separated them, and out onto the street bearing more proximity to us. His jacket swiveled in the light wind, and the butcher's short black hair seemed altered by the setting in of dew. I swept a hand through my own hair, seeing its pointy edges fall through my brows and before my eyes, brown and stiff. We paced leisurely beyond the boulevard of apartment complexes. The thoroughfare of rising buildings and windowed rooms themed our journey, persons rapidly walking inside of them and leaving within moments, exchanging words with acquaintances and getting their items across the door. Our path of access was not cut short by any curve on the road or obstacle in our path. The morning, despite its misgivings, appeared rather calm, and we aimed to walk into a nearby vendor to recover home supplies for Sawyer. With this mission, Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski, the poetic approach to our day had ended, settling in the previously recognized assemblage of thoughts and quandaries as troubled considerations for my own adjoining conditions. This was to be determined in the settling future of the potential days, now drifting behind me. =17:7. At this point, I had been adjusted so permanently to Arcanian society, I had nearly forgotten my former title of Seaman Anderson, and envisioned myself under the nickname of Mr. or Sir. The causality of civilian life seemed in great contrast to my deployment, having been calm and serene thus far, and it certainly helped to be reassured by fellow men, all of whom had served in the million force of the armed forces. I had not begun to take Sawyer's words into sincere consideration until a week later. They rang in my mind a few days after, when aboard a train, I witnessed the docks. They were large contraptions that spun around the border walls, their roofs the only thing nearby, the barrier reaching within the approaches of that height. Nearly 700 feet from the train rails was a plated floor, insignificant in comparison to the ones it was lifted above, and yet secluded from outside view with a thick wall. Beyond this thick wall was a large road, and behind it several large hangars and cranes. The shipyard extended further into view with the Navy's painting amenities, a large warehouse, and another enormous wall just before the rising crust of a tower, elevating the ground to a new degree so that a slipway could come into regard if one were to observe the edifice in this direction. I wanted to investigate it further, but by that time, the train had already rolled away on its rails, replacing this view with a skyline unto which I stared, being carried placidly through the city. Roughly a day later, I had again encountered a message from the world telling me of this new destiny. That being in the morning, when midway through government announcements, I was informed that the nearby shipyard had been looking for essential laborers who would focus their efforts on moving resources through the docks. This had been enough to get Clandestine to pressure me toward this at the first mention of such an opportunity. She had been eager to kick me out of my dormitories, which she now made her own, and out onto work. Granted, I had been looking forward to this as well. It was even therapeutic to a degree to reinsert some value into society, after not having held a permanent, non-martial job in such a great amount of time. But with my transition into seeking work in this field, I began noticing that aspect of my character I would miss out on. On the plaza by which the train rolled every so often, I often witnessed events on the square with large marching processions of the guard, structured in precise positions, marching alongside one another. They began with a loud pounding of the drums, followed by a carnation of the Arcanian national anthem. It was an active, upbeat battle hymn entitled Sins of Our Fathers, whose lyrics had been removed during the integration and lost in record ever since. The anthem was discontinued halfway through, just as my train rolled away from the soldiers' view, and seemingly began piercing the militiamen's attention through the insignificant devices locked inside their ears instead. For the rest of that particular day, the tune Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski remained in the back of my mind, until I went casually to sleep in the evening and managed to forget most of it. I had finally decided to set out on my route onward to the docks, and decided to take a walk of an hour before taking a subway train around the sector. It had been inconvenient in the sense that my path diverged from the direct route to the shipyard more than it approached the contraptions, but I had happened to set out on this course particularly because I was up early enough, and therefore did not mind the dispersed time frame, or the exercise for that matter, which I had been in cruel need for. While on my pace, I encountered a bridge hanging above a plaza, and this plaza, unlike the large square that stretched across before a patriotic statue in the near distance, was tiny and abandoned. Formerly a place for sports and gymnastics, it had been buried by the elevated buildings around it and purged into descent. A part of it leaked below the second floor of Whitestock, down onto the slums, and if one looked through the right alleyway, they could see the site of suburban housing slowly melting into unfinished buildings and unfurnished streets. Brick walls shattered by bullet shells and burned from arson, this slow degradation of architecture that seemed almost comical. And this had been the first time, oddly enough, and I had realized, that I had seen children in Whitestock since my return. It was a group of 3 older boys, and a younger one chasing one another around. They had small gray remotes in their hands, their buzzers, and had been using them in play while hiding behind the contraptions they knew not the nature of, seeming entirely relaxed in this environment. This abandoned plaza below the bridge I had walked, that most of society had made every effort to stay clear of, was thoroughly embraced by Arkaine's boys, who used it as a field to carry out their imagination. I had soon realized that this group had pretended to be guards. They lowered the younger one on a flat surface before forcing him to get up, by which time the remaining older boys ran away in different directions. I followed the sight of one in the distance, running into an alleyway before my ability to see through the street ended. Seeing this, I had diverted my sight to the other boy, with brown hair, rushing in the direction of a small artificial river, hanging from a small cliff stuffed between two large buildings. He had flashed his buzzer, creating a distant pitched sound, before retreating into the confines by the river, near the sidewalk. I curiously took several steps back, and with the other boys out of sight, began observing this one, who had clearly not seen me above the bridge before, and was somewhat unable to see me now. In fact, I had been at the very corner of his eye, and insignificant in the space between me and him. The brown-haired boy continued on his path along the river. As to what happened immediately afterwards, I now have no perception. But the facts as they stood at that time were that he had tripped while on his way, and out of my sight, and fallen into the water of the river. Because the depth of the canal had been a solid 2 yards, despite grappling at the walls and constant clinging which grabbed my attention as well. Grabbing the clear surfaces above him with his fingers did not help, as they only slid off, leaving him falling back down into the pit from which he attempted to escape. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. And curiously, as soon as I had attained sight of what was happening, seeing the boy's hair being torn apart by the multifaceted waves spiraling down the canal, and hearing his distant and therefore quiet breath coming in and out as the body roamed ashore the water, the other boys had come into view. All 3 of them ceased their play, the young one and his 2 older companions, and ran up toward the river. Seeing the elevation, and themselves staring down from it, they tried for a solution. In doing so, however, they were silent in their contemplation, and did not attempt to communicate. The group stood inches away from the river incline, their feet on the steep walls, capable themselves of falling to the same fate were they to take even a slight step forward, be pushed or blown by the wind, or trip on an object as well. But there were none in sight except small rocks, little to pose a rescue, and rather than look for a more considerable item, which the wastelands below the constructed floors had been emptied of by a coalition of planners and hoarders, they merely stared. I witnessed the boy's head fall once more within the cold water, and a fading sound of gurgling, before the body carried itself downward the river, still and motionless, his wet shirts and pants trailing affront his shoes. The waves laid it face down on the creek, and there was no sign of struggle as the water took his life. I attempted to shout to get the attention of the boys nearby, and direct them toward something, but they had paid no attention to me, staring in silence at their lost companion. At first, a part of me was inclined to believe I could not blame them, and took this assembly as the sight of something like a shock. I believed the boys, one standing affront the 2 others, nearly leaning into the creek for a good view, and the older and younger behind him, were unused to the sight and unsure of what to do. But rather than seek rescue or show concern, they had interred their hands in their pockets, and curiously observed the event of the newly deceased body sliding down the water. They followed the sight of the faded blue on a background of the darker-colored layout nearby by resting their eyes on his shirt, and the younger pointed towards his rough head of chestnut hair, now sunk in the water. Casually, they had walked away in a group, before stopping at the horizon line some minutes later, facing one another in conversation, and returning. By the time I had crossed the bridge on my way to the subway station, they had been back at play, chasing one another with the buzzers, a bit farther from the river. I heard the casual cheer of the children, and their throughout imaginations told through words, yells, gestures, forgetting entirely of the ever-casual sight of sudden and avoidable death. Perhaps my shock toward the events on the bridge would be more if I had not stayed around to witness the reactions. Having spent nearly 20 minutes in the morning observing the boy's death, and finding myself absent of a solution, I found myself alike in certain ways to the children whose actions I knew to be absent of virtue, and hideous in a moral sense. And maybe in this interpretation, I made a subconscious choice to follow through with the crowd. If I had known that morning what would have happened, I would certainly have taken steps to avoid it. But then again, so would have the boy in question, whose name I did not know. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. This was the argument I used to convince myself, for why should I worry about the death of someone whose name or details I knew not of? The loss of the fellow sailor on the Katrina was significant and impactful, for we had all known him to some degree, but this had been like seeing the swelling body of a dog ran over in the street. It was more of an unpleasant sight, I thought, than an issue. A misfortune, certainly, but nothing close in worth to ending the course of a day. It would have happened if I had not been there anyway, I thought. I had attempted various things that seemed obvious in the moment, shouting, screaming, hollering, pointing, and failed to attract the scared bystander's affection. I had not even been a bystander, for to be a bystander, one would need to have the option to step in and make an impact in the course of these events. This option, however, I did not hold, being placed instead in the position of an observer. And like an observer, I observed the subway walls as they passed me by, while my cart rolled against them, and the hum of the tracks and the people moving in and out as I headed toward the docks. After a brisk walk, I had found my way there and began pestering the manager, who I had found outside a large painting facility built of concrete and mortar, stanching of fish. The tall, bald-headed man had been appalled at my ability to progress so far into the provision without being stopped by security, telling me that those willing to consult him would have to go 3 buildings back. I had taken to defending my position, telling the man that I had merely saw him and chose to follow through. I used the opportunity to my advantage. I look the part, I tried to convince him. I just finished my conscription, as a sailor. The job was practically made for me. He sighed, his coarse voice gradually breaking. Well, he said, I told you to wait. Hence, I waited still in my spot outside the painting facility, my hands in my pockets, and waiting in some still strain of cold sweat for this new acquaintance to return, taking his position of manager to determine whether I would be given the job. But evidently, and to a degree of fluency with my previous contemplation, he had not made this decision immediately, but with a sense of grace invited me toward the small and dark-walled portables beyond a road adjacent to the nearby buildings. This was done, presumably, to talk to me further. We passed by a large crane which stretched all the way to the barrier, whose colossal size casted a shadow over the entire area, and there he slid me into one of the portables through a window and flickered on the lights. What followed was a brief formality. I was given a chair and sat down at a table, and he inquired about my service. I had only proof of identity to give, which he deemed satisfactory. == We lied with each other for the first time, dull and silent. I had only managed to hold clandestine's hand and pull her by the shoulder, even when she began coming to the same bed as I to sleep every night. But the tight embrace in which we remained locked that particular evening, our clothed bodies lit up only by the dim orange light on the bed table, was beyond compare to anything before then. The ambience of the Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski bedroom had been so honest and quiet, I could hear each of her short, interrupted breaths, in sync with my own. Without my awareness of it, one of my hands had reached across her neck toward her hair. She lied directly affront me, her dark brown eyes lightly shut, but still giving away a glimmer of trust. These large, obscured pupils were then obstructed from view by the brownish bangs hanging from her forehead and across the rest of her face, down to her nose. My fingers pulled on a string of hair as I brushed my thumb up and down the thread, slightly pulling it away from her before circling back in a knot, hanging my pointer and middle finger slightly above as if I was trying to rip it away. A part of me felt that this was what I ought to have done. Seeing the girl who I could only imagine as my savior from the rising thoughts of Isabella that continued to haunt me throughout my voyage, at last in my bed and comfortable in my presence, felt like an achievement. The wild grin on her face, the ease in her voice and in her eyes, and her arms stretched across the bed, pulling on me, gave a symmetry previously unknown to my life. It was as if her let-up was my reward, and I sought to retain whatever I could of it. I imagined that if only I could have kept the strands of her gorgeous curls, a piece of the moment stayed with me. This entry into the night felt immortal, as we savored solace in each other's presence and the luxury of a connection thought innate. I remembered it so because it was one of the only times I felt while in Whitestock, and this kind of feeling led to even her questioning why my eyes were so distant, and while my sight, looking toward her head as it began to rest on my shoulder, seemed to drift away for periods as if lost in thought. I felt finally the rush of the guardsmen departing the ships for the shore. I felt the grazing of the bullets and the tight burst of fire against a soldier's skin, a flame piercing his muscles and begging to be put away. I felt, at once, the enormous cling toward the end of a voyage, the hopes and dreams of dozens of men whose faces I at once recalled resting in a moment like this. I felt the momentous power of the first man of Arcanian nationality, who had stepped on the moon, and the thousands who followed him, brimming the storages of oxygen, iron, and silicon with their labor. But most of all I felt how through all that I had done, there had been no real meaning put through. I had been told again and again to bear through those days, to become somewhat of a figure in my own mind, and with my envy for that continued along such a path. But in the end, I had ended up as a result of my hard work the most default of men. Among the crowds, I had done the bare minimum by becoming a citizen of the nation to which I was essentially native. The cordiality of the situation did not calm me. Rather, it ignited a feeling that I had not done enough. Ever since my days at the Tasman Hall, I had waited. I waited as a child to attend school, and in school for the end of a class, and then the lunch, the end of the day, the final ring of the bell, the course home. On my way home, I awaited when I would come back to the quarters to see my brother and mother, and give them a passing glance, laying my tired body across a bed, to fall asleep with a magazine in my hand, and repeat the process. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. I waited those days then, and continued waiting them later. I processed weeks, months, sometimes with no progress or result toward those tasks to which I found myself committed. I witnessed as a child the waning of childhood in Simon, with whom I had shared most of my energy, and our constant relocations, and our struggles, and his final departure from home. I waited for Mother to come home with the food. I waited for her to calm us down, to stop crying herself. I waited in such times for graduation, to progress up the ladder, and when I could not, for my brother to teach me how. I waited until I was good enough to teach myself. Most of all, I awaited Simon's return, which would never come, and found myself still waiting all these years later. At a whim in my teenage years, I had gotten tired of waiting, and boarded my first extended journey along a high-speed train to the corners of Whitestock, where I would make this life for myself. And at last, in her arms, I felt its reapings. The harvest of recitations and insights awaking within me through a moment of perfect silence. But it too demanded to be broken. Oliver? Her somber voice spelled my name, almost teasingly. What are you thinking about? You, I lied. She shook her head and smiled. That's not true. You were thinking about something else. What? I asked, more out of surprise than as a reply to her. Something else, she repeated. Not anyone or anything here. I see that look in your eyes. Your mind ventured off into a distant corner. I let my eyes down toward her neck and pressed my hand to it, touching her warm body. At that moment I tried to grin calmly. Not that distant of a corner. There was a moment of silence in between our words, when the smile off her face had disappeared, but gradually, and let in an almost motherly depiction of worry. You were so far away, she begged me. So far away. Like an ocean away. Yeah, I spoke in a calm voice. An ocean away. And that didn't bother you? Being so far from here, your home? I could never. I always have to get everything right. I'm so glad I didn't have to be drafted. I'm so glad it all. Nay. Her voice blurted out all these thoughts at once and stopped itself just short of the end. She smiled a small bit. I'm glad it all happened too, I made her understand. It was horrible, seeing those streets and the chaos, being torn away from a world that was made from us. But if it wasn't for the integration, we wouldn't be lying here right now, I explained. Would we? Clandestine grinned. No, she admitted. I guess not. In that moment, her thoughts seemed to have ventured away toward the past, and mine to the future. We split at this point, ending the bizarre conversation in two. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Separate lanes of thought. Mine own had made me into the form I thought proper, while hers allowed her to recollect and reflect. I had no patience for the latter. My every attempt at reflection thus far had led me backwards rather than forward. I wanted only to breathe. $=. There is no job more monotonous than brushing color onto ships. The task, in its process, is quite literally watching paint dry. My first day consisted of coming by subway to the point of entry, clinging to a group of a dozen men who I had not known or recognized, particularly burly ones, just to enter a facility with a metal deck stretching across an entire room. Even the inlets had appeared of such great length and width that the layer of this ship obtained a bizarre shape, in need of a change from the form of steel and metal gray to a more pristine blank coating, for which I was responsible. I picked a large device in the form of a stick with a large, wide brush at its end, its bristles damaged, and submerged it in a slug of sticky white paint with the help of a particularly flexible worker who had been sent my way to assist me. 5 minutes after his departure, I put in the first actual work of my stay on the land, pushing the bristles onto the sides of the deck and slowly applying the layers, manually pacing around the construction and finding the work far more time-consuming than I had first thought to be the case. 90 minutes had passed, and I was nearly done with the back, when from across the room I heard a shout. I went forward to investigate, but nowhere around the deck was there a person in sight. I reasoned, to my best frame of concern, that it came from outside the facility, and past the miniature magazine in the back to get to the door nearby it. Once I came out the other side, it was only a matter of walking by several black portables before I reached the sight of 2 men arguing. One of them wore a black collar, while the other was dressed head to toe in green garment. He wore a lime-striped cap drafted of thick fabric, leather shoes, and a seemingly unharmed although considerably dirty full outfit. It was comprised of a buttoned olive shirt and an alike pair of full-length green-dyed jeans, whose pockets he rested his hands in when they were not flailing around. While I approached the men, they seemed to pay little attention to me. The former cast a chivalrous glance toward a woman in the background, with long blonde hair, before returning to his attacking posture. He seemed to ignore the pleas of the worker before him, angrily defending himself. But alas, in their conversation, I identified no contrast of tone. They both had sounded equally pretentious. 1, 2, I took the shit out, I heard the green-fitted man's voice claim, but they wouldn't budge. None of them are willing to do that. As I attempted to listen in closely on the conversation, the woman behind the pair glanced quickly toward me before looking away. Her hair covered up a good amount of her face, but beneath it she appeared particularly young and exhausted. Although facing away, she occasionally looked toward the worker with the black collar, in expectation of him to say something of importance. "You don't do that," he said instead. "You just don't do that." Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. "And why not?" barked back the other one. The woman faced the pair again, and in a quick burst approached the 2 men, leaning in closer before taking several steps forward. "Harris," she claimed, in a particularly high-pitched voice, "you know what Command thinks about it." "Oh," the green-fitted man groaned back. "Annie, you're taking his side now?" The woman took another step forward, coming in between the 2. "I'm not on anyone's side," she reaffirmed, although doing little to disguise the other man's grin, now breaking across his face above the black collar. It's not protocol." With a bowing but careful and slowly executed nod of her head, the woman reassured the importance of her message. Along with the light blonde hair escaping her shoulders and toward her back, the motion seemed particularly reassuring. The man who had been referred to as Harris seemed to have simmered down and taken the cap off his head, now shoving it beneath one of his arms and toward his shoulder. Rather than attempting to back up his previous argument, he merely pointed at the man affront him and back toward his eyes, a gesture he seemed not to be intimidated by. Shortly after, he faced to his left, where I stood, and took that finger to action. "Who the hell is that?" he loudly announced, indicating in my direction with the width of his entire hand. Both men and the woman looked toward me. There was a periodical silence, and I shook my then relaxed shoulder, loosening my hand and grabbing my leg instead. I stated, frozen and attempting to explain. "I do the painting," my low, deep voice revealed. He did not budge for a second and allowed the silence to pass through. "What?" the brawny man announced, cap still beneath his armpit. "I paint. The ship." He stared at me once more. "What?" The man bearing the black and white collar turned his attention from me to him and swung his head toward the fellow laborer. "Harris, he said he paints the ship." The woman, now behind them once more, nodded. "You mean the deck?" he bellowed, somewhat condescendingly. "Yeah," I firmly assured him. By the looks of his reaction, he did not seem intimidated by me in the slightest. The girl, who had retreated to the back of the group upon realizing herself unfamiliar with me, now took a charge in my direction. "Aren't you supposed to be in the facility then?" "I am," I stated. The collared man looked at me and grinned slightly, finding some hilarity in the simplicity of my responses. "See?" The man named Harris pointed toward me, and turned his attention to the other fellow. "You see? Prime example. Painter, out in the wild." Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. "Relax," the other stated. "He's probably taking a break. You're taking a break, right?" I reasoned that by the virtue of myself being distracted by these two, I could cut myself some slack. Yeah, I said. I was just taking a break. Using the restroom, probably, Harris asked. Yeah, I lied. There is no restroom here, Harris groaned. You're full of shit. Being that I could barely argue with that sort of logic, I only retreated my hands back toward my pockets, appreciating the full stretch of my gray working suit. It appeared in unison with the rest of the laborers in the docks, aside, of course, from these three. The collared man approached me, and with a light grin pointed toward himself. Do you work in production? He asked me. No, I replied. I only took up the painting job. Okay, he reaffirmed. I'm Neil. I supervise production and do machinery maintenance. I think you're Oliver. With the other man and woman in the back still looking toward me, I nodded with some uncertainty. Yes, I said. How'd you know? Rufus told me about you. He's the man who hired you, Neil elaborated. I knew then, looking at the scrawny man before me, that I did not beg to ask for the name of the man on the day of my hiring. Perhaps I had still been shocked by the sight of the drowning boy, which by this encounter had somewhat left my mind. I took to nodding to show I understood his familiarity, and observed the man before me, suited casually from his waist up. That makes sense, I nodded. He's not much of a talker, clearly, Harris announced in the background. This Oliver. Screw you, Neil announced, turning with his waist. Go back to work. Nay. Harris threw his hands up and walked in a twist through a group of 3 passing men. I'm going back to work, he yelled. Back to work I go. Back to my shitty job. Mr. Supervisor told me to go back to Mr. Supervisor, who works right next to my station. Supervise me banging your sister. I watched Harris put his hat back on in this retreat, before treading the path opposite mine. He walked alongside the portables into a small alleyway, almost bumping into another man with hesitantly short hair who exclaimed at him to watch out before coming out of clear view. The blonde woman followed the sight of him until he was gone, and then she ventured toward the back, where another ginger-haired woman stood. The two exchanged glances and began an unintelligible, although seemingly amiable conversation. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Look at them, Neil stated, his head pointing toward the women, and in total ignorance of Harris's comment, which he seemingly disregarded as routine. No arguing, no conflict, just camaraderie, shared patriotism, the way it should be. I heard you two argue, I said, so I came over. And what for? He asked. You shouldn't. Just go back to work. I will, I stated, before beginning to retreat. He shook his head, grabbed my shoulder, and with a turn, we began walking. No, not right now. I want to talk to you first. We had another guy named Oliver, less muscled than you, worked in production, came straight from his Navy conscription. Really? I asked, although my tone beamed of low interest. Yeah, he reaffirmed, paying no attention to the attitude of my voice. Yeah, but his hair wasn't black, it was darker blonde, so he didn't look that much like you, body aside. Being that I always considered my hair a tan, mean brown, I did not find any degree of camaraderie or attention in that comment. I considered the dust flailing across the painting facility must have darkened my hair, or that the shadow of the crane in which we now paced obstructed his view. That's interesting, I merely said, attempting to sympathize with the fellow laborer until he left me be. You might not get your paycheck for the first week, he stated. Rufus sends them out bi-weekly, so this week and the week after. Oh, I said. Thanks for letting me know. No problem, and if you need anything, I'll be near machinery, okay? Okay, I just stated. Even at this point, I found myself exhausting to listen to, for even though the situation I had been entered into unwillingly wasn't of the affable kind, my reverbed voice sounded particularly boring. But Neil, rather than insisting on continuing the conversation, departed from view, and left me in an unknown direction, somewhere below a crane, many yards from where I had left the painting facility. I continued walking there as to avoid an awkward impression, and when he disappeared, retraced in my steps. Within a couple minutes, I re-entered the facility and observed the metal deck from the back door, before clinging again to my brush. With fresh wind having relaxed my shoulders, I now felt pressured to drag the stick above them once more, and continued the process of painting the surface. When I was done with a segment of it, I drifted the bristles along it once more, to give off an impression of dismal comprehensiveness. Taking breaks some 40 minutes, I had found myself that evening fatigued to my bones, my marrow chilling in the colder air, and observing the work on the deck, now glistened in white. XX Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. I found clandestine affront the green-painted wall of my residential complex. At first I began to worry, wondering why she had been standing outside in a coat. But as I furthered my pace on the street, she ran up to me. I found her back in my tight embrace. "Oliver," she beamed. "How was it?" "Work?" I asked. "Tiring." She performed a quick jump on one of her feet, and with her arm wrapped around my head began walking me toward the steps. "I got some food," she said. "Got some food, from the vendors. Came back just now. Food we can afford." "We can afford a lot of food now," I revealed a truth. Clandestine looked toward me, still smiling, seemingly having awaited my presence. She had been vacant to the experience of being left at home for so long, something I myself had gotten adjusted to. "Yes," she grinned. "Yes, Oliver. We can." "Nay." We walked up the small staircase and through the front door of the apartment complex, treading the quiet and shadowed staircase together. She wrapped a bag of food against my shoulder. In unison we paced the turns and the twists, taking large leaps with our legs to the next floor until we made it to the third. I found myself waiting nearly a second more every pair of steps for her short legs to catch up with mine. "How was your day?" I found myself amiably asking. "Particularly boring," she admitted. "A cycle of classes, no one too interesting. What about yourself? Any new friends?" "It's ambitious of you to think there are many here who seek friends in transient wage earners." "Are we not all transient and wage earners?" Clandestine beamed, her legs now tracing the top of the stairway of the third floor and distancing us in the direction of my quarters. "And yet, people still have friends. I know you well enough to see through that you make acquaintances." "I'm not capable," I said. "I don't think of making many." "Yeah?" she asked. "Yeah," I merely replied, casually inserting my hand into the pocket of her jeans. I slipped our joint, spare key out, and opened the room. She saw my hand leave her clothes and giggled to herself before pushing on the door. "You know," Clandestine whispered, "as much as, I enjoy that. We ought to have our separate keys." I looked toward her as we entered the hallway of the room and noticed the lights on all around us, and smelled a fresh hint of air throughout the apartment. Considering this suggestion, "Yeah," I replied, "that's a good idea." I earnestly explored her expression and figured that the question of keys was something we should have thought of earlier, in the concept of both of us being gone for most of the day. Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. "I'm sorry I forgot to turn the lights off," she said, when I left. "It's okay," I reassured her, as I witnessed Clandestine hop off my shoulder as I closed the door behind us, set down the small brown bag of retrieved food, and begin to turn the lights off. "How long did you wait for me?" She grinned again, although only a bit, glancing toward me. "I don't know, like an hour." "You stood there for an hour?" "I could have stood there for more, but then you showed up," she said. "I missed you, Oliver. I mean, really, I had no clue what you were up to." "I told you all the details," I reassured her. "But," she said, "even you had no idea what you were getting into, right?" Although I had told her much about the job I had received, I failed to inform Clandestine of the drowning boy, knowing full well she would have gotten emotional despite not having been there. In recollection of this, I looked towards her and warmly nodded. "No," I said. "I guess not." I stared at her reflection on the face of a nearby mirror, catching my eyes glimpsing across her back and toward the side of her neck, which promptly turned in my direction. "So, how was it?" she asked. My sight braved away and skipping the sensor on the cornerstone of the wall, immediately faced her as she began to unpack the items from the back of the bag. "Fine," I reasserted. "Really, nothing out of the ordinary. Different from the distribution center, or about as laborious? Must be nice not to have to cut open animals for a living anymore." I grinned slightly, knowing I had never put one to death. Cutting open animals for a living prepared me for what was next. "Please," she encouraged me, "continue with the details. It works up my appetite." When attempting at sarcasm, Clandestine's voice lifted itself to a higher pitch and landed a degree of teasing irony, which always left me with a lasting yet consistent impression. Her hands rested on the items she slid and portioned out of the container, before retreating below the small counter in the kitchenette to rid herself of the trash. She began walking around the kitchen, readily putting away devices which were not necessary, and cleaning the tables which she would use to prepare the food. I walked through the door of the kitchen and observed her for a while, before she turned to me in surprise. "What?" she questioned quietly. "Let me help," I reasserted. "Shouldn't I be the one helping?" Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. Within seconds, I shifted the position in which I stood and paced toward hers, lightly pushing her out of the way with my arm and showing her my grip on a nearby knife. I began taking apart the items and found a box of butter, which I sorted into the bread box. My hands grabbed a green bell pepper. "Careful," she said. "Just cut it in slices." I did as I was told while she observed from over my shoulder. I removed the top portion of the vegetable before slicing it in quarters, which I then rolled around and cut into long strips. I let these rest on the counter, adding to this mixture several ingredients and spices Clandestine had been occupied opening, and laying them out across the wooden desk. "That's the peppers?" I asked. She nodded. "Yeah. So, what I was thinking, we add some tomatoes, no lettuce, cucumbers, fry it on a pan with oil." "Yeah," I agreed as she elaborated. "So have them fried?" Clandestine nodded. "Maybe I can do that, and you cut the chicken?" Upholding myself on my background, I considered this would be best, and agreed with her. While she took over my portion of the arranged food, I took a few steps across the kitchen to a boxed, raw chicken small in proportion, but decent and seemingly still valuable, a rare commodity, and began stripping it apart with a knife. She seemed to have some degree of ridicule for the way I treated the meat at first, but as the girl observed, she seemingly grew fond of my assistance. Clandestine occasionally looked up and glimpsed toward me as I attempted to finish chopping the muscles, gnawing on each one with a sturdy, large kitchen knife. "I used to make these with my brother all the time," she noted. I was speechless for a moment, but curiosity got a hold of me. "Oscar?" I asked. "You haven't spoken of him since you came." I assumed something happened. From the corner of my eye, I watched her shake her head. "No, nothing happened. We just drifted apart." She continued chopping the tomatoes. "I just didn't want to bring it up with, you know." I did know. "Clandestine," I called her name. "You don't have to restrict yourself." My shoulders let loose. She looked toward me with a sense of confusion, prompting me to explain on this further. "You know what happened." "I do as well," I said. "I don't think of Simon that much anymore. Now that I've faced what he has, I sort of understand why what happened. "You do?" Clandestine asked. I simply nodded my head. "I'm glad Oscar's okay." "Me too," she reassured, continuing with her task. Her voice, which had halted for a moment and acquired a serious tone, finally freed itself once more, becoming calm and honest. "We should have him over. Someday." Paradigm Shift by Jakub Rucinski. This idea made me nod without a thought. Perhaps I felt sorry for her. "Someday. I don't see why not," I assured her. "But maybe we ought to clean this place up a little bit more," she mentioned, looking throughout the quarters. I set my sight on her face as she did this, following her movements, her eyes not meeting mine for a moment and seeming to drift everywhere else. It was in moments like these, when she was devising a plan, that Clandestine seemed most distracted. Her thoughts ventured at a perturbing pace in some instances, not leaving me much room to follow along on account of her general shyness. But when she was comfortable, she would speak, and the nature of such thoughts would give me great insight into who she was. Following with this pattern for weeks, and through some unexpected challenges, I had finally learned my roommate and eventual partner to be more thoughtful and detail-oriented than I had previously given her credit for. It was not long before I finished treating the meat, cutting the raw chicken up into small strips, laying them out in batter, and shoving them inside the oven. Clandestine had been halfway through frying the vegetables when she decided them prematurely ready, threw them from the pan on a plate, and began seasoning the dish. We attempted to make the best of our situation. The attempt at a somewhat quixotic effort, a joint work of myself and hers to feed us too, was curbed by our conditions. I could tell she wanted to make the meal herself at first, bending into the typecast of the benefactor, using her array of skills to help after a long day, Clandestine was smart enough to know I could not see her as anything but my equal, and if she had wanted to make the evening satisfactory for my both, I would insist on giving my help. The girl posed no obstacle, but still took charge of arranging the dishes and setting the atmosphere, something she did not have a great deal of ability to influence. I had not been used to homemade meals. In my childhood days, it was a matter of whatever mother threw on the plate. Later, I had grown acquainted with vendor-purchased nutriments. Even wrapped meals attained at bread and store lines at subway and train stations. In between my shifts in the distribution center, as a young man, my diet would consist of pills, nuts, and plastic bottles of water and energy fluids. The sight of readily made food was for the first time available to me upon the Katrina, and the quality of military sustenance was moderate at best. Witnessing the work put into the task by us both, Clandestine tired from her endless spiral of classes, and myself, after a long day of painting a ship deck, made it more appetizing. The length of our conversation and the thoughts exchanged, along with the moments of silence, where neither of us said anything at all, were more effective at setting the atmosphere than anything around us. And then again, there indeed was hardly anything. Our dreamy and idealistic effort at having a joint meal was restrained by the shimmering pastel white light above our living room table. The sensor was within an paradigm shift by Jakub Rucinski arm's reach, and the spot where the spider had laid for the first time I entered my residence was now bleached and worn out in dripping fluid from the other half of the wall, as well as scattered in cobwebs, indicating this to be the place of the creature's home before our arrival. Right before I started to eat, I paced toward the closet and changed into my gray dinner jacket, which I had kept there since several days prior to reserve for less than casual occasions. As Clandestine poured a white sauce over the pieces of chicken, smiling lightly at me and nodding as she cut it into halves and put it on our 2 plates, I raised my glass and unbottled a small sparkling water, pouring some of the liquid in. As I did this, I could not help but look to our right, toward the large and only window giving sight beyond the living room, half of it falling of a brick wall, and the other on the stretch of the city. "Feast yourself, Oliver," she stated. "We don't get many opportunities like these." "No," I agreed, "we don't." The dinner passed abruptly, and in a matter of minutes we had finished our portions. Clandestine drank the rest of her water and stood up, insisting on cleaning the dishes. I had been of the aim to do the same to my plate, but before I could get up from my seat, she had grabbed my utensils as well, and without a word retreated into the kitchen. In that moment, I deemed she did not need my assistance, and let her have the while to herself. I only briefly announced I would be heading outside, and walked plainly out of the residence, lightly shutting the gray door behind me. I paced down the caged staircase, passing 3 of the floors and finally out of the front door and onto the street. Placidly I stood, watching the tattered edifice before me. I knew little of the reason why I came here, besides the realization I had little else to do, little else to think about, nowhere else to plan my matters. As I rested my eyes on a bus in the distance, filled to the brim with people, I watched its shining lights glow against the windows of the alleyway. The reflections followed through alongside it as it drove to the near end of the street. And to my right was the shadow of a neighbor, a man with a gray hat and a gray dinner jacket, all too alike to mine, and similarly obstructed from view by the absence of light. Once the bus had passed, only the streetlights illuminated our shared eve. "Shit," his elderly voice chuckled. "Yeah, shit," I followed through. We stood still, looking through the distance of the street down onto the falling metallic floors, and the horizon stacked with leveled buildings and rising towers, things 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 and rising